President Trump has ordered a naval blockade after Iran fails to accept U.S. peace terms during talks in Islamabad. U.S. Navy to begin a blockade of Iranian ports on Monday, April 13th at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. What do you think will happen during this blockade? That's what we're going to talk about on today's live stream. I want to welcome you to the show. Now I'll go to your comments and see if you heard any of that, because a lot of times I have the wrong buttons pressed on the audio. So, Bobby Martin, how are you? Social Security Ninja, how are you, my friend? DeSanti Adventures checking in from Concho, Arizona. Got Coral C checking in from Jacksonville. BDH, how are you, my friend? And then Jesus or Destruction says that Vance failed. He is not presidential material. Thank you for your comment. Easy E, Sam I Am, and Bert, how are you? Checking in from Reading, Pennsylvania. And Sam I Am says all good on the video and the audio. Well, thank you very much. All right, we'll give everybody a few minutes here to come online. Hopefully y'all got the notification. I let that note, or what do you call it when you schedule? I schedule the stream. I let it sit there and percolate, and maybe the YouTube squirrels had enough time to send out the invitations. Okay, I must be totally frank. How are you? Jay Subic Bay. Yeah, she's looking healthy. Let's see. The Mama's Boy, Lima Charlie from Hawaii. Hope you're doing well in Hawaii, my friend. Okay, so it looks like I got all the technical aspects, all the requirements met. So let's just dig into it. Right there on your screen, I'll go ahead and refresh that. That's just a quick map of the shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. And if we come over here, I'll just pull up the vessel filters. Let's see, the ship type. The tankers are basically the red arrow. The cargo vessels are the green. The blue are passenger vessels, which we don't see any of those. Yellow are high-speed craft, but basically what are we concerned with? Mostly the tankers. So the red arrows are the tankers, and the green are the cargo vessels. So that's just a look right there. Nice little beautiful graphic there. So that's what's going on there. And let's move on to DJT's tweet here. Maybe I've got them in order. If not, maybe I get them out of order here. But let's just start out by what he had to say 14 hours ago. And folks, from a guy who doesn't pay too much attention to the news and hasn't for about 15 years, what I'm learning is President Trump tweets something out and everybody gets it at the same time. So all the news organizations, all they're doing is interpreting what comes out from this Truth Social. Majority of their articles, maybe not the majority, but you know what I mean. Go to any article the minute that he, go to any news site the minute he puts this out, and they're all doing what? They're just interpreting what he says with their agenda, their spin. Why read that when you can just go and read exactly what the man tweeted out? So I'll read this because I know a lot of people are just hit and play. You're listening to me while you're doing work or whatever in the background. So I will go ahead and just read the whole thing. especially for the historic record. So there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not. Effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. Now look, I'm just reading verbatim what he put out 14 hours ago, and then after this we'll go to CENTCOM's post that they put out, which sort of clarifies exactly what they're going to do, and it doesn't follow what he said here. But you know, a few nights ago he said he was going to wipe out an entire civilization, and they didn't do it. So you got to take what the guy says with a grain of salt. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis. But Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere. Not a gold mine, but a mine that'll blow up a ship, right? There may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion. And leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. We will also begin destroying the mines the Iranians laid in the straits. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. Iran knows better than anyone how to end this situation, which has already devastated their country. Their navy is gone, their air force is gone, their anti-aircraft and radar are useless. Khomeini and most of their leaders are dead, all because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with this blockade. Iran will not be allowed to profit off this illegal act of extortion. They want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear. This is what I was saying in the past stream. It's all about that money. It's not about religion, tradition, this and that. It's all about that money. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, if you haven't guessed it, I'm not in $1 million studio. Guess I should put that out there up front. I'm actually in my dining room, and the old lady is out there folding clothes. I just want to set expectations. I'm not a real news anchor. I just play one here occasionally on YouTube. And she knows that I'm conducting an important live stream here, and just opens up the sliding door. Let me get back to what I was saying here. Where was I? Okay. They'll be blown to hell. Iran knows better than anyone how to end this situation. I think I've already said that. That door opening just like totally disrupted my train of thought. I wonder if she did that on purpose. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft and radar are useless, which probably is not exactly true, being that they shot down some aircraft about a week ago. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with this blockade. Again, it's extortion. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we are fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. Now, about the same time, 14 hours ago, when was this? Is this when he left the UFC fight last night? Probably in the limo tweeting some stuff out here. Got to show more. All right, so before I get to that one, I'll pause and take a look at your comments here. Let's see, Doc M, how are you? Day 31 of work days missed. Sorry to hear that, my friend, but at least you're safe. Yeah, it looks like $1 million studio. Well, thank you very much. You know, this furniture in this spot that we're at, it's like the same furniture Trump's got when he has those meetings with the world leaders, you know, like the gold and stuff. And plus, you know, the colors fit my branding. But yeah, really this is just my dining room. Not exactly ideal when you have 2 small children and an old lady who just don't care about disrupting your show. I should be in one of the bedrooms, but you know what? You get in a small room, there's an echo. Okay. Let's see. Back to this other tweet here. Iran promised to open the strait, and they knowingly failed to do so. This caused anxiety, dislocation, and pain to many people and countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in the water, even though all of their navy and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. They may have done so, but what ship owner would want to take a chance? That's a good point. What insurance company is going to sign off on that? What owner is going to, you know, that's, yeah, nobody wants to take a chance. There is great dishonor and permanent harm to the reputation of Iran. Remember how I was saying that, you know, the Middle East, Asian cultures, it's so important about face, about public perception. So he's leaning on that. Permanent harm to the reputation of Iran. What's left are their leaders, but we are beyond all of that. As they promised, they better begin the process of getting this international waterway open and fast. Every law in the book is being violated by them. You know, my position, international law, when you quote international law, war crimes, all that stuff, you're just wasting your breath. History is written by the victor. Laws, what laws are enforced are controlled by whoever's in charge. So DJT sitting here quoting international law. I have been fully debriefed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner on the meeting that took place in Islamabad through the kind and very competent leadership of Field Marshal Asim Munir, codename Lionel Richie, because he was up all night long, and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. They're very extraordinary men and continuously thank me for saving 30 to 50 million lives in what would have been a horrendous war with India. I always appreciate hearing that. The amount of humanity spoken of is incomprehensible. All right, so this is sort of a long one here. The meeting with Iran began early in the morning and lasted throughout the night, close to 20 hours. I could go into great detail and talk about much that has been gotten, but there's only one thing that matters. Iran is unwilling to give up its nuclear ambitions. In many ways, the points that were agreed to are better than us continuing our military operations to conclusion. But all of those points don't matter compared to allowing nuclear power to be in the hands of such volatile, difficult, unpredictable people. And let me just stop for a minute. I was listening to this short clip today by I just use the word chick. This chick who was born in Iran, but she lives in America, basically an American chick. And she's an activist against the regime. And the human rights side of it, I mean, she was like unapologetic for her position to hit these guys, take them out, no apologies. And you need to hear that side as well, because they remind you of all the people who have suffered at the hands of those folks. I mean, come on. They just executed, or they were going to execute, some 18-year-old wrestler who tweeted out the wrong shit. That's a little extreme. I think we would all agree. Some 18-year-old who doesn't know shit from Cheyenne-Nola about politics tweets something out. Next thing you know, the guy gets executed. Now, I don't know if that's an absolute true story or not. That's what I read. If that is true, then that describes the type of people that we're dealing with here. And that's just one case out of millions, right? But just listening to her, it sort of reminded me of what a lot of feelings of the people are, about these folks that are in charge. You say the word Taliban, everybody automatically assumes, bad people, oppression, all that stuff. But it's almost like the picture that a lot of these folks are painting. These folks are worse. I just say that based on other people, okay? Moving right along. Iran is unwilling to give up its nuclear ambitions. In many ways, the points... Let's see, I already got to that point. My 3 representatives, as all of this time went by, became not surprisingly very friendly and respectful of Iran's representatives. But that doesn't matter, because they were very unyielding as to the single most important issue. And as I have always said, right from the beginning and many years ago, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Okay? Now, one of the things that he just said, he was talking about, we certainly don't want these folks to have a nuclear weapon, and many countries don't need to have a nuclear weapon. So he wasn't just singling them out. Without naming other countries by name, he's saying a lot of other countries don't need to have a nuclear weapon, but they do. I'm from, my generation, growing up, late 70s, early 80s. It was us versus the USSR. They're pointing destruction at us. We're pointing destruction at them. Mutual assured destruction. Even though in the 80s, like I said, when we were kids, we had nuclear war drills. This is what everybody thought about. But what would we rather have? Okay, 2 people pointing stuff at each other, where you just have a hotline straight to the Kremlin. The Kremlin has a hotline straight to the Oval Office. Now, how many countries got nuclear weapons? How do we let this happen? So does it really make sense for the world community to let anybody else join the damn club? I think too many people are in the club already. If we could dial back time, action should have been taken, whether you like it, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. Everybody has a right to defend themselves. Okay, got it. But people having the right to nuclear weapons, folks, these are weapons that can destroy the planet, humanity. Need I go on? At some point, shouldn't we have limited that club by any means necessary? At least down to 2? Anyhow, I don't have all the answers. I'm just invoking thought. All right, I'll go back to your comments here. But those are, well, I don't want to say the latest, because the minute you think you've read the latest tweet from the president, he'll tweet some more stuff out. So that's pinned. He's pinned that up there. It's 14 hours ago. So it looks like I guess he tweeted that out after the fight. Okay. All right, so this is important so I can check my countdown. Well, I don't know if I put a countdown timer. The countdown timer that you see on the screen, we agreed to on the last live stream. That's when the temporary ceasefire is supposed to be up. So a little less than 9 days. That's my timer. All right, so let me make sure. The United States to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports on April 13th. Okay, yeah, I got that right in the bullet points there. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And DJT, thank you very much for putting the exact date, time, and time zone so we didn't have to try to figure out the math. Certainly appreciate that. Okay, and that's what I was going to talk about. His initial tweet says we're going to shut down the entire strait, and now he's clarified any ships trying to enter or exit Iranian ports. And that was an hour ago. So before he clarified that, here's the tweet from CENTCOM. U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. So coming out of Tampa, U.S. Central Command forces will begin implementing a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports. Okay, so it's not everybody coming through the strait like he initially said. He exaggerated a bit. Maybe he did that as an attention getter, got everybody's attention. But it's not the strait. It's just Iranian ports. Well, let me keep reading. Some people are listening. The blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. Okay, all right, no problem. Additional info will be provided to commercial mariners through a formal notice prior to the start of the blockade. They're advised to monitor notice to mariners, broadcasts, and contact U.S. naval forces on bridge-to-bridge Channel 16 when operating in the Gulf of Oman and Strait of Hormuz approaches. Okay, so let me ask this, right? If you're a ship owner or an insurance agency, whatever, you've insured the ship and or its load or everything. You've got the Iranians saying that you need to coordinate with us, or you could be attacked. Now you've got the United States saying you got to coordinate with us. It's like this gentleman earlier said, what ship owner right now in their right mind is going to try to run the gauntlet? I'm not saying they won't, but especially when things are first starting up and you got both sides telling you got to get clearance for them, I'd probably lay back and let maybe 20 or 30 or ships or so take the beach on that one and see what happens. Not that I'm scared of a good adventure or a good challenge, but there's just not a whole lot of clarity in what you've exactly got to do. Or what are you going to clear it with? Both people, both sides, just the Americans, just the Iranians? What are you going to do? But again, according to the president's tweet about an hour ago, it just pertains to Iranian ports. Now, when he used the word extortion, I was talking to my buddy earlier, and I said, you know what? I don't know. I don't want to say I didn't pay attention to this aspect or this element of it. But I thought about it, and I said, you know what? The Iranians are nothing but fucking pirates. Okay? The pirates of Iran. They're nothing but damn pirates when it comes to this strait issue. Now, you're going to have to follow me here, but follow me for a second, right? Okay. So just to the sort of the southwest over here, a little place called Somalia, right? So if tankers are sailing by off the coast of Somalia and a group of individuals in a boat with AK-47s are lucky enough to board a cargo ship and take the bridge by force, detain the crew at gunpoint, and then demand anywhere from $1 million, $2 million, let's just use $2 million. They demand $2 million from the ship's owner of the shipping company to release the ship and the crew. How do we define that? We call them pirates. It's a hijacking at sea. It's a hostage situation. They got hostages, right? Is it extortion? It's all of those, right? And so how do we treat that? They're pirates. You mean to tell me that just because we sail in close proximity off your coast, you think you have the right to come take command of a ship and then demand $2 million on a ransom to let us go? You're just criminals. You're just thieves. Thieves on the high seas. They're pirates. Okay? Now, I'll go to your comments and see if everybody agrees that we would call those folks pirates. Okay. All right. So Bobby Martin says pirates, right? Hey, Roy, how you doing? Okay. Couples Light says the Pope said nothing about the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps murdering over 50,000 civilian protesters. Okay, so I haven't really focused on that part of it, and maybe today we do focus on more about the mindset of some of the individuals that we're dealing with here, right? Executing a 18-year-old wrestler for a tweet. 50,000 protesters. I need to paint a better, clearer picture of the mindset of these folks that make up the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Okay, so let's see. Back to the pirates. Okay, they're pirates, right? Don't see too many comments, but I think we'll all agree they're pirates. All right. What if that same ship continues on up here off the coast of Oman, and some folks, whether whoever, stop the ship and say you gotta pay us $2 million, or you can't go any further towards the Strait of Hormuz. We're not going to let you. Well, if you did pay them, it's another act of piracy or extortion. We're not pulling into your port. We're not pulling into any port in Oman where there's, customs fees, there's immigration checks, you've got to get clearances. We're not pulling into a port in Oman. Back down here, when you're passing by Somalia, you're not pulling into their ports where some fees would be reasonable. So we're continuing on. Okay. We come around the horn here, and as we'll all notice and agree, that there are multiple countries in this region, not just Iran over here. Iran's over here. It's one country that borders the Persian Gulf. Okay, you've got the UAE, Qatar, however you want to say it. Well, we got Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. Did I leave some out? Oman. Okay, multiple countries. That's the point. There's multiple countries. Okay, I agree. They're over here on this side, but there's multiple countries over on this side. So what reasonable person would expect for any of these countries over here to listen to the folks over here, to pay them any money, or be restricted by these assholes over here? Okay? What reasonable person would think that these assholes can charge money to any of these folks here just to go to their own country? Pretty crazy, right? So, here comes a ship coming over here. All right, pay us $2 million for safe passage. What are you talking about? I'm not pulling into the port, any port in Iran. I'm not pulling in there. Why do I got to pay you? And if you demand that I pay you when I'm on my ship, you're basically extorting money from me. It's extortion. If you're military or whoever boards the ship, you're just a fucking pirate. So, extortionists and pirates over here, because apparently what Iran thinks, I've tried to put myself in their perspective, from their shoes. They're confused. Now here's what they're confused about. Just like old Andy Griffith was confused when he first saw that game of football. Iran thinks that this is a bay. They think, for some reason, that this is a bay in their own country. They're not realizing that this is not a bay. This is a gulf with multiple countries over here, whatever you want to call it. But I have to put it in terms, they think this is a bay going into their own country. So somebody apparently needs to show them a map. Maybe take all these guys from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, load them up in a boat or a helicopter, and take them for a tour. Because maybe they've just been sheltered their whole life, and they've been told that the earth is flat, and if you go far enough out here, you're going to drop off the face of the planet. sort of like the Truman Show. Maybe they've been oppressed to the point that they truly don't know that there are more countries on the other side of this body of water. So you need to put all these guys and just take them on a tour and show them, hey man, you see that there's other countries over here? This is not a bay. So if you look at it, say from Kuwait's standpoint, I'm in Kuwait, I'm a Kuwaiti citizen, I got a boat. I got a ship with 2 million barrels of oil. I load it up, I leave Kuwait, I'm on my merry way, and then all of a sudden these assholes over here want to restrict my freedom of travel, my freedom of navigation on the high seas. How would I perceive that if I know nothing about any of this history or anything? I would perceive that these are fucking pirates. They're nothing more than thieves, pirates on the high seas. Because I don't want to visit your country. I'm not stopping in your fucking country. I'm not pulling into port. I'm not asking for you to fill up my gas tank anywhere in the country of fucking Iran. I filled up in Kuwait. Don't worry about what I got on board, because it ain't none of your fucking business. It don't matter if I've got oil, I got a fucking load of salt, I got fucking, 2 million barrels of fucking KY jelly. It ain't none of your business. It's none of y'all's assholes over here business. You handle your fucking business over there, and you leave me the hell alone. So here I am, I'm sailing out, and they want to restrict my movement or try to extort 2 million out of me. Now, if they say, okay, you don't pay, you could get attacked. Now it's true piracy, because there's the threat of force. There's the threat of violence against me. What's the difference than these assholes over here threatening to send a drone or a missile to hit my ship, full of coconuts or pumpkins or whatever I got on board? What is the difference of them threatening me there, or if I do make it through and I sail on down here towards Somalia, okay, with my 2 million barrels of KY jelly headed towards America, and these guys down here jump on board and force me to give them 2 million. What's the difference? The difference is the folks down here in Somalia are just pointing an AK-47 at me. Okay? Fucking pirates. Zoom back out here. Get my map recentered. The Somali pirates are pointing a AK-47 at me in close distance. About to put a hole in me, size of a bullet. And these pirates over here are pointing drones and or missiles that'll put a hole in the side of my ship. What's the difference? The Iranians are no different than Somalian pirates. They just have bigger weapons. That's my argument. You break it down into simplicity. Now, if you don't want to imagine yourself, driving a tanker with 2 million barrels of whatever, I'll put it in redneck terms, right? We're in our pontoon boat. We're in our pontoon boat, got some redneck chicks drinking cold beer, got bikinis. And I'll just illustrate it one more time. I wish I could turn this cursor into a pontoon boat. We're rolling up through here, waving to the folks at Yemen, hey, what y'all doing? Waving to the folks in Oman, hey, what y'all doing? Coming up here, and all of a sudden, hey, you got to pay. Why? What are you talking about? I got to pay you. You lost your damn mind. So the fact that they think, and we've let them, as the world community, get to the point where they have any control over that waterway, it's really our fault. We should have put the Wabash on this shit back decades ago. In my generation, we grew up listening to this Iran bullshit all the time, from the hostages to this to that. You know, they changed the Beach Boys song to, instead of Barbara Ann, it was bomb, 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 Iran. I mean, we've heard this. My old lady yesterday, Filipina, she's heard enough. After 1 month, she's heard enough. She said, there's too much blah, blah, blah. I just bomb them right now. That was her assessment. Okay? Again, I think it's not the population. The population is like everybody else. The majority of the population, what are they trying to do? They're trying to put Jimmy Dean sausage on the table, send their kids to school, you know, just live life. Go to the park on the weekends. But listening to that activist today really get passionate about these assholes and the terror that they've been wreaking on the population. You know, I needed to hear that. I needed to be reminded of that. But then again, we just got talking about, basically in simplistic terms, they're nothing more but pirates. Let's put a better descriptor on. They're greedy pirates with bigger weapons than the Somalians. There you go. That's my position on it. A little ASMR action here. Here we go. There we go. Pop the top on a nice cold Coca-Cola. I sat there and let it get warm. Not warm, but there's no ice on the outside of it. Okay, go to your comments. Intrepid, how are you? Hey Tika, how are you doing? Let's see, Benito checking in from Texas. Chicken Thai Maine, how are you doing? Yeah, the news channels say Trump failed in the peace talks, but I think it's just all part of the script. I think it was all just part of the script. They agreed to this, hey everybody. Okay. All right, got the kids coming through, folks. Hold on, I'll cut the mic. Okay, I'm back. Again, if you don't know it, I'm not in a real studio. I'm in my dining room. When you got two small kids and a Filipino old lady, they don't understand, nor do they care about my audio. What was I talking about? That's the problem. See, I get on a roll, they come through, and they reset my thought process. That's the problem. Let's see, well, it's gonna get noisy. Filipina she don't care. I told her, get out of my office. Out of my office. I know he's hungry. Okay. All right, the peace talks. This is what I think about the peace talks. It's just part of the play. It's just part of the script. Those peace talks and this counter right here, 8 days, 17 hours. It just means that the U.S. Navy has another another week to rearm, reload, maintenance on systems, air up the tires, change the oil, rearm everything. It's just a 2-week pause to allow them to get ready for the next phase. I mean, if you're truly concerned about the outcome of peace talks, would you really be going to a UFC fight in Miami? And the Secretary of State, he was with them, right? Would y'all really be down there in Miami at a UFC fight when you're very concerned about the outcome of some peace talks? I don't think so. Okay, so somebody just said couple's light. That's her office. You are just borrowing it. That's true. I can't blame nobody but myself. I'm not mad at her because I took over the dining room table. And here's the stupidity in my reasoning. The reason I'm here because the small rooms are very echoey, so the audio is not great. So old single dad sets up shop right here where they're coming through destroying the audio in a more epic way. They're coming through with some epic fury on my audio. I should just lock myself in a small room and y'all have to deal with a slight echo. Let's see, sporty. Okay, so anyhow, I think it's just time for them to reload. It was part of the script. Then Trump comes out and says, I don't care if they cut a deal or not. No, he doesn't care because he already knows it's already in motion. He don't care. It's already in motion. All right, so American Oil and Gas are making out like bandits. They're getting their campaign donations back now. Well, they got to get it back somehow. And that's what he said today, that there's a bunch of ships heading towards America to fill up. And so they're gonna make some money. Let's see, Pell 3360 or Pele. See, Trump has totally lost his mind. Wonder what Epstein dirt Israel got on him. Looking at that whole thing, the Epstein thing just seems like a huge blackmail operation conducted by Israel, which was, from their standpoint, very successful. They got the dirt on pretty much everybody over the years. That's what it seems like. What dirt they have, I don't know. I don't know. But just in simplicity, that was a blackmail operation, putting it in simple terms. And it's probably a better question to say who didn't they get some dirt on throughout that operation. Yeah, the dining room has become the war room. Then back to the dining room. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's my fault. I can't get mad at them. I disrupt their operations for hours. And she just disrupts my operations for a few minutes, so I can't get too upset. All right, so we'll put this ship tracker, what is this? Marine traffic back up there. And then I'm going to go through the headlines. let me go through some of the headlines that's going on. But if you're just joining me on today's live stream, basically, what's it coming up on 3? So are we 5 hours away, or is it 10 o'clock? No, we're about almost 7 hours away before they begin the blockade. All right, so I'll make the horn on do a drive-by on about 10 different news sources just to see what everybody's reporting. So right off the bat, Trump mulls new limited strikes on Iran as looming naval blockade sends oil above 100 US dollars. Okay, so another thing that me and my buddy were talking about today, before I forget, just pull up the map here. We were talking about, okay, you know, for a while it was in the news that the 82nd was coming this way. 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, MUs, you know, coming to in the AO. Then it sort of didn't, you know, hasn't got a lot of attention about where these troops are. Now look, I don't know. I'd have to do some research, but my buddy just did a quick search and said, well, it looks like they're in Kuwait, the 82nd. I don't know if that's true or not. But there's troops in the region. If the 82nd is sitting over here in Kuwait, probably Ali Salim, somewhere right there. Where is this Karg Island? Okay, is that Karg Island right there? Let me zoom in, make sure I'm putting out good information. Okay, there we go. I think we'll all agree that says Karg. Karg Oil Industry Hospital, Old Beach Park. Okay, nice water right there. Okay. So this thing here is, how would you describe it? It's sort of like the you know, if you're at a bar, it's the tap. It's the tap to fill up your beer. You know, or if you got a little microbrewery or what have you, that's the tap. Oil flows into there. The tankers pull in there, load up, and roll out, right? It's very important to Iran. Well, what's the distance between, let's see, do measure distance from there to somewhere and over here. Just a nice round number. What is that? 100, just say 160 miles from Ali Salim, U.S. base over there. Not too far, right? And then what we were discussing was, and I think what a lot of people have been discussing today around the news is this blockade just sort of a distraction / cover, but they're going to put boots on the ground right there in Karg Island and take over Karg Island. And you listen to all these arguments, right? Okay. It's very easy to destroy their oil infrastructure. It's very easy to drop a bomb on a desalinization plant. Okay, so why hasn't Trump done it? Haven't done that so far. They hit military targets, but the thing is still operational. So let's just talk about some of the courses of action. A, they put ground troops and they take Karg Island. Okay, that's a course of action. During these blockades, they put troops right here and they take that over. What does that do to Iran? Well, it cuts off their flow of money. So that island is pretty damn important to them, right? So what we were discussing is if U.S. Marines or the 82nd or whoever goes over there, boots on the ground, take that island, what would Iran's response be? Okay. Now, one of the responses would be that they have to negotiate because you're choking them off by their balls. You got them by the balls. They can't make no money. They can't get no money. That's one response, right? They got to come to the negotiating table. And let me go to your comments here. See, check your comments. All right, so I'll continue on. So the U.S. holds this island, which is got them by the balls, choking off their money, basically took control of their bank account, their ATM machine right here. What would they do? Would they A, try to take it back? They're probably going to lose that fight. B, would they at some point start running out of money and have to negotiate? Okay, that would make sense in a logical world dealing with logical people. Like, hey, we got no choice. Because if we go over there and try to take it back, the place might get damaged and or destroyed. And then we're dead anyhow. We got no money. Okay? Now that's from a reasonable person, right? It's sort of like they're holding your family hostage there. You don't want to hit the island unless you absolutely have to. Your objective is to get your family back safe, not to go out and pull a John Wayne. What's the last option that could possibly happen? Is that the Iranians act like children and say, well, if we can't have it, then you're not going to have it either, and just attack the place and don't care if it gets destroyed. Destroy it themselves. Are they crazy enough to do that? Are they dumb enough to do that? Well, I'm sort of mixing apples and oranges, but what did Saddam do on their retreat out of Kuwait? What'd they set on fire? They set all those oil wells on fire. Well, if we can't have it, you can't have it either, like children. So would Iran say, okay, if we can't have it and control it, then you're not going to have it either. And then it takes it off the table. But what's the problem? The problem is they depend on that thing to pay the bills. So what do you think would happen? Now again, if the reports are true that they just killed 30, 40,000 protesters and they killed an 18-year-old wrestler for tweeting out something that they didn't like, if that's who we're dealing with, they're not reasonable people. And I remember this old story, and I think I'll butcher it, right? But I heard this a long time ago. You know, with the scorpion and the alligator? And somebody feel free to put the real story in there. I'll just have to tell it by memory. It's something about the scorpion asked the alligator if he can get a ride on his back to cross the river. And the alligator says, no, because you might sting me and I would die. And the scorpion says, well, that don't make any sense. He said, if I sting you and you die, that means I'm going to die too because I can't swim. He says, oh, yeah, that's a good point. You know, basically saying mutually assured destruction. But anyhow, so they take out across the river. Halfway across the river, the scorpion stings the alligator. And the alligator looks back at the scorpion and says, you stung me. Now we're both going to die. That doesn't make any sense. You promised you wouldn't sting me. And the scorpion says, yeah, but this is the Middle East. Now, I know I messed that story up. And it's like another gentleman was talking about today, that And to basically simplify it, we don't all think the same way. We don't hold all the same values, different cultures, countries. We all don't think the same way. So the way we're thinking in the West is not the way they think. It's just the way it is, human nature. We have different perspectives on everything. So, our perspective would be we don't want to cause any damage or break the hand that feeds us. But what I think who's in charge is the commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's who's in charge over there, not the civilians, not the clerics. It's the military. Let's just use the word Iran's military. They're the ones in charge. So if the U.S. comes over there and grabs them by the balls, steals their wallet, basically seizes their bank account with this little tiny island, how are they going to react? Are they going to react like reasonable people who might have to concede defeat and negotiate and lose face, especially if you're a military commander? Holy shit, you've already lost a lot of face. You're already not looking too good. I mean, it depends on how you look at it, but if the U.S. goes in there and takes that island, how are these commanders going to react? I think that's the question. Are they going to react reasonably, or are they going to be children and do something crazy that just doesn't make sense, like the scorpion stinging the alligator halfway across the river? So if you're going to execute a wrestler because of his Twitter shit, well, I wouldn't put anything past him to make no sense. Further evidenced by the fact that they think that everybody should pay them a fucking toll when there's multiple countries that border the Persian Gulf. That tells you right there they're not capable of logic. What I was telling the old lady, and I was trying to explain my point, I said, look, showed her the Persian Gulf. All right, let's come over here to the Philippines for a minute. I'm just going to use the geography here to demonstrate my point. Okay. All right, this is Manila Bay. We'll all agree that's Manila Bay. We'll all agree that this is the Philippines. Well, maybe not China. So everybody except the Chinese Communist Party. I think we can all agree this is the Philippines. But I'm just using this as a bay. Okay. When a ship pulls into this bay, this is all the Philippines, right? Okay, well, they could make some rules about, pay the toll right here to come into the bay, a fee, an environmental fee, whatever. It's their country. It's their water. Same thing with Subic Bay. Okay, it's a bay. You come into the bay, you're surrounded by one country. I got no problem with them telling you what to do because it's a bay. So I think what the Iranians didn't learn in geography class, the difference between a bay that's just their own country versus this Gulf with multiple countries up here. They think this is the Bay of Iran. So if you're not smart enough to realize and look at a map, or just take a trip and stand on the beach and say, this is the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. This is the other side of the Persian Gulf. I'm not in Iran anymore. Holy shit, I've been lied to. Do I think that their decision making is going to be reasonable? No. So I don't know. I'll go to your comments. What do you think? Let's just make the assumption that the U.S. takes Karg Island, a theoretical situation which could possibly happen. Okay? If they take Karg Island, what will their response be? All right, Sunset Travel says their response would be to destroy the island, abandon the kingdom, leave them with nothing. Just my guess. Okay, I think that's one course of action. Again, because we're not dealing with, these folks don't seem to be too rational in their thought process. Okay, Social Security Ninja, exactly, like children. If we can't have it, neither can you. JB says China will get pissed off because they want Iranian oil. Okay, now what are the stats? It's something like 90% of the oil that leaves there goes to China. And China's basically been buying it sort of on the black market at a discount rate because of the sanctions. And they go to these, what do they call them, teapot refineries in China? But I think that's right. 90% of what comes out of there goes to China. Now, not that 90% of China's overall oil comes from there, but 90% what comes through that island goes to China at a discounted rate. Now, somebody feel free to correct me. I'm going off of memory. And believe it or not, I'm not an oil man. I did see the show Landman several episodes, but I'm not an oil man. I just play one here on YouTube. Okay, they've been buying it at a discounted rate because of the sanctions. So now, if they take Karg Island and totally shut China off, what does China have to do? They have to buy it from somewhere else, which is a change and a problem, but they have to buy it at the normal price. So they get double whammied. They cut down on, what is it, like 17% of China's oil? It's like between 15 and 20%, I think, comes from Iran. But they would lose that source, that certain percentage of their overall imports, and they have to pay normal price from wherever else they're going to get it from. So they would get double whammied, right? Well, obviously China has a lot of sway over Iran because they're the biggest customer for their oil. So the question is, again, if you were dealing with reasonable people who are not going to act like children when we go over there and take the island. If they were reasonable people, China would say, hey, cut a damn deal, all right? Cut a deal. We're your biggest customer. We need the oil. Don't piss us off. Go cut a deal. Do whatever you got to do. But again, I don't think we're dealing with totally rational individuals who are in charge of that military force. And maybe this, from what I've read and the talks we've had, the president, the foreign minister, these folks are more reasonable. They're trying to get shit done, but there's basically been a coup and the military's in charge. The military's not listening to anything they do. So the peace talks, I read somewhere that there were something like 70-something people that showed up at those peace talks from Iran. And do I really think that many people wanted to get in on sitting around with a peace talks, or is it because they just think they're going to miss out on a piece of the pie? Once the pie gets sliced up, everybody's jockeying for that money, for that piece of power, that piece of money. And then they said during the talks, another couple planes showed up from Tehran, more people. There's a power grab going on. Everybody's jockeying for power, what it's going to look like. And in reality, the military is the one who's calling the shots. All right, I'll go down your comments here. Okay, so that story I told, was it with the frog and the scorpion? I thought it was the alligator or the crocodile. Okay, the IRC are religious terrorists who do not value others' lives. Yeah, that's one, I've been trying to remain basically objective just about what's going on. And these past talks, I really haven't got into that. But again, today when I listened to that chick, she just laid it out there. Basically there's just some long line of nutcases and didn't hold anything back. Just religious nutcases, or at least they hide behind religion to justify their brutality. I'm just cautious because I'm not in Iran. People make the Taliban out to be absolutely terrible. I'm not just in everything that they do, by no means, but the media often make out people to be a lot worse than they are. In many cases, right? It's just more dramatic. So I was cautious, and still cautious, because I don't know any of these people individually. I'm trusting others. But that chick today just leaned into them, just nutcases. All right, I must be totally frank, says the cleric is in charge. I don't think so. And that's just my opinion, and I appreciate you throwing that out there. But I think that even if they allow the illusion that the cleric is in charge, it's just an illusion. I think the real people in charge are those commanders of the guard force. But I've been wrong before. I think in a perfect world, yeah, the cleric would be in charge. But I think that they're just as marginalized as the president and everybody else. All right, Redneck says, you're not seeing the forest for the trees. This is just another money grab for Trump and his billionaire buddies. Nothing different than the rest of the wars we've been in. War is a racket, by General Smedley Butler. War is an absolute racket. Fear makes money. And we're talking about ideology versus money. I think a lot of them, they just hide behind the religious ideology to justify the fact that they're really just gangsters. It's just all about the money. But with that said, it's obviously very hard to tell which are which. But like I just look on my own personal experiences being over in the region. Like say you got 15 people, right? There was one in the bunch who was truly a religious, devoted to the religion. Everybody else weren't, even though I guess most people thought they were. Trying to explain it here and compress it. Out of 15 dudes, I had one that didn't drink. Let's just put it like that, ground truth. 15 dudes, one guy didn't drink beer. So a lot of times they're just hiding behind that stuff, but really they're just, they're just, what's the word? Gangsters is not enough to describe them. They're just like a cross between a fucking predator, gangster, thief, criminal. They have zero empathy for others. All right, Scott's Philippines Adventure says Trump is playing a great game of chess with China. Okay, absolutely. Because most of y'all know my position. The real threat to humanity is the CCP. What has this whole thing done? It has the potential, well, it's being done and has the potential to what? Trump just cut off 15 to 20% of China's oil supply. If they shut that straight down, let's just say theoretically, there's no traffic coming out of Karg Island. What is it, 15 to 20%? Let's see, BAH, his text about the Great Reset was just linked to reloading the ships, because he used the same word reset over on the interview when he was talking about or the other tweet where he's talking about we're reloading the ships with better weapons, the latest and greatest weapons. He could have been talking about something else, but the same word reset was used, where he's just saying we're reloading. Okay, so Roy's got the stats up there. Thank you. Iran supplies roughly 13 to 14% of China's seaborne crude oil imports, though the share can swing higher month to month, which is 90% of Iran's exports. So Iran is very dependent on China buying 90% of their oil. And again, from what I understand, it's at a discounted rate. It goes to those little teapot refineries, they call them. So they're very dependent on China buying their oil. And 13 to 14% is not going to cripple China, but they have to take note. I mean, that's a huge hit. 15% of your seaborne crude imports getting shut off. Obviously, that's not good. But with those stats, I mean, the Chinese have a lot of sway, you would think, to convince the Iranians to do what's in the best for China. But then we go back to the original argument. Are we really dealing with a rational thought process? Out there with Steve, checking in from New Zealand. How are you? Professor, how you doing? Christian nationals hide behind faith too. I do agree. That's pretty much the same in any religion, right? You got people who are devoted and people who are just hiding behind it. Luke, how are you? Okay, Redneck brings up a good point. If the U.S. were truly concerned about the CCP, then Trump, Walmart, Home Depot, Amazon, all of them would stop buying anything from them. Our economy funds their military. I absolutely agree. The U.S. and our economy and our companies going to China taking advantage of their cheap labor, allowed China to grow. And we're responsible. But we saw during the lockdown in 2020 how dependent everybody is on that Chinese manufacturing at this point. But the irony is that's what keeps funding them. You know, I said for years before the lockdown that all China had to do was shut down their ports, and eventually Americans would just go into chaos, anarchy, civil war. I mean, you just panic. You go to Walmart, there's no toasters, people panic. But we pretty much saw like a slice of that back there in 2020, small slice. But just imagine that if China just said, all right, close all shipping to the U.S. Walmart, the shelves would be dry within how long? A week? See, Kuya Steve, how are you? Santee Todd, how you doing? Okay, so I Must Be Totally Frank says, Iran is Shia while the other countries in the Middle East are mainly Sunni Muslims. It's a big difference. Iran is not hiding behind their religion. It is their religion. All right, thanks for the input. So the question is, how does that affect, if we go on that assumption, how does that affect their decision-making process? And back to what we were talking about, if the U.S., back over here to my map, if the U.S. were to take Karg Island, it's that little island right there, which is not too far from U.S. bases there in Kuwait. Let's see, we get an overview of this island here. Let's see. That's the island. And you pull it up and you're like, there ain't much to it. Continental shelf pier. You got some storage tanks there. And it's so little and there's not hardly anything to it. When they said they hit military targets on Karg Island, I'm like, where? What? You know what I mean? There's nothing to the place. Okay, so you got an airport right there. Got a little airstrip. Old Beach Park. There's Karg Island gas power plant. Got a 1-star review. So it's not a big piece of land, but very important. So again, the question is, if the U.S. takes that, how are they going to respond? Okay, JB Post says it's basically a giant gas station. Thank you very much, my friend. Those are the words I'm looking for. Been trying to describe this thing the whole time, and you just brought clarity. If you don't know what Karg Island is, just a big old gas station for tanker ships. Ships pull in, yeah, fill her up. Give me 2 million barrels. $2 million and an 8-ball of coke. No, they pull in, fill up, and they're out of there, right? So it's the gas station. It's where you go fill up the ships. Let's see, Living Blank, how are you? People always say that Trump is after the money, The man never wears the same pair of socks twice. He donates all his used clothes after wearing them. The man is 79 years old. I don't think Trump cares about the money. One of the things he said today was that, he's been saying for 30-something years that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. He said, I've been saying it before, way before I was in politics. So it's something that he's been stuck on for a long time. And I'm just of the opinion, I think we already have too many people that have nuclear weapons. Do we really need anybody else in the club? I don't care if it's Iran, I don't name a country, I don't care. I don't think we need any more in that club. But that's just me. Joe says it's the Buckies of the Middle East. All right, so we'll go over to just refresh this map here. Again, the red arrows, these guys here, are the tanker ships, according to this legend. So you hover over that. Position received 20 minutes ago. Destination Basra, Iraq to Vietnam. Let's hover over this one. So you can go to this map right here and sort of see what's going on. So I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are of the numbers of ships who have been stuck there in the Persian Gulf. Obviously, they want to get the heck out of there. But again, if you're just joining us, the time that this naval blockade begins is 10 a.m. And my timer there is actually with the temporary ceasefire. So the ceasefire, we got about 8.5 more days. But we're coming up on 3:30, so we're just a few hours away from this U.S. Navy blockade beginning. And again, there's the tweet coming out of CENTCOM. And even though the president initially said shutting down the entire strait, it's not the entire strait. It's just Iranian ports. Nobody can leave and nobody can enter Iranian ports. Let's refresh his Twitter stuff here. Man, I gotta sign up for an account and log in this thing. See if he's put anything else. That one's pinned. So he pinned this one here 15 hours ago. And I don't know about y'all, but man, how many times is he going to say they better begin the process of getting the strait open? Dude, just save your breath and save. Okay, everybody knows that by now. No need to repeat it. Okay, so it doesn't look like anything. Nope, there you go. When I almost speak too soon, 46 minutes ago, appeals court rules that the White House ballroom construction can move forward until April 17th. We have too many judges in the United States of America. Too many federal judges. Too many appeals courts. It's too many lawyers. How in the hell can some federal judge stop the President of the United States from doing anything? I'm talking any issue. Some damn federal judge is going to override the President of the United States. Think about how scary that is. So I don't even know what's going on with this damn ballroom, but apparently a judge blocked the construction. Now it has to go to an appeals court. There's no wonder we can't put Jimmy Dean sausage on the breakfast table. I mean, we're paying all these salaries of these judges, right? Why would a judge get involved with the president constructing a building at the White House? And why would a federal judge, why would he care? Number one, just more politics and stuff here. And this goes back to talking about the card that the president holds if Iran won't bend, the naval blockade. Federal judge blocking a construction project that the president. Did anybody tell the federal judge, hey man, it's the president. He's building some shit over at the White House. He's not building shit in your neighborhood or next to a playground, or it's a zoning violation. Hey, it's the president. He's building shit at the White House. How about you shut the fuck up and go do something constructive? Okay, I'll go back to your comments for a minute. Okay, Buchanan Sleeve says no federal taxes are used for it. That's what I heard, but I don't care if he was paying for it with federal taxes. My point is he's the president. The president should have enough power that if he wants to build a damn presidential doghouse on the lawn at the White House, it shouldn't involve a federal judge. It just shouldn't. He's the president. That's what I'm saying. There's too many individuals, attitudes. There's just too many people involved. There's too many judges, too many lawyers. Quote that movie, The Patriot. Y'all know I'm going to quote it every time, and I always mess the line up, but here it goes. Why would I trade one tyrant 2,000 miles away for 2,000 tyrants 1 mile away? Well, that's what we got almost 250 years ago. I don't think it was their intention to end up like it is today. But, you know, these days I kind of prefer the kingdom. You know who's in charge. You know who to bless or blame. What's wrong with the kingdom? Now you got thousands of people trying to act like kings 1 mile away. Anyhow, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. I absolutely agree. There's too many lawyers, too many law books, too many laws, too many judges, too many appeals courts. Why do we need a Supreme Court? You know, you grow up being taught that our American way and our form of government's the most wonderful and perfect. It's not perfect. Been a country for 250 years, trillions of dollars in debt, constantly engaged in war, and you can't go to Chick-fil-A without getting shot. Name a place in America where you can go right now and not get shot. And you can't even say Strawberry Festival. No, I think it was a Sunflower Festival me and my buddy were talking about a couple years ago. So 250 years. Let's see, Herbert, how are you? I just think there's too much government. United States of America, way too much government. I believe in less government, free speech, cold beer. But in America's case, I'm talking like 95% less government. You know what I mean? We got 100% now. Phase out the 95%, 5% left. Let them run the thing efficiently. I think we'd be okay. Yeah, the three equal branches of government, but just how's it worked out for us? I mean, you just have to look at where we're at right now. With trillions of dollars in debt, people can't get along, can't make decisions in a timely manner. Country seems to be very divided. You know, an American citizen can't get no help, but folks from outside the country get all kind of free shit. How is that like the level or the definition of success? Let's see, King B, how you doing? Think you're in Ormuk City. The only reason I ever started voting was because Trump came down the escalator, registered for the first time at 41 years old. Let's see, JB Post says too many cooks spoil the recipe. 100%. I'm trying to cook, these Filipinos come around and they just mess things up. Oh, they're trying to put their spin on it. You know, you got to have one chef. That's me. I'm the chef. And I don't even want them helping anymore. Just get out of the kitchen because you messed things up. Yeah, I don't want you in my kitchen anymore. Just let me do the cooking, all right? You just go for a walk. All right, let me go around the horn, see what some of the news agencies are reporting. Okay, again, from RT, talking about Trump mulls new limited strikes on Iran as the looming naval blockade sends oil above $100 per barrel. And then you know how J.D. Vance was in Hungary to basically support this Orban gentleman. I think that he just got beat in a landslide. Yeah, Peter Magyar's decision, no. His decisive win will reshape Hungary's relations with both the East and the West. He pulled off a stunning victory by more than 16 points. So the guy that J.D. Vance went over there to help support in Hungary just got defeated. So it doesn't look like his visit over there helped out much. So the dude just got defeated by this gentleman after 16 years in power. In power for 16 years, had the U.S. Vice President come speak on his behalf and show support, and the dude just got beat. Man, JD, he's 0 for 2 on that trip. They say bad things come in threes. I'm not blaming JD, I'm just saying, you know. Trump's like, hey man, go over there, make sure Orban gets reelected. Okay. Then I want you to run over to Pakistan and secure this peace deal. No problem. 0 for 2. All right, let's jump over to Al Jazeera. Okay, breaking news. Same thing we're talking about. U.S. military says it will block all Iranian port traffic in the Hormuz Strait. Again, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Monday. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says any military vessel that approaches the strait will be considered in violation of the ceasefire and will be dealt with severely. This is like the war of the threats. Okay, so let's bite on that article. Iranian authorities, see, when was this? 12 April. Okay, so pretty recent article. Iranian authorities remain defiant, urge supporters to stay in the streets. They did an interview. I saw a quick interview. Some folks living in Iran, living in an apartment, condo. City folks. And they're just sort of talking about, we got a couple extra jugs of water, and just almost you felt sorry for them. Like you don't understand. It's like they don't. And not that the general population would. I'm not singling them out. They just don't realize the severity of how life is going to change if they were to take out the power plants. Electricity goes out, the water stops flowing. They were just like, I got a couple extra jugs of water, like it's going to be an ice storm or something, Just felt sorry for them. Okay, so Iran's forces say U.S. blockade on Gulf ports is illegal and an act of piracy. You can't make this up. I've been calling the Iranians pirates this whole broadcast, and here it is. Now they're calling the U.S. an act of piracy. The Unified Command of the Iranian Armed Forces says that the ports in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman are either for everyone or for no one. This is like the war of delusional information. Look, there's deception. All warfare is based on deception. And then there's just the outright, are you fucking kidding me? Really? You just said that? The armed forces of Iran consider defending the legal rights of our country a natural and legal duty. The territorial waters of our country is the natural right of the Iranian nation. Okay, territorial waters. So again, if you're just joining me, just doing a little geography lesson for the Iranian pirates, that the Persian Gulf is not the Bay of Iran. There are other countries here. Okay? They're not coming here to visit you, the Iranians, or to stop in and fill up on oil or to say hello. People are coming through here to go to one of these other places over here. Okay? The Persian Gulf has other countries. It's not a bay. Now, if that thing was over here like this, and it's a bay, okay, I'd understand. You don't want people coming in the bay. Maybe you got military sites in there. The bay is closed to outside traffic. This ain't your private fucking bay. Okay, just look at the map. What in your brain says that you have the right to tell the Kuwaitis they can't sail their pontoon boat down here and go fishing and come back without you assholes being involved. You're just greedy pirates. That's all you are. Enemy-affiliated vessels will not have the right to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, well, who decides who's the enemy, right? Okay, well, we get to decide. I'm still sticking with my argument. It's none of your fucking business if I'm in my pontoon boat drinking natural light, cruising over here, going back to my crib in Kuwait. None of your fucking business. I want to come out here and go fishing. I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to come back in with my catch. I'm not paying you no toll, no extortion fee. And if you take it by force, you're just a pirate. You're just a greedy, thieving pirate. That's all you are. Fucking pissing me off. Because maybe I do move to Kuwait. I'm going to get me a pontoon boat. I ain't moving to Kuwait. But if I did, I would not want these assholes telling me I can't leave and go out here and go fishing for mahi-mahi. Given the continued threats from the enemy against the Iranian nation, Iran will establish a permanent mechanism to control the key waterway even after the end of the war. Keep talking, because you're just pissing off more people on a daily basis. You're just pissing off more and more people every day. And again, that's what Trump needs. It's just shaping public opinion to the point that nobody feels sorry, not for the population. I'm not talking about the civilian population, but nobody feels sorry for the government, the military forces, nobody. They're just the most evil individuals on the face of the planet. And they just piss me off. As a redneck, 'cause maybe I want to go fishing out here. I don't want to pay you. The criminal United States imposition of restrictions on the movement of vessels in international water is an illegal act and amounts to piracy. Did the dude really just say that? If the security of the ports is threatened, no port in the region will be safe. You cannot make this shit up. That's what they said. Restrictions of movements on vessels in international waters is an illegal act and amounts to piracy. I'm telling you, that's what the Iranians said. What do you say to that? My goodness. Let's see. Trump doesn't like Pope Leo. Just more information about Israel. More fighting still going on. But yeah, that's pretty crazy right there. Maybe I should put that as a bullet point. You know what? I want to put it up there for the record. So let me go to Al Jazeera here. There you go, right there. Iran says U.S. blockade on Gulf ports illegal and an act of piracy. Scroll down. Let me get it up there for the record. There you go, right there. Let me see if you can see it. Make it a little bit bigger here. There you go. That's what Iran has to say about it. Pretty much admitting if you restrict movement of vessels in international waters, it's an illegal act and amounts to piracy. Okay, well, that's just my new name for them. The greedy pirates. The greedy pirates of Iran. Let's see, Robert, how are you? Herbert says, I say two-face. Yeah, definitely some double standards, and they don't even, it's like they're not even realizing what they're saying. Like, dude, you want to try to clean that up a little bit to not make it look so blatant that you're an idiot. See, Maximus, how you doing? See, Buchanan. Been warm days here in AC. Been warm days, but it's cold in here because I got the air count on, keeping the computers cold. All right, Robert says, I steamed into Subic in the late 70s, and they wouldn't let us leave Clark due to civil unrest. So I was in the PI, but didn't see anything outside the baseball field and parade grounds. Yeah, I've got listened to a lot of stories over the years, about folks coming, at different times where that was the case. My one friend said he was here the first time he came, pretty much same deal. They had him locked down because there were some incidents, over somewhere around the Subic Town area. And then he came back a few years later, wasn't no problem. Everything was wide open, party time. But his first trip wasn't like that. Okay, let's refresh the tracker here. We'll zoom in. Again, the red arrows are tankers. And I think the green arrows, vessel filters. What are the green? The green are cargo vessels. The blue are passenger vessels. So it looks like you got 1, 2, 3, 4. If this map seems to be updating every time I refresh, they're not they don't appear to be moving because they're moving slow. Maybe if I zoomed way in, but anyhow, you got a few here trying to hit out to sea. You got one over here coming that way, trying to beat that deadline. Got one right here, looks like they're inbound. Or maybe they're just sitting. Anyhow, I'm not a ship's captain. I used to have a boat, and I was a captain of a 24-foot walk-around. The boat's name was the One Muff Diver. But I don't know much about this international shipping. Let's see, Rich, how you doing? Checking in from Sydney. Hope you're doing well. Okay, Living Blank says Iran uses ChatGPT to write their stuff. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. See, I don't use that stuff. I don't even really know what it does. Only reason I know about it is because her sister, they would use that to create their PowerPoint slides or whatever. And when I saw that, I was like, Is any student do any real work anymore? They just go in there and have this chat, whatever it is, create their stuff, and they just copy and paste it. Is any child in any school learning anything anymore? I guess I'm just too old school. I saw this thing the other day, said that, one school is thinking about banning cell phones. I'm like, why do they got to think about it? Why do you have to think like that? You got to think about it? And they showed this school somewhere in Europe. I don't remember if it was Sweden, Switzerland, Finland. I can't remember. But, the kids get to school, they lock up the cell phones. I'm just old school. I just assume that there's no cell phones allowed in school. And I know that's like delusional, right? I'm sure in America, every kid's got a cell phone, probably sitting there scrolling while the teacher's trying to talk. But, my solution is simple. Hey, there's no cell phones allowed at school. Leave them at home. Pretty simple. Okay, Kel says the Iranians are jamming the GPS in the strait, which can cause it to display odd activity, like 100 ships in one spot or ships cutting through the land. Robert says, ask Somalis how attacking ships worked out. They had to move to Minnesota and vote Democrat for punishment. And I did see that the president tweeted out a short video clip of the mall. Was it the Mall of the Americas? Which looked like it was mostly Somali folks in there. Buchanan says 44 degrees in Montana. 96 in Angeles City. Yeah, it's been warm here. Definitely been warm here, yes. We just did a turn and burn over to Subic, and it was cooler over there. Much nicer over there. We came back here, it went back to being balls hot. All right, I'll go back to the next news source. Let's see, we just went to Al Jazeera. Iranians still defiant. Go to CNN. Why Trump has threatened to blockade an already blockaded strait. Cruise over to Fox News. What's the headline? Trump says Iran fleet sunk ahead of oil blockade as NATO support comes under fire. This is silly, but I was just sitting there looking at the word NATO, and for some reason, I guess reading that, it just popped in my mind. Not around for Trump's operations, NATO. Get it? Maybe somebody already come up with that. Maybe not as clever as taco, but there you go, NATO. Is that right? Not around for Trump's operations? Okay, so back on the topic here. Iran could retaliate against a U.S. naval blockade of the strait by directing its Houthi allies to disrupt another critical global shipping route. the, how do you say it, Bab al-Mandeb, a narrow choke point linking the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden, carries roughly 12% of global oil shipments and serves as a vital trade corridor between Asia and Europe, making it a strategic target for escalation that could further strain global energy markets. We're talking about courses of action if the U.S. did take Karg Island. I guess I left out one other course of action, is that the Iranians just hit their neighbors, hit their oil facilities as retaliation. You know, tit for tat, or however you want to look at it. Okay, you took Karg Island, now we're just going to put you all out of business too. Let's see, U.S. flagged commercial vessels operating in these areas are strongly advised to turn off their AIS transponders due to potential hostile actions. And that's from a maritime advisory. All right, jump over to the BBC for a second. Nothing new there. New York Post top article, "The Power of Trump Compels You." And you know what? Let me put that up there because me and my buddy were talking earlier when he posted this stuff. And, you know, people are going to react differently to certain posts. Some people, it's not a big deal. Some people are going to be offended by it. But I'll put it up there. Okay. It's a problem with this guy. He tweets out so much shit. Well, we'll pause here. Let's see. This is 5 hours ago. That's Bernie Sanders, 40 years in office. Who's this guy with the barbecue grill that put the cheese on the raw patty? What's his name? I'll go to your comments. I can't remember his name. Chuck. The dude right there barbecuing. He put cheese on the raw patties before they were almost ready. "50 years in office," and then 5 years in office. Okay, but that's not the post I was looking for. On down. Okay, so here you go right here. Make it a little smaller here. He posts a photo of Trump Tower on the surface of the moon. Appears to be the surface of the moon. Yeah, I think that was his name, Chuck Schumer, right? Okay, yeah, Kel 71905. It translates as the Strait of Tears. Let's see, Nirvana. Checking in, looks like from Tyler, Texas. Been there before. Okay, so that was, no big deal. This little, funny thing right there, putting Trump Tower on the moon. But then this is what I'm talking about, which people might not be too keen on. Again, depending how you react to it. But it's a picture. Try to get it up mostly in frame there. Looks like a picture of Trump, sort of dressed as Jesus, healing somebody there. I don't know who that gentleman is. Okay, Kel says, yep, Trump also pissed the Christians off by posting a photo of himself as Jesus. Yeah, this, there we go right there. Now maybe it's on the screen, right? There you go, right there. Yeah, so you know, certain things that he does, you could say makes absolutely no sense. That in the middle of everything going on in the world, he posts this up there. What's the purpose of that? Well, after me and my buddy sat there and discussed it for 10 or 15 minutes, you know, just talking about the picture, how it's going to upset people. Certain people, they'll be okay with it. Certain people are really going to be offended. After about 15 minutes of talking about it, I said, the purpose is to capture and keep our attention. We just sat here and talked about this photo for 20 minutes. Now I'm talking about it again. There's only 24 hours in a day. This guy's a master about keeping eyeballs on screens. Every YouTube channel, Twitter feed, every Instagram, news agency, everybody is competing for eyeballs and attention. When I was growing up, it was pretty easy. You know, we had two channels. It was Channel 9 and Channel 12. And I think 12 was sort of fuzzy. You had two choices, and if you didn't like what was on either one of them channels, you turn the TV off, went outside, and just go play. You know, back then they weren't competing. It was pretty much you turn the TV on, that's what you got. Take it or leave it. They had a captive audience, and nowadays it's totally different. Everybody has the world in their hand, which way you want to go. So you got 24 hours in a day. I've spent 30 minutes of my day, believe it or not, talking about this picture, trying to figure it out. What's the hidden meaning? Trump just captured 30 minutes of my attention here on a Monday. Now, all right, I'll go to your comments. So what do you think about this? That's one way of looking at it. Maybe it's more directed towards the Pope and his argument with the Pope. I don't know. But looking at it from an attention / winning the social media game, the PR game, the attention game, you know, he captured 30 minutes of my day discussing this. Okay, so Buchanan, thank you very much. All right, good point. Trump didn't make that picture. Another company did, and he reposted it. So he wins even more. He's not even doing the work. All he's got to do is pick and choose and repost it. Boom, everybody's attention captured. Do we know who the gentleman is that's laying down being healed? Is that somebody in particular, or that's just a random person? Okay, so let's go. I realize I can click on it and it'll look better on the screen. Let's click on that one. There you go, right there. Nice picture of Trump Tower on the moon. Let's see, Big Dave, how are you? See, Big Dave says anything to keep the fact that Epstein banged his wife first, including starting a war. Okay. Okay, more politics, and then, well, let's see what he has to say about the Pope. Might as well. Okay, again, this is his words, not mine. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear. There you go, a little bit bigger. Of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. I like his brother Lewis much better than I like him, because Lewis is all make America great again. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States. I'll just keep reading, but Venezuela ain't about drugs. Orinoco oil belt, just for the record. Even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers, into our country. And I don't want a pope who criticizes the President of the United States, because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do. Setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be pope. It was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo's weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well with me, nor does the fact that he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left, who was one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. And then, you know what? I think I'll go back one more, because he was having that spat with Bruce Springsteen. My gosh. This platform is not exactly stellar. Maybe it works better if I log in and make an account. But let me come on back down. I think he posted something about Bruce Springsteen. Still arguing with that dude. Okay, so here you go. Somebody said earlier, put this on the map. All right, very cool seeing the wave of empty tankers heading to the U.S. to pick up some desperately needed crude for Hormuz-starved markets. They're all empty tankers, 2 million barrel capacity each, currently heading for the U.S. Gulf Coast. So I guess I'll have to go back to get the map a little bit bigger. Okay, so there you go right there. As he's presenting the map, he's presenting this train of ships heading towards the Gulf Coast to fuel up on oil. And I watched the clip where that's what he said. We got plenty of oil. A lot of people don't know it. We got more oil than, what did he say, Russia, whatever his list was. We got plenty of oil. Come get it. Let's see. Ed in the Wind says the Pope is worried about money and not the church or God. It is peculiar about how money seems to be the name of the game in most religions. With that said, somebody's got to pay the light bill. Let's see, the professor's asking Mark, do I believe everything Trump says? I don't believe anything any politician says. I can answer that question right quick, fast, in a hurry, my friend. I don't believe nothing the government and or a politician says. Period. Just automatically assume if it's a statement that comes from the United States government, it's bullshit. Politician opens their mouth, there's about to be some bullshit coming my way. That's the way I look at it. Okay, so we go back to the New York Post. Trump blasts Pope Leo is weak, says he prefers his brother. After the Pope sent veiled jabs over the Iran war and immigration. So the Pope apparently hit him over the war, what's going on with immigration, and Trump hit him back. Okay, let's see what the Washington Post has to say. Okay, main story, same thing. Trump announces naval blockade after talks yield no deal. The move in the strait could worsen the energy crisis in the short term. Folks, I listened to a gentleman today. He was, talking about their nuclear ambitions. Like the objective part of me says, okay, if a country wants nuclear power, to serve energy needs, okay, what's the problem with that? Well, what's the problem? The problem is that what this guy was saying, and I'm not a nuclear scientist, I just play one here on YouTube sometimes, that today you've only got to enrich that uranium to around 20 to 25% for, civilian commercial use. And they kept going to 60. So if those numbers are correct, then it's res ipsa. The thing speaks for itself. If the numbers and what I just quoted are correct, if you only need to get to 25, why did you go to 60? You're not going to convince me you spent the extra time, money, effort when you didn't have to. It's for a weapon. Now maybe all those numbers are way off, but the gentleman today sounded like he knew what he was talking about. So it doesn't matter what they say. The numbers don't add up. If you don't need to do extra work in any given situation to get the job done or spend extra money for no freaking reason, why would you do it? So if that's the case, and they got up to 60%, that's what they have. Somebody can fact check me on that. Let's just type in here. Iran 60% enrichment. Okay, so this is what Professor Google says. As of early 2026, Iran has accumulated a significant stockpile of uranium enriched to 60% secure or 60% purity, a level that is highly concerning because it is technically one short step away from the 90% weapons grade threshold. The International Atomic Energy Agency reported that before June 2025, Iran possessed over 400 kilos of this 60% material, which could be quickly converted into material for several nuclear weapons. So that's what they're reporting. Okay, one step away, right? They're one step away. They got 400 kilos of this stuff. So let me just do a fresh Google. Ask Dr. Google here. Let's see. Uranium. Okay, now somebody will have to do a search too. Most commercial nuclear reactors require uranium enriched to 3 to 5% of the isotope uranium-235. Is that correct? Let's check another article here. Let's go to the Department of Energy. Maybe they should know something about this. Okay, so this article is saying it's world nuclear something. There's about 500 commercial nuclear power reactors using U-235 isotope as their fuel. Okay, this one's saying the same thing. Most reactors are light water reactors. Require uranium to be enriched from 0.7% to 3.5%. There is some interest in taking the levels to 7% and even close to 20% for certain special power reactor fuels. And you come on down. For comparison, uranium used for nuclear weapons would have to be enriched in plants specially designed to produce at least 90% of U-235. Okay, so go to the energy.gov, see if we can get what they say about the percentages. There's a thing called laser enrichment. Okay, so here they go. This is from energy.gov. Uranium enrichment levels. Okay, less than 20%, nearly all commercial nuclear reactor fuel uses low enriched uranium between 3 and 5%. That's what they say. Nearly all commercial reactors, 3 and 5%. And I'll just jump to the highly enriched uranium. It's more than 20%. It's used primarily in naval propulsion reactors, nuclear weapons, and some research reactors. Okay, so that's coming from the U.S. government site. And you go back to them having roughly 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%. Now go to your comments. So all the numbers that I just read, if that's the case, does it make any logical sense for them to enrich the uranium to 60% if they're only going to use it for commercial reactors? How would that make any sense based on what I just read from the United States government website? Okay, Kuya Steve says yes, the reactors are low enrichment. Some medical 15 to 35 from memory. Let's see, Never Give Up, how are you? Diesel in the Philippines is at $11 a gallon. Thanks a lot, Trump. Now you're making it worse. Missouri deer hunt here outside of Dumaguete. Yeah, the last time I went out and looked, or a couple days ago, we were over, what were we at? $9 a gallon here in Angeles City. Haven't been out since Saturday, so it could have went up. This is Monday afternoon at 4:22. It might have went up again. Okay, JB says exactly, only a very low percentage, but that's not Iran's objective. They want a weapon. Iran has shown its intentions by all the countries they have shot missiles at, thousands at Israel. Professor said, I'd like for no country to have a nuke. Okay, I'm absolutely with you. Why does humanity really need the ability to destroy itself? Well, unfortunately, we do. Okay, so let's just go back to, let's just solidify the numbers. If that's true, that they have 400 kilos, which is what, over 800 pounds. Kilo is 2.2 pounds. So it's 400 by 2.2. 0.2 would be 10% would be 40. Let's see, 80. 160. Is that 960? Did I do that right in my head? Just say 1,000 pounds. So we're all on the same page. They got 1,000 pounds of 60% enriched uranium that's somewhere probably in that pile of rubble over there. That might not be the trump card, but it's one of their trump cards, right? So then now let's ask this question. Okay. How much uranium needed? Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have typed that in. Maybe I should. How much uranium does Iran need for nuclear weapon? Be getting flagged here by the Google squirrels. Okay, so I'm seeing that 440 kilos is enough to make 12. Enough to make 12 nuclear weapons. Now, obviously, that's give or take, right? Depends on what they're trying to make. But the okay, this is the Institute for Science. too much information. The number I'm seeing from just several headlines is 12, just on average. Here's an article from 2021. Why is Iran producing 60% enriched uranium? Well, according to what we just read, there's only one reason. It's to build a nuclear weapon. I can't get a better number than that. Well, I'm just seeing various numbers like 12. Okay, and we'll talk about a different perspective. This article is called Iran was nowhere close to a nuclear bomb, experts say. But who's the experts? Experts say there's much more work to be done. Okay, so this gentleman at a non-proliferation study said there was no evidence that they were close. Okay, but close is a very subjective term. The estimate was 441 kilos. That would be enough for 10 nuclear weapons. The further enrichment would take a matter of weeks. That step alone doesn't equal a bomb, however. Okay, so the article has a different view, but we're still, let's just say 10. Let's do a nice round number. They had enough stuff to make 10 nuclear weapons. It's just one step away from enriching it to 90%. Okay, even if it took them 2 years to make it, that's still too close. Like my friend the professor said, I prefer that nobody have one. But if you just look at it from this nuclear standpoint, is what Trump doing really so bad? They got enough to make 10 nuclear weapons in a very relatively short period of time. Hell, even extend the timeline out to 5 years. That's still too soon. You want to wait for another 4 years to do something about this problem? Maybe they're farther ahead than everybody knows. But for me, 5 years is a very short period of time. Even if that's how long it took them. But just looking at it objectively, only reason you enrich it to 60% is because you're trying to get to 90% and you got 10 bombs. I'm with Trump. I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. And I'm with the professor. I don't think anybody should. But I think at this point, there's enough people in the nuclear club. We don't need any more. We don't need any new countries coming to the table with nuclear weapons. We have enough hotlines. You know, again, back in the 80s, you were worried about the USSR, hotline to the Kremlin. How many damn red phones, hotlines to nuclear-armed countries do we have now? And how many more? We're going to run out of desk space. I mean, when is enough enough? So if we look at things from a big picture, I'm not in disagreement with Trump over that. Everything else could sort of be argued. But 60%, there's only one reason they got that far. Do we want them to have nuclear weapons? No. All right, so Kel's bringing up war crimes, breach of international law. And again, you know, I used to be in law enforcement, and when the bombs are raining down, it's just ink on paper. It means nothing. It'll be something for people to argue over, lawyers to talk about. People who win wars are never tried for war crimes. Only the losers. So it's just for me, it's just ink on paper when the fighting is still going on and bombs are raining down on your head. And as long as you win, you ain't got nothing to worry about. It's only if you lose. All right, Salmon Explorer, how you doing? I read that Vance was he voiced opposition to the war and felt it could lead to regional chaos. That war would be a mistake. It does seem to escalate. Okay. Yeah, and I heard that's why they wanted to talk to J.D. Vance, right? Not the hardline position like DJT. But if we break things down, my argument was this is about oil. They're number 4 on the list. We went to Venezuela a few weeks before. They're number 1 on the list. The real threat to the war, in my opinion, is the CCP. And I guess the reason I say that is because you could derail Iran from having nukes, but you had to take action at some point. You can't take action once they get the nuke. It's over. So if we just looked at it from the standpoint of nukes. Okay, can you give me something to drink? Is there another Coke in there? I don't want the water, I want another Coke. What happened to the other Coke? There was one more Coke in there. You drink my Coke? I'm trying to save the world here. I thought I had another Coke. Yeah, run $1 million show trying to drink water here. Okay, if you knew nothing else about this whole situation, take oil off the table. And Country X, who is a little bit crazy, has threatened to destroy their neighbors, has 400 kilos of 60% enriched uranium. They're very close to developing a nuclear weapon. What do you do? What do you do if you're one of the world's leaders? What do you do? Okay, so again, you're one of the world's leaders. We've got to the point where we're at that so many people are in the club by doing nothing. Had we went back in time to 1945, once we figured out that the Soviets had information on the Manhattan Project from those spies over there, we should have sat down with the Soviets and said, hey, let's make a deal right now. We're the only two. We know you got it because, hey, all right, you got the plans. You're going to build one. We're going to build one. Let's make a deal. And nobody else on planet Earth has the opportunity to get what we have. That way it's just us and you guys to keep the peace. What was wrong with that? But we did nothing. And now how many countries have nuclear weapons? Well, I'll ask Dr. Google right here. How many countries have nuclear weapons? What does Dr. Google say? The general consensus is 9. Now let's see if Israel is on the list, because they never admit to nothing, but we know they have nuclear weapons. Okay, at present there are 9 countries in the world that possess nuclear weapons. They are Russia, the US, China, France, UK, Pakistan, India. I want a Coke or some coffee. You got coffee? Well, it's pretty hard to eat a bowl of soup when I'm trying to narrate my world famous news show. I don't want a bowl of soup. I want some coffee. You sound like a chicken. Well, when the kids get done eating, you just run over to the sorry store. Baby, I got a naval blockade coming up. I'm not asking for the world here. I just need $2 million and some cocaine. I need some gas to keep things cooking. Back to what I was saying. 9 countries. Russia, the US, China, France, UK, Pakistan, India, Israel, North Korea. What was wrong with back then the US and getting together with the Soviets and saying, hey, nobody else. It's bad enough that the 2 of us have it. We work together to make sure nobody else has them but us. These states have roughly 12,231 nuclear warheads with over 9,600 in active military stockpiles. This is from the Federation of Atomic Scientists. Status of the world's nuclear forces. You know what? I'm going to put that up on the screen here. FAS.org. Status World Nuclear Forces. Okay, there we go right there. Look at that. Old single dad, head of research here. One step bigger. Damn, it went smaller. Fill up the window there. Look at that. Old single dad technology. Okay, so 2026 estimated global nuclear warhead inventories. US has 3,700, which is, I don't understand that. It says their stock, I guess their stockpile is down. Oh, okay, I get it now. Countries with decreasing warhead stockpiles. Because 1,342 were retired. UK's got 225. They're part of the countries who are increasing their warhead stockpile. So just look at the list there. China, India, North Korea, Pakistan, Russia, the UK are increasing, according to this. Russia leads the way with around 4,400. China's got 620. But the way they can manufacture things, they could probably have 10,000 by tomorrow if they wanted it. Okay, is that true? North Korea, India, Pakistan, Israel, France, the UK. Okay, I'll go back to your comments for a minute. Big Pumpkin brought me a bowl of mungo, which is pretty good. It's like those beans or whatever. She makes a pretty good soup. But when I'm sitting here running my world famous live streams, can a brother get some coffee? My gosh. Okay, so Kel says you can't expect Iran to not have nukes when Israel has nukes and is constantly attacking them. Okay, all right, very good point from the Iranian perspective. You know, good point. If you put yourself in their shoes, it's the same way with putting yourself in the shoes of any of these other countries who have enemies who are nuclear armed. Okay, Trump was asked today on Fox News if gas prices would go down by election time in November. He said he didn't know, but they might increase. What happened to short-term pain? Trump is lying. I said yesterday and the day before, you know, unless they are not the team that I think they are, they have some type of plan going into November. They have to, or they know they're going to get their ass handed to them. Whether their plan goes as designed, well, time will tell. But obviously they have some type of plan that by November the gas price is down, everybody's forgotten about all this stuff going on over there, at least temporarily. So everybody's got a good feeling going on going into the election time. If they don't, you're not going to convince me they don't have a plan. It might not go as they think it will, but you don't just go out half-cocked when months away are midterm elections. The timing don't make sense. Unless you have a plan that 2 months before the elections, everything's going to be running smooth. Okay, Bobby says the average young American that has the right to vote are being cultured and conned into voting for the party poised to destroy America from the inside. Look at New York City. Yeah, that it is kind of scary. What do you say to that other than my personal beliefs are you should not be able to be in politics until you're at least 50 years old. Okay, 50. And the reason I believe that is because we don't know shit until we hit 50, then we start to get a grasp on it. But in our 50s, we're starting to understand the way the world truly works. But we're still spry enough and in our right mind enough to get in there and hook and jab. So I don't think anybody, at least in my home country, I'm not speaking for anybody else around the world. I'm speaking for the United States. Nobody should be able to run for any office until they're 50 fucking years old. Because until you hit 50, you don't know shit. I still am trying to grasp the overall picture. But when you're 20 years old, a college student out protesting or joining a fucking movement, You're not there because you understand what the movement is about. You're just there because it's a good time, adventure. You're hanging out with your buddies, holding up signs, making history. You don't fucking understand what you're doing. So I think that the culture should be a civic duty. And if I were the king of America, this is what I would say. When you turn 50, no matter what you're doing in life, you just got drafted. And you have one of two things you can do for the next 10 years. You can A, either go into politics, or B, become a teacher. So from 50 to 60, that's your mandatory service in the United States of America. Politics or teaching. I don't think anybody should be a teacher unless they're 50 years old. I don't think anybody should be a politician unless they're 50 years old. At the end of your 10-year service, you can go back to doing what you were doing. Up to you. But from 50 to 60, it's like getting drafted. That's your mandatory service in your 50s. Because the current system of young people going to college and being indoctrinated by idiots, and then getting out and then turn around teaching our kids about politics or history. They haven't even been on this earth long enough to know what the hell they're talking about or teaching. And we wonder why the kids are so screwed up. We need older teachers. We need older politicians that be from 50 to 60. But not too old where they're shitting their pants. Okay, if you're wearing adult diapers, and I'm not casting stones at anybody, but if you're wearing adult diapers as a politician, maybe it's time that you did something else and hung it up. If you can't, get in there and hook and jab and argue your point and be sharp about it, if you're wearing Depends or whatever, you're focused on the Depends. You're not focused on listening to the issues. So I think 50 to 60 is the ideal window. Maybe to 65. And look, I'm a pirate. I'm like a 53-year-old pirate right now. And I'm putting myself in that. Okay, I can hook and jab with them now. My mind's still pretty sharp. But when I turn 60, am I as sharp as I am now? Maybe take it to 65. You could say 65 or maybe even 70. A lot of y'all on here are in your 70s and your 80s, and you're sharper than I am. But there has to be some type of limit. You got 80-year-olds who are sharp, 80-year-olds who are shitting their pants. They shouldn't be in office. That's just the way it is. So let's set a reasonable number. Maybe 50 to 65. That's your window of being a politician. But from 50 to 60, you have to teach or be a politician. 65, hang it up, hit the rocking chair. Now let me take it further here. 18 years old, what do you know about the politicians that you're voting for? What do you know about the world? Nothing. But you have the right to vote. Is that the smartest thing to do? And I'm asking that question. I'm posing the question. Or do we need to up the voting age to, say, 30? So you don't get to vote until you're 30, because at that point, you've stumbled through your 20s as a bumbling idiot who don't know shit about nothing. And when you hit 30, now you're starting to get a base to where you can learn from 30 to 50. You start voting at 30, by the time you're 50, you know enough to actually engage in politics. But at 18 years old, people in their 20s out here protesting and all this shit, it's just a social event. It's just something to go to, something to do. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't. All right, Sandvin Explorer says the youngest member of parliament in Norway is a woman 19 years old. What does a 19-year-old know about the ways of the world? She has zero life experience. She can be the smartest person in the world, most wonderful person in the world. I'm sure she is. But she's lacking one or the most important thing that a politician needs, and that's life experience. She has no business being in politics, making decisions for people, for anybody. 30. Gotta be 30 to vote, 50 to 65. You can be a politician. After that, do something else. Jim brings up a good point. You can go to war at 18 but not vote until you're 30. Don't sound fair, does it? Shit wasn't fair either that you could, join the military at 17, go to war, couldn't buy a fucking beer till you're 21. Shit wasn't fair. Still ain't fair. Life ain't fair. So yeah, you fucking go to war at 17, but you can't vote until you're 30. But I'll change the drinking age to 17. So you're a soldier, you can buy a beer. Maybe, you know what, let's exempt soldiers. If you're enlisted in the military, you can vote at 17 and drink at 17. If you're not in the military, wait your ass till 30. How about that? Now, mention life ain't fair. There you go. 30 is the voting age. You want to vote early? Go sign up. Big Dave, you can die for your country, you should be able to vote. All right, so I got that amended. But I will still maintain that the 18-year-old, just because they sign up, doesn't make them any more knowledgeable at that point in life. Now, they get deployed and do a couple of deployments, they come back, they're educated a lot further than their peers. But just because you go sign up, you're not magically a politician. Let's see. Hey, Gregory, let's see, I should block. I usually don't block anybody on here. I like to hear everybody's perspective, especially when you disagree with me. I don't have all the answers, and if everybody's thinking alike, then somebody's not thinking. So, just like my theory right now about not voting until you're 30. Well, then we go down the argument of you can go to war but not vote. Well, hell, you can still go to war and not be able to buy a beer. That's just not fair either. So when you debate with people who don't necessarily agree, then you look at an issue from all sides. So that's why I try not to. I don't ban anybody here. We might not like what each other have to say. But the only time I ban somebody is if they come over on here like a bot and they're jumping on somebody or sending out 50 messages a second. They're a bot. But if somebody just disagrees, now you're welcome here. And I've talked about this many times, where it seems like America, the climate has changed from when I left. I'll tell the same story because not everybody's on the stream, but 15 years ago, it seemed like when I left, I could sit down at a bar next to a extremely liberal dude and a conservative over here, a Baptist, a Catholic, whoever it was, and we could talk about anything, drinking beer. It might get loud, it might get animated, but it didn't come to fisticuffs. It didn't come to blows. It didn't come to where one guy would get pissed off and roll out of the bar, like my buddy throwing his golf club when he shanked one in the woods, and going home. It wasn't like that. You could have a conversation. You could voice your opinion. You could have differing opinions without somebody shooting up the damn place. And what it seems like now is like everybody is so divided, Americans are, that it's not the same. It's almost like the one guy was saying, on an aircraft now in America, people just remain silent because the least little thing can set somebody off. Wearing the wrong hat, somebody can be set off and asked to be seated somewhere else. The best policy now is to remain silent. Just be quiet. Don't say nothing, because you don't know how it's going to break. Where back in the day, we could communicate a little more freely and disagree with one another. But I get it. It's a different climate over there. All right, so let me just do a check on everything here. 65 thumbs ups. Thank you very much. I got 4 thumbs downs. Thank y'all very much for those thumbs downs. I certainly appreciate it. I don't think YouTube don't show those thumbs down anymore, does it? I think I just see it here on my software. But if you don't mind, you tap that like button. I certainly appreciate it. It helps out with the Google squirrels who control everything here. Let's see, JB says it's not Iranians, it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The people of Iran are basically good, but the IRGC are terrorists. That it seems to be what's going on over there. Okay, Peace for Humanity says previous generations instantly believed anything from crooked politicians and mainstream medias. Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. But there's also that was the way we were brought up. You're brought up to respect politicians. Uncle Sam calls, you go, pay your taxes, honesty, God, guns, country, all that stuff, right? That's the way the generations were brought up. And if Uncle Sam said go to war, you went. You didn't question them. It's the way it was. Different eras. Okay, so Maximus brings up that Iran has a civilian elected government. They have the Revolutionary Guard Corps. They also have a regular army. And it's my opinion that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are the ones in charge. It's not the civilians, it's not the clerics, it's the guards. Just in all the open source reporting and the reports coming out of there, it seems like the civilian government wants to cut deals. They want to de-escalate this. You know, the articles I covered 2 live streams ago, where there are reports coming out of the meetings where the president's basically telling these commanders, hey, stop firing rounds, stop firing missiles over at Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia. You're screwing up this, potential for peace. They're not listening. They're not listening. And they said that any of the appointments have to be cleared by the guard commanders. So the president tries to appoint this guy. They're like, nah, we don't like him. Pick somebody else. So that it's clear, if you believe these reports, which it seems to be, that the guards are in charge. There's been a coup. Everybody else is just there in title. Everybody else is just a placeholder. Okay, Harry says no, only I see the thumbs down. Yeah, that's right. They took the thumbs down out. I don't know why. I guess it's one of those things where everybody gets a trophy and everybody's a winner, which is part of the problem. I can see it right now. I see 4 thumbs down, and I appreciate them thumbs down. I'm damn proud of them 4 thumbs down. I'll take 71 up and 4 down for a total of 75 versus 71 and 0. Does that make sense? Boom, got another one, 72. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's do the tracker back there because it's 5 p.m. here. Let's refresh the tracker screen. Did we see a big change? Okay, again on the tracker, the red arrows are tankers. And the green ones are cargo. And I think the blue are passenger vessels. Okay, folks, I'm going to leave that up there for a second. I'm going to take a brief 5-minute break. Okay, so don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. Old single dad's going to take a break. Take a 10-100. If y'all don't know what that is, somebody in the chat knows what a 10-100 is. I will be right back. Don't go nowhere. Turn my microphone off. Make sure I'm not wearing a wireless mic. Okay, folks, I'm back. Back like a bad dream. Go over to your comments, see if anybody understood what a 10-100 is. Okay, yeah, I was just taking a break. Yeah, I hope I switched the mic off. Can y'all hear me now? Should be back on. I hope I turned it off. Casey said I was getting my adult diaper changed. Trucking lingo, 10-100 is a bathroom break. Take a leak. There you go. South Florida Sam, 10-100. What movie was that from? Okay. All right. Kel says can hear okay. Yeah, you got to be careful when wearing wireless mics, you know, or even when you're putting them on other talent, or else somebody ends up going to the bathroom, dropping a deuce, and it's just broadcasting live. Anyhow. All right, let me come over here. I'll refresh our tracker there. Again, we're coming up on, let's see, it's 5 o'clock. Yeah, Smokey and the Bandit. It's 5 o'clock, so should be 5 a.m. over there. So we're 5 hours away. 5 hours away from the naval blockade. Let's go to DJT's feed here. Truth Social. He's pinned this truth here. I guess he's pinned 2. And then you got to go through 3 damn ads. Okay, so we got some movement here. Post something new. Trump brilliantly calls Iran's bluff with his own Strait of Hormuz blockade. Let's see if he tweeted out anything else. Man, this thing. Still talking about that appeals court. Okay, so yeah, that's the newest information that he's put out. He links to the New York Post article. Okay, so let's bite. I'll bite on it. See what he links to. There's the New York Post. Fucking 28-day seated Tai Chi. How the hell do I get that off of there? My gosh. Okay, so he's got his own blockade. Let's see what they have to say. We'll read the article. Whoever's calling the shots in Iran wasted yet another chance for peace over the weekend, and now President Donald Trump will again call Tehran's bluff. Okay, President's thinking outside the box with this blockade and his plans to escort ships through the strait. If necessary, he can later order U.S. forces to take Karg Island and eviscerate the regime's power base. This also guarantees that Tehran's effort to charge a toll on all tankers crossing the strait will fail. And again, I articulated earlier that by them charging tolls, they're no different than Somalian pirates. By them thinking that they have the right to exercise any control, they're fucking delusional. They're looking at that Gulf like they're the only country there, like it's a bay. It's not a bay. There's other countries on the other side of that water that need to get to their own country. This guarantees Tehran's effort to charge a toll will fail, honoring an American commitment to freedom of the seas that goes back to President Thomas Jefferson. The Barbary pirates and the U.S. Marines' triumphant excursion to the shores of Tripoli. Of course, Iran's rulers, whoever they are at this point, responded with fresh bluster, vowing a strong and forceful response to Trump's move and huffing that it would end the ceasefire. Okay, mainly China will now suffer the most, Iran and its allies. Okay, Iran hardliners behind this lunacy will face more internal pressure from other regime factions. Everything they've tried to do is blown up in their faces. Okay, so obviously this is a puts the president in a good light right there. And then again, I don't know what the fuck that is, Tai Chi in a damn chair. You're not gonna lose no weight sitting in a fucking chair. Okay, so is it my imagination or is it looking thinner? It looks like those 2 or 3 were making a run for it, heading out. Look, I'm not claiming this is showing all the ships. Destination Vietnam. Okay, but that's from Marine Traffic, marinetraffic.com. We'll just keep an eye on that. But 5 hours until the blockade takes effect. So let's go over to CENTCOM's Twitter feed. Put that back up there if you're just joining us. U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. So obviously the president threw some stuff out there. We're gonna shut down the whole thing. But the details are, it's just pertaining to the maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports. So it doesn't have anything to do if you want to go to Kuwait, okay, come on through, go up to Kuwait. It just says that nobody can come or go from Iran's ports. Don't try to leave. If you're in the port, you stay there. Don't try to pull in there. The blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas. Damn, that means Iranians can't go fishing? Man, I hope they're not going to apply this to the dude with a little fishing boat and a couple fishing poles. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the strait to and from non-Iranian ports, thus pretty much opening the Strait of Hormuz. But there's always a catch. There's always paperwork. There's always ink on paper. Going to put out a formal notice. Got to monitor, broadcast, contact U.S. naval forces. So there's a procedure. And the question that I presented earlier, you know, if you're shipping, you own that ship. Okay, obviously I would adhere to what the U.S. says. But what does Iran say? You got to coordinate with them as well. So you just listen to the U.S. and run the gauntlet? You know, it's easy to say, but if your money's on the line, you look at things totally different. Yeah, just listen to the U.S. Don't listen to them Iranians. Well, what if you got $2 million of your cash or however many millions you've got invested in that load or that ship, you're not going to be so quick to send them through there. If you stand to take a significant loss, I mean, what's the smart thing to do? Again, when it comes to that much money on the line, if you're the owner or the insurer, I'd probably lay back and let a couple dozen ships take the beach and see what happens. Not because I'm scared of a good adventure. Just don't want to have $2 million of my money at the bottom of that ocean. You know, a couple dozen ships go through there. All right, fire up the engines. Let's roll. If there's a couple of dozen ships on fire from Iranian drones, yeah, we'll just sit right where we're at. Okay, so they're basically illustrating, you know, if we look at the ceasefire, if the U.S., you know, Trump basically used that ceasefire as a lull in the action where everybody could reload, rearm, his words, loading the ships. And here you got pictures. They're doing maintenance on a Patriot battery there. All right, everybody just getting ready. Here's another article. This was from yesterday. U.S. forces start mine clearance mission in the Strait of Hormuz. So let's just read this one here for the record. I can't remember if I already read this one or not. U.S. CENTCOM Central Command forces began setting conditions for clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz April 11th as 2 U.S. Navy guided missile destroyers conducted operations. The USS Frank E. Peterson and USS Michael Murphy transited the strait and operated in the Arabian Gulf as part of a broader mission to ensure the strait is fully clear of sea mines previously laid by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. See, how did we get to the point? How did we allow them to get to this point? Let me just pull the map up again here. This is their country. These are several other countries. What gives you, demented fucknuts, the idea that it's okay to lay mines, or if I live in Kuwait and I want to go fishing out here on my pontoon boat, that I got to come back through here through a fucking minefield and ask your permission to get back home? Their thought process is delusional. Anyhow, that pisses me off. Today we begin the process of establishing a new passage, and we will share this safe pathway with the maritime industry. So they're saying they've got underwater drones will join the clearance effort in the coming days. So there's obviously a threat of the mines, as my buddy brought up in another article, or Trump said they give them the answer of, yeah, maybe there's some mines. Somebody said maybe they forgot where they put them. They're not being straight up about the mines, so you have to assume that any area could be mined. They're not going to tell you the truth. So that's what's going on, according to U.S. Central Command. But again, we're, 4.5 hours before the blockade begins. Refresh the screen there. Back to your comments. Okay, so Bobby says, think about this. This small region has the entire world in total chaos and provides how oil dependent all the world's nations truly are and debunks the Green Deal shenanigans. Yes? All right, good point. And not, you know, some of y'all have hit me for quoting TV shows or movies, but, you know, go back to Landman, that scene on the one show where he's talking about the windmills, talking about how much fuel it takes to pour the concrete to keep those things lubricated. According to him, the point was, what did he say? If Exxon thought those damn things were the way of the future, they'd be putting them up everywhere. Now think about that. Money is the name of the game. It just makes sense. If any of these oil companies thought a fucking windmill was the way of the future and that's how you're going to make money, they would be everywhere. Why? Because it's about the money. Why aren't they everywhere? Because it's not profitable. It's not efficient. Sounds good, but in reality, it's not efficient. Now, with that said, let me pull up. There's a couple things I'll talk about. Chinese windmill. What the hell was it? See if I can pull it up here. Okay. China has developed and tested the world's largest 5,000 square meter power generating parachute style high altitude wind kite in Inner Mongolia, capable of generating electricity from altitudes above 300 meters. It's recently been tested. The kite covers 5,000 square meters. It's about the size of 11 basketball courts. It operates as a ground-based, high-altitude wind power system, where a large, lightweight parachute-like wing, or a kite, or a helium-filled aerostat catches high-altitude winds. The kite is attached to a ground generator via tethered cable. It uses onboard turbines transmitting energy back down. Okay, so this kite, it requires 90% less steel than traditional wind turbines and can reduce land use by 95%. Who was it developed by? China Energy Engineering Corporation, tested in Inner Mongolia. And this thing was being tested last year. November is when the video started circulating. So if you take something that's much cheaper, much more efficient than these big ass windmills, well then maybe it works. They've come up with a kite. And again, it looks like a parachute. Looks like a big parachute, and it's got turbines on board. Leave it to the Chinese. Okay. I did a video before, I guess about a year ago. He was talking about China's breaking a Guinness World Record about their drone technology. And basically the video back then and the world record was China put 10,000 drones in the air, and they were controlled by one single laptop. and they broke the 10,000 drone record. It was like 10,000 and some change, like 10,100. They put up some extra ones to make sure 100% they broke the 10,000 barrier. And at the time, it broke the record. Most drones controlled by one laptop. And the crazy part of the story was in America, almost simultaneously, two companies got together and through teamwork tried to put 5,000 drones in the sky, the same as China. Several of them didn't make it, and they weren't able to reach the 5,000. It was like 4,900 and some change. So two companies working together couldn't put half of the drones in the sky simultaneously that the Chinese did. So recently, this is 12 days ago from the Guinness Book of World Records. On February 3rd, 2026, the record for the most multi-rotor drones airborne simultaneously from a single computer outdoors is 22,580. 22,580 drones in this drone show running off of one computer. Went down on February 3rd of this year. And I tell you what, I'm not going to put it up on the screen because I'll probably get a copyright claim or what have you, but what I can do is put the link. Okay? It's a 2-minute video. And basically these drone shows are replacing, eventually probably just replace fireworks altogether. But you can imagine that 22,000 drones controlled by one dude on a laptop. That's what they're putting out publicly. So let me put this out there. Let's see. Chinese drone world record. Let's see, David, how you doing? Finally got off work. Hope you had a good day at work. Let's see, JXX in the house. Iran says U.S. blockade is illegal act of piracy. The irony. Yeah, that's what I've been calling them. I've been calling them, they're just basically greedy pirates, and then they put that statement out talking about piracy. Okay. All right, Casa Calling says this is going from bad to worse. The drop in crude being produced will have unbelievable ramification. $200 minimum inside 2 weeks. Fertilizer, gas, and helium. Who even knows? Let's see. What's oil at right now? It's 103. Yeah, around 104.92, around $105. That's a nice round number. Okay, let's see. How long until Asia runs out of diesel? All I can do is quote the Department of Energy, what the DOE puts out here. And the last one that I read, we were at 51 days and averaged in 50. And a lot of y'all bring up the point that that's not much less or average of what this place usually has. A lot of countries don't have months or years of strategic reserves. They never do. So it's very fragile if the flow significantly stops, or not stop, it significantly gets reduced or stops. That's not a whole lot of time. Let's see if I can pull up here. But the last statement that they put out, the numbers were something like 60 days on gas, 45 on diesel, 30 on LPG. The main takeaway was LPG was the lowest. It was like right at 1 month. And the last time I checked, I just give you for example. When I bought this tank, this 11 kilogram tank of gas, which is pretty much the equivalent of the gas tanks in America that you have on your backyard grill, about the same size. I think it was less than 900 pesos. And we asked Akuya a few days ago, and it was 1,650. So compared to what I paid when I bought that tank, compared to what that Kuya said, it's double. The gas for cooking has doubled. Not that the others haven't, but LPG is double. They said it's a 30-day was the number that they quoted. And you have to think about that. You know, all these little carinderias, all these little restaurants and stuff, you know, they use a tank of those things every few days. So it's hugely impacting, you know, a lot of small business owners, little small restaurants. But for me, one of those tanks, we cook every day. The damn thing lasts for 2 months. So like the LPG, not a huge impact. Yeah, I got to pay double, but it's a product that, lasts me for 2 or 3 months. It's not going to break the bank, but for these little restaurants and anybody cooking, what have you, it is breaking the bank because their average customer can't afford no huge price increase. They're just not going to eat there as often. They're going to eat at home and I know I'm just being Captain Obvious, folks. Everybody's affected by this. But here, people are impacted a lot more than other places. Okay, so here you go from the Philippine news agency. President lifts excise tax on LPG and kerosene that come out today. Construction materials prices are inching up in March. Well, from last month. I mean, it's a recent article, but they're talking about last month. Okay, so again, this is coming out today. Well, it just posted like 3 minutes ago. I'll just read straight from the Philippine news agency. President Marcos has ordered the removal of excise tax on liquefied petroleum gas and kerosene, invoking his authority under Republic Act 12316. Let's see. It should immediately bring down prices. So it's an equivalent to a reduction of 3.36 pesos per liter for LPG and 5.6 pesos per liter for kerosene. So it is going to bring it down, but it's only a few pesos. Whereas it's double. Possible adjustments to excise taxes on gas and diesel will be discussed in upcoming meetings. Okay, and again, and it's being obvious. LPG and kerosene, widely used for cooking, and baby, look, it's not so bad that the boy would come over here, but can you, I mean, pull your pants up, man? You're busting a sag over there, trying to photobomb my show. There we go. Yeah, that's what I've been waiting on. I want some coffee. Yeah, put the children upstairs and then give me some coffee. Trying to run an award-winning travel show and avert World War III. Philippines. What? I'm trying to talk about LPG here. All right, back to the gas used for cooking. You know, LPG. It's like a tank of gas like on your grill in America, right? It's for cooking, but particularly among low-income families, it's critical in managing daily expenses, right? So I just said, from my standpoint, you know, I can't speak for everybody. I can only speak from this old-ass canoe, how it impacts me. And I'm not trying to be an asshole, rich American. I just tell you my perspective. Okay, a tank of gas lasts me 2 to 3 months. Okay, it doubled. It went from, say, $16 to $32. Do I like it? No, obviously I don't. But I'm only buying one of them tanks 4 times a year. So the fact that it doubled to $32, I'm gonna survive. I'm gonna live. I'm not gonna like it when I go have to pay for it, but I don't gotta see the guy again for 3 months. It's not gonna break our bank. But the average household, when you're making a salary of, say, yes, how many times I gotta ask for a cup of coffee?
Stick or 3-in-1?
Do the stick, put some brown sugar in there. All the coffee I'm getting is fake. Nah, I don't want the 3-in-1. That's too much sugar. Just get the other stuff. Put a little sugar to it. You know, if you have a salary of 10,000 pesos, let's just say 200 a month. Yeah, believe it or not, a lot of folks in this country, 10,000 pesos, give or take a couple of thousand. Believe it or not, some people make less than 200. Some people make more. But if you just said, hey, you know, I'm making 200 a month, and something that I have to have, like cooking gas for the cooking, went from 16 to 32, well, that is a lot. That is a huge percentage of just basic stuff like that. And then with everything else going up, it's very significant. Again, being Captain Obvious, but, you know, a lot of times, like the dude, one of my friends here said on the last live stream, he had his numbers a little bit off, but he said, hey, I make 6,000 a month here in Australia, and people in the Philippines making 600 a month, you know, well, his number in the PI was a little bit high. Most people ain't making $600 a month here. They're making 200. But his point was, they're making a lot less, and therefore, when you see gas prices here, $9 a gallon, and you're only making a couple $100 a month, it's devastating. Yeah, and good point, JB. It's, you know, any cost of living raise is going to affect retirees no matter where they're at. Living on Social Security, fixed income. Yeah, I recently saw an article where this older gentleman, I don't even know if it was in America, it's where he was coming up the steps and delivering food. I don't know if he was a Grab driver, Panda, DoorDash, whatever he was, and they captured it on the Ring camera. This dude like 80 years old, going around trying to make some extra money, and they started a GoFundMe for him, and I think it went up to like $1 million. So now I don't think he has to deliver food anymore. Maybe I told that story all wrong. Okay, so just refresh the screen. That's looking at the strait. This is coming from marinetraffic.com. There's the overall area. I'll zoom out just a little bit. But again, the red arrows are tankers. The green arrows are cargo. I think the blue is passenger, but you don't see all the blue ones are like small. But you know, what are we really concerned with? The red. I think I could filter out all that other stuff. Or just leave it up there. Let's go ahead and refresh the president's social media thing. And man, you're always clicking these ads. There's too many ads. Way too many ads on this platform. Got these boxes popping up. Sometimes it doesn't refresh properly. The technology on this is not impressive. It's definitely not Twitter. Like the way this thing operates, I could build a better website in about 1 hour. Okay, so that's pinned. 3 more damn ads. That's the same thing we've already seen. So nothing new. But what is it? It's 5:46 a.m. over there in DC right now. Maybe we'll see something from him pretty soon. A lot of y'all believe that he just sends these tweets out when he's on the crapper. Okay, again, so if you're just joining us, this is what CENTCOM put out 12 hours ago. And in contrast to Trump's initial message, they're not blocking the whole strait. They're just blocking Iranian ports. Nobody can come or go. From Iran's ports. Big Dave says it's only a matter of time when the fuel price starts to affect inflation on everything there. You're absolutely right. You know, all I can do is report what I see and what's going on. And just to give y'all an update, like the only thing that we've seen so far, now it's subject to change on a daily basis, but where I'm at, prices haven't spiked. The rice that we buy just went up 1 peso per kilo. No big deal. We went to the market over a week ago. We didn't go last Saturday. We went a week ago Saturday. The prices were good. No problem. But that was a week ago. And so there's a lag time in the supply chain, right, before everything starts going up. So we've seen the gas price increase out here, 3 times now? And it's probably increased again by the time I go out and check the gas station. But knock on wood, you know, 2 mango shakes are still the same price. The fast food places, when we went out last week, were still the same price, as far as I could tell. We're not seeing any price gouging or major price differences here as of the last time I went out. Okay? I'm not putting out any false news or speculation. I'm just telling you what I see, what I film with my own eyes. You can watch the video. I was actually surprised that vegetables weren't way up there already. But at some point they will. I missed the super chat. All right, thank you very much. That's the one problem with the software is when you find folks out there send a super chat, it doesn't highlight it. It just comes by like normal. And so unless I'm reading it, but I can go over here. Now I see it. I go to the tab, then it lights up, but just coming in the stream, it just goes right past me. Let's see, Spinny Dave, boom, off the top ropes. Okay, all right, so old single dad has got to bring that to the forefront. Hold on a second, I'm gonna have to get some design work going on here. That needs to be at the front. Let's see, so that needs to come up there. Okay, now can you see it? Let's see, Spinny Dave, enjoyed your great videos. Man, I gotta put it back up there, hold on. Doing some construction work here. Why is that not going to the top? That box is blocking it. Show in current scene. Nope, I want this thing to show in all scenes. Starting to get the hang of this software, folks. There we go, right there. It's like learning a new language, learning a new gig or what have you. It takes a while. Then once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy, but it takes like a small miracle for me to get this stuff going. That's why I want to keep doing it every day, because if I do it every day, I'm learning it. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to try one more time. Put that on the screen, and it should take center stage. Boom, there we go. Off to the Philippines on the 28th for the first time due to your videos. Thank you. Bringing a jerry can. All right, man. Okay, so the 28th, you're on the short clock. Go ahead and get everything packed up. Come on over, man. As of right now, the water's fine. The worst that could happen is you get stuck in the Philippines. You know? Worst things could happen. So again, thank you very much, my friend. It's pretty crazy to think, through the years, I've heard many stories like that. Run into a lot of you fine folks out there who decided to come over here, make a trip or make the move, based on watching our show. Pretty cool. So far, nobody's came up and said, "You son of a bitch, I moved over there. Worst decision." So far I haven't heard that horror story. Everybody I run into, man, thanks. I'm over here living a much better life. I started out watching your videos, so that's awesome. Yeah, see, Maximus says one has to check all media to get the truth after filtering through the biases of all media. Yeah, that's what I do. I don't have any favorite news source. I don't. Obviously, you can't trust 100% of what anybody says. But I just pull up 15 tabs. Just go through, read the headlines, and when you do that, you know what everybody's agenda is. And you're right, you got to filter out the spin. Just get down to the meat and potatoes, and that's what's cool. At first I wasn't down with it. I'm like, why is a president tweeting out his thoughts multiple times a day and being crazy with it? But the good thing about that. Good thing about social media in general, but especially when you're trying to keep up with the president, is that there's one source where he puts his thoughts, and when he blasts that out there, everybody's on the same page. Everybody gets the information at the same time. But see, look at here. Now it says I'm going too fast. Try again. Everybody gets this information at the same time. And all the news sites, they're just chopping up what he writes and putting their spin on it. So why go to a news site? Just go here and see what the man said and take out all the filler. But, you know, I skip around to see what else is going on. But if you want to know what Trump says, just right here. That's what the man said. Everybody else is just trying to interpret it, putting their 2 cents on it. All right, so speaking of that, let's go to this article from the Gulf News. Okay, Tehran says no Gulf ports will be safe if its own are threatened. Okay, Germany to cut tax on fuel for 2 months to provide relief to households and businesses hit by the energy shock. And again, Iran's statement about it: if the security of the Islamic Republic of Iran's ports in the waters of the Gulf and the Arabian Sea is threatened, no port in the Gulf and the Arabian Sea will be safe. So just more threats. Baby. You're going to come over here and distract me by doing like a 30-second table dance. What? You're going to fall off the stairs doing that. Yeah, that's a big one. I'm not complaining, but see the stress I'm under here. Okay, let's go to this Iran news site. Hormuz tensions rise as U.S. blockade threat triggers global response. All right, I'll bite on that. Okay, here we go. So this is some different news here. A senior Iranian lawmaker said on Monday that Tehran had agreed to dilute 450 kilos of enriched uranium as a goodwill measure, but the United States later backed out of the agreement. So if you weren't part of the earlier talk, we were talking about how they supposedly have 425, somewhere around there, kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. Now, commercial reactors, the enrichment level is much less than 20%. If you're at 60%, there's only one step to get it to 90%, which is bomb-grade material. So there's only one reason that they enrich that to 60%, because they want to build a bomb. According to several sites, between 10 and 12 bombs could be built out of what they have now. So just err on the side of caution and say, well, that would be subjective. Just say 10. They got enough to build 10 nuclear weapons. One more step to get it from 60% to 90%. So, according to this article, they're offering to dilute it. You know, dilute it down to where it'll still work in a commercial reactor. The U.S. says no. Iran says they will impose a permanent mechanism to control the Strait of Hormuz after the war. U.S. President Donald Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is holding well, as Washington prepared to implement a naval blockade targeting Iranian ports. Iran's parliament speaker, this gentleman and chief negotiator, he mocked the U.S. plan to blockade the strait, warning Americans they may soon long for today's fuel prices. In other words, y'all get ready because the shit's about to go up even more. He's laughing about it. Okay, so 6 minutes ago, Iran's exiled Prince Reza Pahlavi told Sweden's parliament on Monday that Iran's future would ultimately be decided by its people, not by foreign forces. The fight in Iran is not between reformists and hardliners, but between occupiers and freedom-seeking actors. So just wasting your breath, dude. You're just running your trap. No value there. Just running your flapper. You know how when you go to these government meetings, right? Or you go to these political meetings, everybody gets their fucking time on the microphone, just trying to get their 2 cents in. Zero value over what you're there to hear. Zero value on the point, the issue. Just everybody trying to get that 2 to 5 minutes of microphone time. Well, that's all he was doing, running his mouth. France and the UK are going to hold a conference on the Hormuz mission. This strictly defensive mission, which will be separate from the warring parties, is intended to be deployed as soon as the situation allows, according to Macron. Another guy just trying to get his 2-3 minutes mic time in. Useless. Why are we listening to France? Why do we listen to this guy? I don't get it. I don't get why France gets more airtime than other folks. Why are we listening to Macron? I don't understand it. Y'all know something I don't? Who gives a fuck what this dude in France has to say? Bro, you're not there. And you're making it quite clear. If you come over there, you're not going to go against what's going on there. Just stay in France. Saying 2/3 of Israelis oppose the ceasefire. Vessels were seen in the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Oman on Sunday. So people trying to get the heck out of there. So speaking of that, let's refresh our shipping tracker here. You'll have to zoom in to see if it looks any thinner. You remember the red arrows are the tankers. So you got what, 1, 2, 3. 3 headed out, 2 at least pointed in that direction. One hour ago, Australia says they're ready for a mission to the Strait of the Hormuz if asked, according to their new defense chief. Let's see, he said the force is prepared, but no request has been made. let's see, 1 hour ago, Britain not backing Hormuz blockade. Britain would not be dragged into the war involving Iran and does not support a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Prime Minister, how do you say his name? Keir Starmer said on Monday. It is, in my view, vital that we get the strait open and fully open, and that's where we've put all of our efforts. We're putting all of our efforts, but we're doing absolutely nothing. Why are we listening to them either? Security officials will decide on restoring Iran's internet. The internet's still being shut down. Let's see, Japan has yet to make any decision on deploying forces. Yes, I came up with a new acronym for NATO. What was it? I already forgot it. NATO. Not around during Trump's operations. NATO, not around Trump's ops. Genius. Okay, here you go. Iranian supertanker delivers crude to India after U.S. waiver. For the first time in 7 years, an Iranian VLCC supertanker delivered 2 million barrels of crude oil to India following a sanctions waiver issued by the U.S. Treasury, according to tanker trackers. So the one thing with the U.S. government, not always, but like most of the time, there's a waiver for everything, right? There's always a waiver. Okay, so this ex-CIA official says the worst outcome is the Islamic Republic's survival. Is that the worst outcome? I guess that's a valid question, because if some type of resolution, some type of long-lasting cure, fix, resolution, in whatever word you want to use, if something lasting is not decided, we're going to be back dealing with this when? 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now? It's just going to be like a festering wound. If they don't go in there and either voluntarily hand over the uranium, they go take it. If you know that shit's buried over there, okay, they said they're watching it 24 hours a day. Okay, no problem. You're watching it. Is that going to be the resolution? The U.S. is going to have to watch those buried areas till the end of time with a strike on standby in case somebody goes out there and starts trying to dig into those tunnels. I wasn't really focusing on the nuclear part, because it seems like, you know, everybody wants a nuclear weapon. Everybody wants better weapons. They want the same weapons, better weapons than their neighbor. but I just really wasn't taking into account how much they got. They got enough for 10 weapons. It's already enriched to 60%. No valid reason to enrich it to that unless you're going to make a weapon. How can you argue any other thing against it? If there was a dispute, no, it's only 7% or what have you, but it doesn't seem like anybody's disputing that this stuff has been enriched to 60%. All right, I'll go down to your comments and I'll refresh the screen here. Let's see, Nirvana, Tyler, Texas. I got booted off a MAGA live chat earlier because I questioned why the MAGA host had on a cap stating a Democrat president's name. They're so emotional. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, people, from again, I'm like a 15-year caveman from being around, or from living in America. I live over here on this side of the globe. I live in Southeast Asia. So I don't truly understand the culture of America, how it has evolved. But yeah, people just can't, they just can't take people disagreeing with them. They just can't accept that other people have a different opinion about a certain issue. And a lot of people, when I say this, a lot of people take this way too serious. I guess I have to explain myself. Everybody in this chat seem like nice people, but do I know that everybody in this chat is not a bot or somebody working for the Chinese? We don't know. It's like the tweet I read many years ago. Tweet said, "Ain't nothing real on the internet, comma, homie, period." Ain't nothing real on the internet, homie. But people get so upset about it. And I tell people, if you're going to get into this game, whether you're publishing YouTube videos, you publish a book, an article, anything in the public realm, your job is to publish. Everybody else's job is to critique, to give you praise, to tear you apart, to destroy you, to tell you how horrible, your masterpiece is. That's how it works. So when I hit publish or go live, it's you expect that coming your way, and you need everybody. I mean, imagine if there was nothing but comments praising you. Number one, you wouldn't have any constructive criticism. It wouldn't be entertaining for other people to read the comments in this game. You need everybody. And I think some people take it too serious and they take it too personal. I'm not going to spend most of my day sitting there blocking people because of what they said. If somebody gets blocked or sent over to the asshole corral, especially these days, it's from YouTube. The algorithm is pretty smart. Occasionally I'll look in there and I'll be like, why is this guy in here? But I don't have time to sort through all that crap that YouTube sends over there. So mostly, if you get banned here or your comment didn't show up, it's the Google squirrels. It's YouTube. It's not me. I ain't got time to be banning people. So Kel says, how many times has Trumpstein claimed he's won the war already? I will say this, he is an extreme optimist, as are the Iranians. Their narration of what's going on in the war is like fiction. But in the same sense, can you blame them? They're just supporting their countries. They're being optimistic. They're telling their side of the story. Most of it's fiction. Okay, JB brings up a good point I was talking about earlier. Let's see, from what I've seen on 2C TV, the Iranian people love Trump for attacking the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I watched a clip earlier today from a Iranian-born chick, but it looks like she's living in America, talking like an American girl. And they said she's some type of activist, but she was letting them have it. I mean, she was not holding anything back. These guys are a bunch of lunatics with, hundreds of year old archaic mentality and tradition. They're, basically said they're terrorists. She was not holding anything back. Talking about that's the Iranian people's position. Thank you very much for going over there and schwacking these nutcases who have been terrorizing the population. Maybe not everybody thinks like that, but she was very passionate about it, and there's a percentage of the population that are on board with this. And when you read an article that an 18-year-old wrestler is getting executed because of a fucking tweet, you don't got to be a rocket scientist to tell there's a problem. Now look, in certain countries, people are getting locked up for posting pictures of the war. I don't really agree with that either, but not everybody's all about free speech. They're going to have some legal problems. But sending out a tweet and getting executed quick, fast, and in a hurry, what does that tell you about these folks? I mean, they're killing their own people. If they'll kill their own people that quick for a damn tweet, I don't want them having a nuclear weapon. Alyssa says the wrestler story is fake news. Wakey, wakey, McFly. Okay. Thank you very much. Very good point. All that could have been fake news. Do we know it's fake news? No. Do we know it's true? No. But if you listen to a lot of the people who are supportive of what Trump is doing over there, that's the type of stories they quote and they tell you. I don't know. I'm not in Iran. I don't got boots on the ground. I don't got any friends there that I'm aware of. I can't tell you. But I'm sure that the chick who was talking on the interviews today, she's got family there. She was born there. She's got friends there. Over the years, she knows what's happening. I don't. You want to ask me about Iraq, Afghanistan? Okay, I can tell you, but I'm going off a lot of the same information you are when it comes to Iran and what's going on inside the country. Okay, so now remember, not around Trump's operations. That's what NATO stands for. I'm going to codify that, because if not, I'll forget. NATO. Not around Trump's operations. I don't know, that just popped into my head earlier in the show when I was looking at NATO. And very good point, Alyssa. We don't know the whole story. Maybe the dude got caught snitching, and it's more than just an innocent tweet. Maybe that's the case. Again, I don't know. But then I go back to, all right, okay, so they're not so bad. But how can you get past the 60% uranium? And I'm not singling out Iran. I don't want, I'm like the professor. I don't want anybody to have nuclear weapons, but they do. But why should anybody else on planet Earth join the club? There's enough people in the club already. It's already scary enough. Nobody else needs to come into the club. There is nothing good that's going to come out of that. Yeah, NATO is useless. NATO absolutely useless. Just waste of U.S. taxpayer money. Which one are more useless, NATO or the UN? They're about equally useless to the United States taxpayer. That's what Fatima said. When I first asked her, what you want to comment about this? She wanted to, but they might put me in jail. Then the next day, she was so pissed, she revealed her course of action. Too much blah, blah, blah. I bomb them now. All right, so let me go around the horn here. And again, I thank everybody for your comments. Again, I like it when folks share their opinion, whatever it is. I got no problem when people disagree with me, because when people disagree, I learn. I look at it like, okay, let me learn. I'll listen to what you have to say, and, I learn. Something I haven't thought about, I consider it. So I got no problem when folks disagree with my opinion. You're very welcome here. And again, I'm not banning anybody. There's no moderators here. Me and my buddy were talking about that. These big channels, they got several moderators, and I've never assigned a moderator. I'm not really sure how. But I don't feel like I need a moderator at this point. Just every now and then, one of them bots will pop in here and just start blasting the same thing over and over. I guess maybe I could use one for that purpose. But other than that, I don't want to ban nobody. Believe in free speech, less government, and cold beer. Refresh our tracker. Okay, it's 6:24. So what is that, 7:30, 8:30, 9, 3.5 hours until the blockade begins. Let's check and see if the president has tweeted out some new stuff here on this cheap-ass platform he's got going on here. Like they're running a cheap WordPress site. The functionality it just feels cheap. I'm telling you, I could replicate this site with a WordPress site in about 30 minutes. It'd work better than Truth Social. It wouldn't have as many ads. Okay, so nothing new. Make a rounds over here to CENTCOM. See if they're updating anything. Doesn't look like anything new. So I'll leave that on the screen, and then I'll go over to my news sources. Okay, RT still got the little red thing up there that says Trump mulls new limited strikes on Iran as the looming naval blockade sends oil above $100. Pretty much the same thing. Trump attacks the Pope. Okay, so two Iran-linked tankers exit the Gulf via Hormuz. Data shows. So who knows at what point they're saying they left? I mean, you've got a few right there. And here's an update about the peace talks, which I'm not sure I believe, but it basically says Iran and the U.S. were inches away from Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding, says their foreign minister Arachi. So this is 3 minutes ago. The Iranian foreign minister says we were inches away. Now, that doesn't really line up with everything else I've heard. But that's very subjective what his inches away are. You know, Trump said it's all about the nuclear issue. Not giving in to that. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. And again, what we just read in another report is that they offered to voluntarily dilute the uranium, but that indicates they don't want to give it up. They're still not ready to give it up. How about we dilute it? Y'all cool with that? Trump's like, nope. And his words were in one interview, I want it all. It's not going to be any dealing. I want everything. CNN, same deal. U.S. military to blockade ships from Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. Things should be heating up. What is it, 6:30 DC time? So everybody's getting up, getting around, headed to work, get their Starbucks. Should be getting some updates. BBC reporting, blockade will start within hours. Yep. Okay, again to the New York Post. Trump says Iran is in very bad shape. Doesn't care if regime comes back to the table ahead of planned Strait of Hormuz blockade. He doesn't seem like he cares too much. Evidenced by the fact that he went to a UFC fight while the negotiations were still going on. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Okay, so here's a graphic that I can put up there. Let's go to the New York Post. See if I can get it over here. Bear with me for a second. This is a graphic here. Ah, damn it. You get that off of there. There we go. Now that's sort of a busy little slide. You know what they always used to say, if you have to start your presentation by saying, I know this slide is busy, but it's too busy. But there's a busy slide from the New York Post about how U.S. forces will clear mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So just to focus in on something, the Mark 18 Mod 2 Kingfish torpedo-shaped autonomous drone that uses high-tech side-scan sonar to map the seabed and locate hidden explosives. All right, so I send out the side-scan sonar. There's your different types of mines. Okay. Washington Post and their doom and gloom. Trump's promised naval blockade of Iran threatens to worsen the energy crisis. Obviously, they're not going to have anything nice to say. Let's go to the Gulf News. Okay. Let's go back to this because they're reporting Strait of Hormuz traffic appears to have halted. Okay, so this was not exactly sure exactly when this was posted. It's recent. Ships have stopped moving through the strait, an intelligence firm said. Oil prices resumed their climb Monday. So that's not too much information other than this one intelligence company, what have you. It says the ship traffic has appeared to halt. I mean, it does look like that this area right here is starting to clear out. So we'll just keep refreshing. Maybe I should zoom out just a little bit to check the rest of the area. We'll just focus in right here for now. Okay, here's another article where Iran accepted the uranium dilution plan, but the U.S. backed out. Again, Tehran had agreed to dilute 450 kilograms of enriched uranium as a goodwill measure, but the U.S. backed out of the arrangement. Let's see, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament said a consortium was supposed to be formed inside Iran to dilute the uranium with the participation of the United States and Saudi Arabia. He also said the United States had proposed creating a legal regime for the Strait of Hormuz that would include an American role. You have no business in the Strait and the Persian Gulf, he said, referring to the United States. Well, if I want to drive my pontoon boat through there, if I'm living in Kuwait and I want to go fishing, you got no business telling me where to drive my fucking pontoon boat. There you go. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. See what Israel is sitting. France and the UK to examine a possible strictly defensive naval mission. Just stay at home. France, the UK, just keep your ass at home. You're just useless anyhow. And from what I've heard, the UK Navy's in such bad shape, they'll be lucky to get the boats to crank. Okay, so let's go to the White House YouTube channel here. If old single dad can get it going here. That's on. Can y'all see that? There you go. So we're waiting for the White House. (6:30 a.m.) April 13th. Now, is that my time? No, it's past 6:30 a.m. This thing should be running, so they're late. Just a second. Let old single dad check this out. Okay. All right, so maybe we'll hear from the president gaggling with the press on Air Force One en route to Joint Base Andrews, April 12th. Okay, well, it's April 13th here. Yeah, everything's right. They're saying it's scheduled for 6:30 a.m., so they're 8 minutes late. So there you go. We'll be able to hear from DJT himself, see what he's got to say. I think I've got all the buttons pushed this time. Exciting. Okay, Bruce says that time is 3 hours and 20 minutes from now. Okay, I guess must have my times off because it's 6:39 p.m. here. April 13th. And what this says is April 13th at 6:30 a.m. So I'm a little bit confused on what the time is. I mean, DC time. So somebody go to that YouTube channel. Bruce is saying it's 3 hours from now. Oh, are you talking about the deadline? Maybe that's what you're talking about, the deadline. So 6:30, yeah, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10. Yeah, so the blockade begins in 3.5 hours. But do y'all see that time on this upcoming live stream? April 13th at 6:30. This thing should be kicking off. hear what the president has to say. Okay, so Bruce, so it is the 6:39 here. So on this, it says it starts at 6:30. Maybe DJT is just being fashionably late, which I'm fine with that. But a lot of times I get these times all mixed up because it'll show me certain things will show me time in the Philippines time, and then you realize, wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong time. Okay, Maximus, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Britain had to borrow a battleship from Germany to fill their role in the defense of something recently. Yeah, the UK Navy don't sound like it's in too good of a shape. Sounds like they're combat ineffective when you got to borrow a ship from somebody else. So just let them stay home where we don't have to tow them around or give them a jump. In France, they can stay home too. They're just going to drive around, take their Facebook photos, post that shit out, tweet that shit out, and claim they're doing something. That's all NATO does anyhow, most of them. See, Ernest, how you doing, my friend? Reporting it's the final countdown. Well, the problem is we've seen so many countdowns lately. All right, boom, Kuya Steve coming off the top ropes. And can a brother get a chicken foot? Yeah, my old lady loves them chicken feet. Thank you very much, my friend. That's one of my top things to do list. I'm gonna cook some delicious chicken feet for Big Pumpkin and Janice. All you can eat, baby. Maybe that's the challenge. Can Janice and Fatima eat 100 chicken feet? It'd be a good challenge. I'm sure they would enjoy that. I'll go ahead and cook up 100 chicken feet and say, go to work, ladies. Begin the nibbling. Let the nibbling begin. Because Fatima is a great nibbler. She's really good at nibbling. Big Dave says Trump don't do anything till noon. I don't know. I heard the dude don't sleep too many hours at night. I don't know if that's true or not. Jim says he stays up late and sleeps in. Or maybe I'm getting them confused with Elon. One of the two of them, they don't sleep too much. All right, well, I'm going to leave that video up. It just seems like they're late getting that thing running. But it's a live stream where he's gaggling with press on Air Force One. So we will see. Smooth Trucking, how you doing? Rich Buong says she could do 100 on her own. We'll see. That's what I'll do. I think that's a good challenge. Just sit them at a table. I'll just keep, once I get like 50 cooked, just cut them loose and just keep cooking. Throw 100 on the table. They successfully nibble 100 chicken feet. I'll have a cake waiting over to the side, or some ice cream or something, you know what I mean? But what I do is like the last 20, coat that shit in some of that hot sauce, like on that show. We saw there was a show on YouTube or something where they what do? They do a challenge eating hot wings or something. I'll do the same thing with that chicken feet, but I'm not going to tell them. First 80, let them just be on cruise control. The last 20, just spice that stuff up and see if they can get through the last 20. You know, put that cake over there. Maybe they could fight through it. I don't know. Yeah, the chicken feet. There's not a lot of meat on the chicken feet here. Now the ones that we got over in Thailand, they're like meaty. Might not be meat, but you know what I'm saying. They got some substance to them. And what happened was when I took her over to Thailand and was cooking her chicken feet over there, she got spoiled. And then when she came back over here, you know, the chicken feet are skinny. I sort of spoiled her over there in Thailand eating them nice thick chicken feet. That's a great idea. Maybe that's a new annual thing. Have a chicken feet eating competition. Could be a yearly event. I think it'll be a surefire smash hit. You know, maybe do some prelims, right? Do like 5 or 6 shows prelims. You know, 5 Filipinos competing, then take the winner of those prelims, put them on stage, do it live. But I tell you what, it would be hard to judge. Because like my friend just pointed out, them chicken feet don't have a lot of meat on them. So One-Eye Jack says there's no flesh on chicken feet. So how would you determine? Pretty simple with a hot dog, right? Here's a hot dog, here's the bun. Eat the hot dog, there's nothing left on the plate, not too many crumbs. Okay, you ate the hot dog. But how would you determine if a chicken feet had been properly and completely devoured before you move on to the second one? I might have to have a separate committee inspecting the chicken feet like this, like they did with them hanging chads back when what was that, Bush and Quayle? Was it Quayle? Dan Quayle, right? Hanging chads, you know what I'm talking about. You have people over there with a magnifying glass looking at them chicken feet. That would be hard to gauge. Chicken nuggets, that's easy. You either ate it or you didn't. It's gone. Chicken feet, man, that's so subjective. Might be lawsuits over that. Be in the courtroom. You know, can you identify this chicken foot? Yeah, that's the one that they claimed I didn't eat. Bruce says 100 chicken feet and it has to be almost a quarter pound of meat. Yeah, but they love it. They just love nibbling. But, you know, Fatima's a big nibbler. She loves to nibble on them chicken bones. Okay, somebody's asking if we paid the internet bill. Is it cutting off? Now, last night, it did have some buffering going on the stream. So somebody let me know, have you experienced any buffering here? I'm broadcasting in 1080 at 30 frames. There shouldn't be any buffering, but you never know. And the buffering, I don't think has anything to do with my end. I think it's all on YouTube's end. I've only got to have like 5 or 6 megabits up and I'm batting 1,000. So it ain't my internet. My end is solid. It's either the Chinese trying to block the broadcast or it's YouTube servers can't take the heat. You know what it's from? All those Google AI driven refrigerators heating up the servers because people can't open up the ref and say, oh shit, I'm out of beer, let's go to the store. You got to get a Google AI powered refrigerator for like $6,000 that will send you a text. When you grab that last beer out of there, it's going to scan it. And before you even start drinking the beer, you're going to get a text and interrupt your beer to tell you that you're out of beer. $6,000 for that. AI data centers destroying the planet. Because you can't just open up the door and look in there and say, oh shit, we're out of mustard, mayonnaise, and beer. Let's go. Let's go to Walmart. Up there with a damn Bluetooth toaster. It's a world coming to. Okay, so looking at the stream, got 122 folks here now. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. I certainly appreciate you. According to this metric, 122. Got 113 thumbs up, 6 thumbs down. I want to say thank you for both. I know you can't see the thumbs down, but I'll just tell you, I got 6 thumbs down. I'm okay with that. I'll take it. YouTube stopped displaying that thumbs down, I guess because they wanted everybody to get a trophy. You would have to get some kuyas to inspect the chicken feet for any residual flesh. It would almost be so subjective it might turn into a nightmare. There would be arguments about whether or not that chicken foot was completely devoured. I mean, especially if there was a prize involved or money involved. If you said, hey, 1,000 pesos to the winner, I mean, it would be serious competition. Or if there's a cake, you know, whoever eats 100 chicken feet first wins the cake. All right, David says internet seems to be running fine. No buffering here in Chicago. And Smooth Trucking reporting it's been a smooth video. Thank you very much. All right, so according to my time, this thing should be coming up from Air Force One. Looks like the president's just a little bit late going live, which is not a big problem. Yeah, when you get down to 2 beers or even a 6-pack, you should get some more beer. I don't need AI to tell me that. Yeah, get some sleep, JB. See, we're coming up on 7 o'clock, so we're a little over 3 hours out before the United States Navy conducts a blockade of Iran's ports. Latest we heard, it's not the entire Strait of Hormuz. It's any Iranian port. Nobody can leave their port and nobody can pull in there. That's what CENTCOM just put out. I'll go to CENTCOM right now, to their Twitter feed here, and see if they've updated anything. U.S. Central Command. Nope, still the same post from 14 hours ago. U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. They will begin implementing the blockade April 13th, 10 a.m. So a little over 3 hours out. Now, me and my buddy were discussing what happens if a ship does not comply. That's the big problem with a blockade. Okay, so for example, what if a Chinese ship pulls in there, refuses to communicate, and refuses to stop? What are they going to do if the ship refuses to comply? And what does this remind us of? Reminds us of what? The Cuban Missile Crisis. Okay, so let me get to Wikipedia. Okay, so I'm trying to get to the point where, all right, here's just a paragraph about the blockade challenge. So 7:15 a.m. on 25 October, let's see, 1963, right? '63, '62. Damn, mine's starting to go. Okay, 13-day confrontation between the governments. 62, my bad. 16 to 28 October 1962, the confrontation is widely considered the closest the Cold War came to escalating into full-scale nuclear war. 1959, the U.S. government put Thor nuclear missiles in England. 61, they put Jupiter nuclear missiles in Italy and Turkey, all in range of Moscow. Okay. July 62, Khrushchev and Castro, had a meeting to place nuclear missiles on Cuba as a deterrent to a future U.S. invasion. Construction on launch facilities started shortly thereafter. Okay, so YouTube picked it up, not to go over the whole incident, but we come down to challenging the blockade, because the problem with the blockade or a quarantine is what? What if the ship that you're telling over the radio to turn back just keeps trucking? How far are you prepared to go to stop the ship and enforce the blockade? And obviously, you would think you're going to treat certain countries different than other countries. Okay, I'm trying to just get to what happened when they challenged the blockade. See, averted launch. It's a pretty scary time. It's before my time, but when you read the history on it. Okay, so here we go. 25 October 1962, the USS Essex and the USS Gearing attempted to intercept the Bucharest, but failed to do so. Fairly certain that the tanker did not contain any military equipment or material, the U.S. allowed it to go through the blockade. All right, so common sense prevailed. They didn't catch up with it, whatever the situation was. Okay, let it go. Later that day, They boarded a freighter called the Marukla. It was cleared after the cargo was checked. All right. Sort of no harm, no foul. They boarded it. You're good to go, going about your business. I'm sure they're not happy about it, but they weren't detained. No problems. Okay, so Kennedy claimed that the blockade had succeeded when the USSR turned back 14 ships presumed to be carrying offensive weapons. Okay, then the next day, more reports showed that more ships originally bound for Cuba had altered their course. So not too much information, really, details. Let me see if I can get some more. Okay, so here you go. Quarantine versus blockade. The U.S. purposely used the term quarantine, a defensive quarantine, rather than blockade. Now, this applies to what's going on right now. So in 1962, they chose to use quarantine, defensive. In international law, a blockade is considered an act of war, whereas quarantine was a euphemism chosen to suggest a more limited interdiction focused only on offensive weapons. Soviet officials argued that stopping ships in international waters was a direct violation of the prohibition on the use of force. Moscow officially refused to recognize the quarantine, branding it piratical. Does that mean something to do with piracy, an act of war, and a violation of the UN Charter and international law? So today, DJT is clearly calling it a blockade, which according to Dr. Google there says that's offensive, where a quarantine is considered defensive for Americans in our terminology. Okay, towards north, the end of that, the naval quarantine continued until the Soviets agreed to remove their Il-28 bombers from Cuba. In November 1962, the United States ended its quarantine. U.S. Jupiter missiles were removed from Turkey in April of '63. Okay, so I guess the key takeaway, according to Dr. Google, Trump's not saying quarantine, straight up blockade, where that term was avoided in 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Okay, so now they've changed, the time on this YouTube has changed to where that's live in 12 hours. So either he didn't want to gaggle with reporters live, or somebody just put the wrong time. So it doesn't look like we're going to be able to see the president gaggle. Let's go back and check our tracker here. Again, the red arrows are tankers. The big green arrows are cargo ships. according to the legend, or the whatever you call that. Okay. See, Johnny Guapo reporting China increased naval presence in the Indian Ocean. So it's 7 a.m. over there Eastern time, so we should be getting some new news articles. I'll go around the horn. Nothing new from RT. What's Al Jazeera putting in here? Iranian forces say basically if our ports are blocked, nobody's ports are safe. Still running the mouth. Pope Leo says he will continue to speak out against the war. So it sounds like him and Trump will have an ongoing feud. Trump says if it weren't for him, the Pope wouldn't be where he's sitting. CNN still got the same stories. Look like they don't get to work too early. Still got the same from last night. Fox News about the same. Nobody gets up early to change the website. See another article, same article in New York Post. Trump mulls fresh strikes on Iran after peace talks collapse. I don't think he's doing too much mulling. I think it's already scheduled. Washington Post, with the U.S. set to impose a naval blockade, Iran warns it will strike back. Okay, so the highlights, let's see. Gulf News. Russia warns the blockade will rattle global markets. Okay, common sense. Russia offers to take in Iran's enriched uranium. That same article, just so funny. France and the UK to work on peaceful multinational mission, but it would be separate from the warring parties. What is France and the UK with their couple of boats gonna do in the middle of the United States Navy conducting a blockade? Nothing. Just keep your little boats at home over there. You're wasting your time. You're just being everybody's way. Not now. You know, just do your little photo ops later on. Not now. Just stay at home. Best advice I can give you there, Macron. That's if somebody will loan you a boat that actually starts. Okay, let's see. Reuters is reporting 2 oil tankers linked to Iran exited the Persian Gulf. The tanker Aurora was carrying Iranian oil products while the New Future was transporting diesel loaded from the Hamria port of the UAE. Let's see, what's the name of that? So we got the Aurora and the New Future. And I'm sure there's a way. There you go, right there. Bam. Look at that. What's the odds of that? I went right to it. There's the Aurora. Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, the Aurora. Man, went right to it. So there she is as of 7 minutes ago, carrying Iranian oil products. So they're considering this, according to the article, successfully exited the strait. Because, you know what I mean, what's the exact line where you can say, oh, we made it through? Right there. So the Aurora, what's the other one? The New Future. Which one could it be? The smaller one. Maybe it's one of these bigger ones. And I know I can search, but I was just trying to get lucky. Well, I got lucky on the one, so there you go. There's the Aurora, 42 minutes ago. They're considering that as safely out of harm's way. There it is, right there. Damn, man, my luck's holding up. So there's the New Future. So I guess if what I did was clear, for a second, I'll clear these filters. Ship type. Okay, so let's clear it up. Let's just do tankers. There's cargo vessels. Yeah, but I don't want to miss out if there's a high-speed craft or something going on. You know what? Let's just say, where's the fishing vessels? That'd be me. Damn, ain't many fishing vessels. There's 2 over there close to the coast. Ain't nobody into fishing. What about pleasure craft? Okay, there's a few pleasure craft. Unspecified ships. You know what? Maybe I should keep everybody on there. Just for now. Let's back it up just a bit. Another report. France and the UK to examine possible, strictly defensive naval mission for Hormuz. So they're going to talk about possibly not doing nothing. Good job. Save your breath. Don't talk about it. Talk about something else. All right, so nothing new. It's 7:16 DC time. People still trying to get into the office, get their coffee, start the news day, get their Starbucks. I don't know what the price of coffee is doing, but knock on wood, the price of mango shakes over here is still 2 for 100 pesos. Still holding strong. They have not went up on the mango shakes as of yet. You can't make this up. Telegram's Durov says your nudes are safe with us. He's accused WhatsApp of misleading users about privacy, arguing that Telegram offers stronger protection for sensitive content. The Russian tech entrepreneur has repeatedly criticized Meta-owned WhatsApp security model, dismissing claims that the app cannot access user communications. Of course it can. That's why I'm not on WhatsApp. That's why I'm not on Facebook. In a series of posts on Sunday, Durov described WhatsApp claim of end-to-end encryption by default as a giant consumer fraud, alleging that most private messages ultimately end up stored in plain text cloud backups on Apple and Google servers. And the fact that WhatsApp stores and discloses who you chat with and the picture is dire, he wrote, further claiming that Apple and Google provide backed up data from the service to third parties thousands of times per year. In response to a user who said he only shares intimate images via Telegram, Durov replied, "Thanks for the trust. Your nudes are safe with us." You know, I don't know what people think these days, but you know, haven't we seen enough real life trials or news reports, whatever, that everything that you sent on your text or your iPhone is up there on the screen in court? I certainly don't trust Zuckerberg. So if you're using WhatsApp, I would tend to agree with Durov here. It ain't secure. You don't gotta be a rocket scientist to come to that conclusion. But I think a lot of people feel like it is secure. Now see, Telegram does not use end-to-end encryption by default. You got to use the secret chats for full end-to-end protection. Anyhow, for what it's worth, do I trust that Messenger or WhatsApp? I don't. Do I trust Telegram? No, but I trust it. I would trust it more than WhatsApp. That's just me. Nothing new from DJT. It's like the calm before the storm. Almost 7:30, 2.5 hours till the blockade takes place. Okay, so let's just go to Blockade. I think this is coming from maybe this source is from Britannica, but I'll just read to you what Professor Google just pulled up. We already just talked about a quarantine was used as a defensive term back in '62. During the Cuban Missile Crisis. They didn't use the word blockade. That's offensive. So let me just read what Professor Google has to say. A blockade in the context of U.S. government policy and international law is defined as an act of war or coercion that uses force or the threat of force to stop the movement of people or goods into or out of a specific area, such as a country's coast or ports. Okay, so by definition, according to this Professor Google, what the U.S. is doing with the blockade is an act of war. But isn't dropping bombs on people's heads an act of war? Iran stopping the flow of commerce through that strait is by definition a blockade. Now we can sit here and argue who started it and who declared the first act of war. Was it Iran for restricting commerce through the strait? Force or the threat of force to stop the movement. So everybody, by definition, ink on paper, legalese, is committing acts of war. Here's a detailed breakdown based on U.S. and international perspectives. Blockade, again, is usually aimed at cutting off an enemy's commerce and supplies to compel surrender. Well, that's exactly what they're doing. Cut off any oil that they could sell, leaving Iran, cutting off their commerce to compel them to surrender. Here's the legal requirements. You want to hear it? America, all about the legality, the ink on paper. How many forests over the years, 250-year history of the United States, have we just totally destroyed over writing fucking ink on paper that don't mean nothing? To be legitimate, a blockade must be duly established or formally declared to the targeted government. Okay, he's told them in many ways. We're shutting down your ports at this time. It's no secret. Okay, check. Effective, maintained by a force sufficient to actually prevent access to the coast. A paper blockade where no ships are actually present is invalid. That's what this says. I'm not an expert on maritime law. Impartial, applied to all vessels regardless of nationality. Those are the legal requirements. Okay, well, think about it. They're blockading Iran's ports. That means anybody cannot leave or go. Okay, so they're impartial. Is there a real force there? Yep, no paper blockade. And is it duly established or formally declared? Yep. According to Professor Google, Trump has met the 3 legal requirements. Okay, here's contextual definitions. A naval blockade is a military operation preventing maritime access to a port or coast. Okay, so there you go. Oh shit, now here we go. Embargo versus blockade. I've had enough legalese. Okay, nothing new from CENTCOM. CENTCOM's still the same 14-hour-old post announcing their intentions to begin the blockade. And I'm not an international lawyer specializing in maritime law. I just referenced Professor Google. Okay, there we go. So it looks like everybody's sort of clearing out of that AO right there. But again, it doesn't apply to the strait. It applies to anybody coming or going from any port here along this coastline. So hey, from the U.S. side, you're welcome to come on in, just don't stop over here. Don't stop on the Iranian side. All right, back to your comments. King B says, damn, I went to sleep and you're still streaming. Yeah, another marathon stream. Yeah, gonna get expensive. Maximus says, gonna be expensive to fill up a Lexus LX 570 with a V8. Gets 15 miles per gallon. Damn, that vehicle is thirsty. Yep. The movie American Made just came on Philippine cable the other day. Crazy timing. You talking about with Tom Cruise? Yeah, great movie. Hey, Kenny and Subic, how you doing? I've seen Kel says 20 years, trillions of dollars, and hand Afghanistan back to the Taliban. Yeah, you should have kept Bagram. They should have just collapsed everybody back to Bagram and held Bagram. Nobody asked me about it though. Let's see, Steve says, are you delaying your move or still on schedule? We are still on schedule. Issued a warning order to Big Pumpkin. Op order should follow here pretty quickly. Let's see, Kevin, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Peace for Humanity. You know, I saw an article a long time ago, a picture, and they called it Skylab. I haven't never heard nobody call it over here. But yeah, I've seen different versions of that. But like the one picture I saw many years ago, you know, that thing had seats coming out. They're like 3 on this side, 3 on this side. All right, let me refresh here. Obviously, the ships aren't moving at a huge high rate of speed, so when I refresh that tracker, it's hard to tell. You know, the ones you see on the news, they've recorded like 12 hours and they just speed it up. But this is just real time, so just got to keep refreshing, I reckon. I don't know if I don't refresh the screen, if it shows them moving, they're just obviously so slow. I don't know. Just keep refreshing the screen. Okay, let's get to Al Jazeera. See what they're saying about it. Al Jazeera had the best report coming out of the peace negotiations in Islamabad. They had somebody on the payroll up there. See if they got the inside scoop today. So in other, you know, J.D. Vance was up there in Hungary to support Viktor Orban. You know, Trump said, hey man, go up there and do some dog and pony shows and some talks. That dude got ousted. He got beat in the elections. So that little trip by J.D. Vance didn't seem to help the dog out. He's out of there after 16 years. Okay, so here you go. Most popular. Number 9 on the list. Starmer says the UK will not support the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Fine. Don't. Why is it? I don't care. Oil prices surged past 103 a barrel. Pope Leo says he does not fear Trump after attack over Iran peace appeal. Okay, you're going to come down here and disturb my world famous live stream here. Okay, the question is there more coffee in there?
You want Coke?
No, I want another cup of coffee if you're going to bed. Give me some coffee, because I can go get a Coke on my own. That's pretty simple. I don't want to operate that coffee thing. Now, if you're going to come back down in 1 hour, I might, huh? Baby, do you see I'm trying to... Yeah, bring the coffee first. Okay, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm gonna take a 10-100 break. I'll refresh the screen here. Again, that's the ship tracker. The red arrows are the tankers. Okay, so if y'all will just stay tuned, I'll be right back. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. What movie's that from? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Just get recentered here. Here we go, right there. Refresh the ship tracker. Okay, looks like they're clearing out. Less red in that area. So if you're just joining us, folks, top 3 bullets right there. Trump orders naval blockade after Iran fails to accept U.S. peace terms during the talks in Islamabad. The U.S. Navy is going to begin a blockade of Iranian ports on Monday, April 13th at 10 a.m. So we're coming up on less than 2.5 hours, if my math is correct. Now the graphic you're seeing is the area in question. So again, they're not going to blockade the strait. They're just going to blockade any and all Iranian ports. You know, nobody can pull into the Iranian ports and nobody can leave the ports. So we're going to see what's going to happen, if there's going to be any fireworks. The Iranians, as usual, have been defiant, basically giving DJT the finger. So we will see in a few hours what's going to happen, if anything. So Trump hasn't put in anything new recently. Okay, and again, we'll put the tweet from CENTCOM up there specifying, at least on Twitter, what they're supposed to be doing. There we go, right there. Yeah, make it a little bigger. So there we go. That's what's going on. That's what we're talking about. So if you're just joining us, let's go around some stats here. I got 131 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much for all them thumbs ups. Appreciate it. Got 6 thumbs down. Appreciate those too. 108 folks here now, according to this. I want to say thanks for tuning in. $110 folks. Thanks for joining us. We're just having a informal conversation about what's going on. As long as my voice stays with me, I'm going to stay live until this blockade goes into effect. We've already talked about a lot of the issues. We've talked about a lot in 5 hours. Again, on RT, Trump mulls new limited strikes on Iran as looming naval blockade sends oil above $100. Again, my opinion is he's not mulling over anything. This is just all still going to the script, according to plan. This is just another act in the play. The U.S. is now seeking to choke off the country's oil sales despite issuing a waiver last month to calm global markets. U.S. President Donald Trump has not ruled out resuming limited strikes against Iran after ordering a naval blockade and threatening to deny safe passage to any ships that have complied with Tehran's fees and rules for transiting the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. president could also resume a full-fledged bombing campaign, though officials told the Wall Street Journal that this is less likely. And again, the Iranians are not backing down. The president of Iran says The deal is still possible if the U.S. abandons its totalitarianism. Too many syllables. They've also warned that any hostile military activity in the waterway will be met with force. And we talked earlier about how, they act like they're the only country over here. They act like this is a bay. Dear Iran, this is not a fucking bay that just goes into your country. There's other countries across the waterway. What gives you in your delusional mind any idea that you should have any fucking control over these other countries going to their country? If I live in a Kuwait and I want a boat and I want to go fishing, it's none of your business. If I want to load that, if I got a tanker and I want to load it up with whatever, and I want to leave, I don't need your permission just because you're over here. So I'm starting to get more and more pissed off at these motherfuckers just for the simple fact that what gives you the right to control this when there's other countries over here? You're not being a good neighbor. You're a shitty neighbor. It's starting to piss me off. Before I was being a little bit more just, okay, let me look at it from their standpoint. But now I'm looking at it from everybody else's standpoint. And again, I asked the question, if you sail your tanker past the coast of Somalia, and pirates, we call them pirates, a boat full of Kuyas with AK-47s, somehow or another make it on board your ship and take over the bridge and hold your ship and crew hostage until they pay them $2 million, we would call that piracy. Extortion, piracy, hijacking, hostage taking. Pretty clear. Okay, so I sail on up. Sailing past Oman. And, they don't bother me. I come around here, and what logical thinking says I should have to pay you anything? You make a ship pay $2 million. How are you any different than Somalian pirates? The difference is they're pointing the AK-47 at me, where Iran is pointing a drone or a missile from a distance. What's the difference? They're just greedy pirates is all they are. When I just look at this objectively, take all the country names off of there and just give them numbers. Okay? They're just pirates. They're just thieves. Yeah, pay us $2 million per tanker. Why? Why should we pay you anything? Why should anybody pay you anything, or you have any control over this fucking waterway going to other countries? They think that this is a bay. Okay, dear Iran, this ain't a bay. If there was a big old bay right here, okay, right here, big old bay, then you could decide who comes in there. Because it's surrounded by your country and your land. That would make sense. If you want to come in our bay, okay, you got to pay. It's theirs. There's other countries up here, dude. Y'all are the worst fucking neighbors. That's what I've come to the conclusion of in simplicity. Because if I move to Kuwait and buy a pontoon boat and I want to go fishing in the Gulf of Oman, I shouldn't have to ask your permission. That's the way I look at it. So not only do I not want you to have a nuclear weapon now, since I really looked at the numbers, no reason to enrich that uranium to 60%. You're trying to make 10 nuclear weapons. I don't like that either. So all of a sudden my neutrality there comes a time when silence is betrayal. I'm sort of pissed off, but I'm pissed off at the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I'm not pissed off at the people. They're not making any decisions. They're like any other population. They're just at the mercy of these gangsters. It's like me and my buddy were talking earlier. Why is the whole world not pissed off at these folks? Okay, so does it look like there's less red arrows around that danger zone right there? See, One-Eyed Jack said J.D. Vance could have stayed home. Yeah, he just went over there. It was part of the act. Go over there and support Orban. He's gonna lose, but just act like you're supporting him. Then you'll be close to Islamabad. You go over there, act like you're talking peace. You're gonna lose over there too. Can you handle it? You gotta take one for the team, J.D. Just part of the play. Hob XP on station from work. How you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. One-Eyed Jack says, I hope I'm not staying up for a nothing burger. Well, you know, I'm okay. I would be okay for a nothing burger and pray for peace, but, you know, this is a situation where at some point it either has to be addressed or we have another country with nuclear weapons. I don't want anybody new to the club. I'm pissed off at these guys for trying to block me and my pontoon boat going fishing in the Gulf of Oman if I move to Kuwait. I don't like that either. Let's see. I think I'm the exact opposite of a warmonger. I consider myself leaning more towards the let's talk this out, more of a peace activist. Let's talk through this. But some people just don't want to talk. It's what I was talking about yesterday, you know, when that old cat broke down what police work is. Police work is there's a problem. You got 3 courses of action to solve it. You ask somebody to do something. They don't do it. You have to tell somebody to do something. And if they don't do it, you have to make somebody do something. That's police work, according to this old dude, and never forget it. Ask, tell, and make. Those are your options. When you can't agree, somebody don't want to do something. Okay, so let's see. I must be totally frank. The pirates are not part of the Somali government. That's the difference. Yeah, ink on paper, that's different. That is different. They're not part of the government. So it is a different situation. I just look at things through a different lens. I look at governments. What are governments? Governments are basically the biggest gangsters in that area. If you look at it from a mafia standpoint, they're the biggest crime family. For example, the United States federal government's the biggest crime family in the U.S. What do? They take money from your pocket. that you have no choice over, and they tell you it's for security and protection. State of California, crime family. Take all kind of tax money from your ass. You don't get nothing back in return. They give it away to whoever they want to. People that vote for them. Take away the patches, the ink on paper, the titles, the flags, all of this insignia, and peel back that and look at it from just a bare bones standpoint. Does it matter what uniform they're wearing, what patch they're wearing? Somali pirates board your ship, charge you $2 million to get underway. Okay, if you have to pay them, you pay them, you're underway. Now you go to fucking Iran and they tell you got to pay $2 million to get through that waterway. Do I care what patch they're wearing? No. All I care about is they stole $2 million from me back there. Now these assholes want another $2 million. I'm out $4 million. Don't give a fuck what the papers say. When the bombs start dropping on your head, ink on paper don't mean a whole lot. Let's see. See if DJT's up and around yet. 8 o'clock DC time. See if he's back on the Twitter. Whatever this is. Nope, still the same stuff. Okay, that's the pinned truth or whatever how you call it. It's tweet. Two hours away from the U.S. Navy conducting a blockade of Iran's ports. Not the entire Strait of Hormuz, just Iran's ports. Nobody can leave or pull in there. And again, the question is, how far are they prepared to go if a ship doesn't heed their warnings? Okay. And on that same topic, see if we can get to. All right, so 14 minutes ago, this is coming from Al Jazeera. Hard operation. U.S. faces challenges in stopping tankers at Iranian ports. Iran would view any U.S. move to block shipping to and from its ports as both risky and extremely difficult to execute, according to Mohammed Islami, a research fellow at Tehran University. I'm just going to read the article. It's a matter of question whether the U.S. Army can stop the tankers and supertankers in this vast waterway. Arguing such an operation would be a hard operation for the U.S. Army. I don't know why he's not saying Navy, but his terms are Army. He stressed that Iran is under heavy military and economic pressure and does not want its access to food and other things that it needs cut off while facing attacks from the U.S. and Israel. This dude is stating the obvious, not exactly a scholar. So no value there. His 2 minutes on the microphone didn't really add anything. Okay, so 11 minutes ago, here's just a little update. Tehran is ready to assist India on Hormuz navigation. So they're sitting there putting out information like nothing's about to happen. Iran has good contact with India's government on the passage of Indian ships through the Strait of Hormuz and wants to help New Delhi. Iran's ambassador to India, Mohammad Fatali, has said. They're just going on with business like ain't nothing happening. Israel supports Trump's Iran naval blockade, according to Netanyahu, adding that his government is in full coordination with Washington on the matter. Iran violated the rules. President Trump decided to impose a naval blockade. Everybody's quoting rules, act of war, war crimes. Again, when the fighting starts, nobody gives a shit about ink on a piece of paper. They don't care. Everybody using these big words and everybody's violating the same words that they're using. Again, Iran's army says the blockade will be an illegal act amounting to piracy, says the pirates. Now, how do you know if you're a pirate? You just are. A little comedy relief there. Okay, so it looks like the tankers getting the hell out of the danger zone right there, at least in the curve there, the narrow part of the strait. Got a couple still over there feeling froggy. Destination China. Destination, what is that? Can't see, it's too small. It says TBO or TBD, to be determined, or it's TBO, I don't know. Get some stronger glasses. Destination Vietnam. They headed in the other direction. Again, folks, according to CENTCOM, they're not doing a blockade on the strait. They're blockading the Iranian ports. Nobody can come or go from the ports. I guess the question is, how many ports? What do they consider a port? Are they talking anybody coming and going from the coast? It's a long coastline. And there's 10 little things where this world leader calls for them to open the strait. Can we just say that that's common knowledge? That's a given. And all these world leaders stop getting on the microphone for 5 minutes to say they need to open the fucking strait. Can we just all concede to that? No need to challenge anybody on that. Okay, so from Fox News, Iran warns U.S. what needs to happen for a potential deal as President Trump's blockade set to begin. Clock ticks down. Okay, again, this is from the Iranian president from his Twitter feed. Iran's president says a deal will be reached if the U.S. abandons its totalitarianism. Well, I've got to use such huge, confusing words 2 hours before a blockade. So the Iranian president says we have to, or the U.S. has to abandon its totalitarianism and respect the rights of the Iranian nation. Ways to reach an agreement will certainly be found. Sounds like he's trying to buy time. Don't think it's going to work. He also praised Iran's negotiating team. So here's what Trump said yesterday before he got on Air Force One. He said their whole Navy is underwater. 158 ships are gone. Their Navy is gone. Most of their mine droppers are gone. At 10 a.m. or 10 tomorrow, we will have a blockade going into effect. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil. But I'm very disappointed in NATO. They weren't there for us. We paid trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us. While NATO countries are now stepping up to assist the U.S., Trump described the effort as too late. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. When you think of it, we're guarding against Russia, and I've long thought it was a little ridiculous, but we spent trillions of dollars doing it. And I think that's going to be under very serious examination. Okay, I'll go back to your comments. Okay, Pill or Pele 3360 says 10 a.m. taco. Trump always chickens out. I learned that about a week ago. Up to speed, tracking on that now. I got one for NATO, not around Trump's operations. Maybe I should coin that. Should copyright that. NATO, not around Trump's operations. Yeah, Angel Dust, PCP, there's no controlling nobody on that stuff. The blockade is interesting with a blockade there already. Okay, so let's ask the question that's in one of the bullet points right there, just to stay focused on the topic. What do you think will happen during this blockade? And, you can choose to either answer about what's immediately going to happen or what's going to happen over the next 10 days. What do you think the outcome is going to be? What do you think is going to happen? Is there going to be some type of incident right off the bat that significantly escalates the situation? Which could happen. I mean, if right off the bat something goes down, it could be fireworks real quick. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think they're going to put boots on the ground on Karg Island? And that maybe this blockade is just part of that operation and cover for them taking Karg Island? And that's what's going to choke them. Just speculating like Ron Burgundy. If they do take Karg Island, will the Iranians hit the island, which will cut their own throat, but it'll also deny the U.S. from holding anything? All speculation. So what do you think is going to happen during this blockade? Okay, Kel throws the Gulf of Tonkin possibility out there. A U.S. ship goes to Davy Jones' locker and is used as a pretext to escalate the war. Might even be a false flag. Yeah, whether it's engineered, whether it's it happens. I mean, the Gulf of Tonkin incident comes to mind. You know, if something happens, that Trump is going to react. And so far, the Iranians don't seem to be backing down or too rational, whichever you want to choose. Okay, Steve says the blockade will have minor incidents. When oil imports dry up in China, China will force Iran to capitulate, which would actually be a pretty good scenario. Just maybe, you know, a few low-key incidents. If that, China puts the call in and says, hey, look, this is what y'all going to do. Because again, 90% of their oil gets sold to China. And we did the numbers earlier. It's like 15% of China's seaborne imports, 10 or 15%, somewhere in there. So it's not going to destroy China, but losing 10 or 15% of your incoming oil is not good. So, yeah, China should lean on them. And think about Karg Island. Me and my buddy were talking earlier. I don't know where the MEUs are, the Marine Expeditionary Units. But my buddy said he thought the 82nd was here. Well, they're in Kuwait somewhere. Maybe they're Ali Asaleen. But you're not talking a great distance from Karg Island. Just bringing that up. I'm not saying that's what they're going to do, but if you've got troops over here, it's not too far from there. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground is a disaster for Trump. Okay, Justin says, analyzing the situation is futile. We all know how we got here. It was Trump's actions. Why are we trying to figure out how to fix his mistake? Trust says, good luck solving the world's problems, people. I got to go to bed, and I hope when I wake up, Kel and Justin have it all figured out. All right, buddy. Get some sleep, my friend. Thanks for joining us. Well, if you sit here and just look at every situation from everybody's standpoint, it seems like everybody's a fucking pirate. We're all pirates. How do we know that we're pirates? We just are. Justin, if we couldn't use the 25th Amendment to get an Alzheimer's patient out of office after there was clear video evidence of his diminished mental ability, his cognitive decline on video for the world to see live every day. Every day. Even the uncontacted tribes of the Amazon knew that the United States had an Alzheimer's patient and we couldn't get him out of office for his own good. I wasn't saying, get the guy out, because how can you be angry at a person with Alzheimer's? Not clearing him of all his misdeeds in the past, but if somebody's got Alzheimer's, people should take responsibility and change the situation. Nobody did. Nobody could change it. We had an Alzheimer's patient for 4 years in front of the world every day, and just kept propping him up like Weekend at Bernie's. Felt sorry for him. I did a video. I reported the crime on video. Gave the address. I think the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. Listed my list of suspects, his wife and a couple other handlers up there. Police never called me. Never called me to ask for a statement. Never got investigated. You're not going to get him out of there. Is it my imagination or not, or is there less red around that little danger zone? And again, that's not their orders. Their orders is to blockade the ports. But it looks like people ain't taking no chances. Again, if you're just joining me, the big red arrows are the tanker ships. The green arrows are the cargo ships, according to that legend. Okay, so it's 4:19 p.m. Right? Is that Iranian time? Let's see. Time in Iran is 3:49. Ah, shit. Dr. Google can't tell the right time. Kuwait time is 3:20. Is there a time difference? Abu Dhabi is 4:20. Greenwich means +4. So it's the afternoon, 4:20 over there. Damn bugs and mosquitoes following me here. It says Iran time is 3:49 p.m. That's confusing me too much. I'll just go with Let's just do Dubai time. 4:21. There you go. Coming up on right at an hour and a half before the U.S. Navy conducts a blockade of all Iranian ports. Nobody can come or go from Iranian ports. Not the entire strait or the Persian Gulf. So some of y'all are just joining me. Let's go over what CENTCOM put out yesterday, what they're about to do. A blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports, April 13th, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas. Now, earlier, according to Professor Google here, if I still got it pulled up, maybe I already X'd out it. I don't know. What were one of the elements to be considered a legal blockade is it had to be enforced impartially. You had to declare it, and you had to have actual vessels there capable of doing it. It can't be a paper blockade. So later on, when the lawyers want to argue ink on paper, according to Professor Google, he's met the elements to be a legal blockade, or at least to meet the elements of calling it a blockade. All Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the strait to and from non-Iranian ports. Just locking down Iran. Here's what you got to do if you're coming through there. But, you know, if I was the owner of a ship, it was already confusing enough to get permission from the Iranians. Now you got to get permission from the Americans. I wouldn't go nowhere right now until the dust settles. Okay, nothing to see here. Maybe I looked at it too long. I don't have any more free time. Put that back up there so I can try to figure that out. Let's see, what is this? Maybe I gotta create an account and log in. What's that called? It's called marinetraffic.com. Says nothing to see here. Can somebody go to marinetraffic.com and see if that's just me getting locked out, or if potentially they've suspended the operation of that due to this op coming up, which is probably just because I've been looking at it too long and I don't have an account, but I don't know. Let's go to Vessel Finder. Okay, we're back up. So it wasn't somebody trying to jam this this site. Okay, looks like nothing new from DJT. Still hasn't come out with some new tweets today. Okay, so just an update to those tankers carrying Iranian crude anchor off of India. 2 sanctioned super tankers carrying Iranian crude have anchored off Indian ports in what could mark the first such cargoes to reach the country in nearly 7 years. Okay, again, did they get the waiver? Are those the ones they were talking about? They gave a waiver to? There's always a waiver. At least with the U.S. government, always some type of waiver. Just got to figure out how to write it up. Okay, again, Washington Post reporting that Iran threatens to strike back against the U.S. naval blockade. And what somebody brought up earlier, is that just part of the script? I'm going to go in there, start the blockade, wait till something happens, and then they're just going to go kinetic on their ass. And again, not hoping that that's what happens, but it is a possible course of action. If the Iranians are stupid enough to put a U.S. ship at the bottom of the sea, Trump's gonna, what's he gonna do? He's not gonna take that. It wouldn't be wise for them to do that, I guess is my point. Okay, Casa Calling says large navy means nothing at this point. A few missiles or drones can make them leave the entire area. A few U.S. planes returned to a British U.S. airbase are literally riddled with damage. So very good point. But at this point, we're going to see. The U.S. Navy's obviously going to have to be there and be present. And Casa Calling says those ships will be sunk. Okay, so it's 8:31 p.m., which means it's 8:31 a.m. Washington, D.C. time. Got an hour and a half till game time. It's game time. And again, as we've said on so many of these deadlines, most of these deadlines, well, all these deadlines, nothing's happened. Words of my buddy, Big Nothing Burger. Not complaining, just saying that's what happens. All these deadlines. I kept a countdown timer up just to show how long the temporary ceasefire is supposed to last. Still technically, or are we still under the temporary ceasefire? Technically, right? Technically, there never really was a ceasefire. Nobody did nothing. Poor old Field Marshal Munir, codename Lionel Richie, stayed up all night long working a peace deal. Come up with the 2-car funeral. Okay, everybody stop shooting. Y'all open up the strait. It was a 2-car funeral. All sides fucked it up. It wasn't anything lasting. It wasn't anything lasting. What do you mean? You can't stop shooting for 2 weeks? Just open up the strait for 2 weeks and see how things go. Where's the downside to that? Now you don't look so bad. Couldn't pull it off with this equipment. If they can't pull off a 2-car funeral, how are they going to do anything more complicated than that? I don't have high hopes. I was optimistic that night, but not now. Coupled with the fact that DJT was at the UFC fight when the negotiations were going down, he didn't seem to give a shit. It's all part of the script, part of the play. All right. This stream has been live for over 6.5 hours. Equipment check. 2 MacBook Pros operating in the green. Camera check. I don't got to worry about my wireless audio. It runs out in like 4 hours. The batteries in this microphone right here last for days. Everything's operating in the green. Got me a cup of coffee. Got a bowl of soup over here. Everything's operating in the green. Big Pumpkin's upstairs. I hear nothing. That probably means they're all sleeping. What's a Filipina's favorite thing to do? Sleep. Number 1 priority. Sort of different than Thai ladies, right? You ask a Filipina what you want to do, she's going to go sleep first. They'll eat later. A Thai girl going to go eat. Let's go eat. We'll sleep later. Difference. Like, not all of them, but like all the bar girls in the PI, when they get off at 2, they going home to sleep. Chicks over in Thailand at 2 o'clock, they going to the club. Okay, Justin says, why is Trump begging Europe to get involved if our military is so mighty? I think it's just part of his strategy. He doesn't need them. Number two, he knew they were going to say no, which gives him ammunition to pull out of NATO. I got no problem with it. You know, just pulling out of NATO with no reason, okay, you got no steam behind that. But you call on NATO, they don't show up, now you got a valid reason. And folks, think about having all these militaries. Sometimes it's not exactly... Okay, the U.S. military, everybody's on the same sheet of music with differences in the services. So even with the U.S. military, communicating is not always as smooth. You know, from the Army to the Marines to the Navy to the Air Force. There's communication challenges, even in 2026. Imagine how hard it is to communicate with other nations, military forces. It's a challenge. Sometimes it's better just to go at it alone with your own people. Does that make sense? In a lot of these countries, when they do send people, it's just for show. So again, NATO is useless. The fact that they didn't show up, they just played right into his hand. Now he's got a reason that he's throwing around. Hey, they didn't show up. Why should we spend any money? Okay, we'll pull out of NATO. Wonderful. All for it. Let them go about it on their own over there, doing whatever they're going to do. Let them spend their money. Put that money back on the table of U.S. taxpayers so they can buy that Jimmy Dean sausage instead of a cheap bread hot dog. So it does make sense. I mean, how is the UK going to come over there and help? They're going to borrow a couple ships. Their ships won't crank. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but they don't have the world's most powerful navy anymore. So at this point, I don't want people coming over there that I got to hold their hand and worry about communication and coordination and all. Fuck all that. Y'all stay. France, the UK, keep your ass over there and don't come over and muddy up the water. Just let us handle business and shut the hell up. That's the way I look at it. Okay, these NATO missions, Afghanistan, some of these countries, okay, they were engaged. Most of them weren't. They just sent some people over there to sit around Kabul and do nothing and just be present to say they sent them. It's useless. Then it don't bring no money. They didn't bring any money to the fight. The U.S. was funding everything. And I'm not saying that they're bad people. That's not the point. The point is, it's not a good agreement for America. It's a good agreement for them. It's a good organization for them. They get free protection, free money, free this. There's plenty of juice for the squeeze for them. There is no juice for the squeeze for the American taxpayer. Dude down there changing oil at Jiffy Lube, getting all this money taken out of his fucking check. You know, can't pay his damn light bill because we're sending all this money to organizations like NATO. How does that help that guy? You know, how does it help the average American worker? It don't. I mean, y'all think Trump is radical about some of these things? I would have just day one, I would not have slept until I signed so many executive orders just chopping down this unnecessary, useless organizations. Yeah, he's done his part. My God, USAID, how much fucking waste, and all of these organizations giving away your money and my money to everybody else and you can't pay bills in your own damn country. Now, somebody sent me a message about this Trump's, what's it called? Something of peace. I can't remember what it's called. I looked at it today. Somebody sent a message and said the State Department transferred a bunch of money to his board of peace. And it reminded me of this thing called the Millennium Challenge Corporation. They look like little slush funds where they can transfer taxpayer money, maybe some private donors. It's like a little slush fund. Not to get too far into that, but the one that I looked at years ago is the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And then somebody sent me the message today about his board of peace, putting money in there to rebuild Gaza. Look, I've done my share of charity work and then some. Okay, my heart goes out to all the people in Gaza, but my heart also goes out to the poor people of this country, of Guatemala, anywhere around the world. Poor folks in any city in America. But my point is, when we have people in the United States of America that are struggling, why are we sending money outside to be Captain Save-A-Ho to everybody else in the world, giving our own citizens the finger, fuck off? How did we get to that point? I'm not saying don't be charitable, don't help people, don't do charity work. But if your own people in your own house are starving and you're just fucking giving food away to strangers in the street, how is that logical? Okay, let's see. If the U.S. goes home, the strait will open up naturally. Yeah, it'll have to. Even, Trump said that. All I got to do is leave. It will open up, but it will embolden these pirates to take an even bigger piece of the pie. These greedy pirates will become even greedier. Then you got to watch that hole in the ground over there till the end of time to make sure nobody goes over there and starts digging up that 60% enriched uranium, which is enough to make about 10 nuclear weapons. It's like good, bad, or ugly. The dude has kicked this off. Just finish it to some type of resolution where we don't got to go back in 5 years or 10 years. Okay, Maximus brings up a good point. They want the oil. Oil lobbyists want back in Iran since they spent the money to develop the oil industry in the 60s and 70s. They want their return on investment back. Look, there's like a fine line between imperialism versus investing. Okay, the U.S., we go to these countries that have nothing historically. We go in there, spend a lot of money developing the infrastructure on whatever the product is. Oil, bananas. Now, does these Western companies take the lion's share and just give a little bit to the people of that country? Yeah, notorious about it. But what did they have before those companies showed up? Nothing. And then all of a sudden they get froggy and want to nationalize this and take over the infrastructure and the investment and kick out the oil companies. And then they internally fight over it. Nothing gets fixed. The infrastructure gets put into a state of disarray. Just what happens. So one way you could look at it like it's imperialism, but the other way is just going and investing some money to start an industry up. You're paying the local population, and then they just get too big for their britches and they want to take over the whole thing. So looking at it from the investors or the oil company or the banana company's standpoint, how's that fair? Now, y'all didn't have nothing until we come down here and spent millions or billions of dollars, and now everybody's got a job, and now you just want to kick us out. How's that fair? From their standpoint. Locals look at it like, you know, you guys are making billions, we're making $2 an hour. Okay, there you go. Alyssa says, you mean like when the Americans kicked the Brits out of America? Yep, exactly like that. You know, people get upset when I say, and I've written that the United States of America was founded by insurgents. Well, that's, you can use the word insurgents or traitors if you look at it from the British standpoint. The British could still say that the United States is a rogue colony. At some point, they're going to reunite the rogue colonies with, with Great Britain. It's all about perspectives. But the word, what does insurgent? One who rebels against authority. Well, guess what? Those traitors, those insurgents, they won. They won, so they get to form a new country. If they lost, they would have been executed. Okay? The winners get to write the history, and they don't get prosecuted for war crimes or being traitors. But it's just funny whenever I say that. The U.S. was formed by insurgents. People have been conditioned to understand that the word insurgent means a terrorist in the Middle East. It's one who rebels against authority. Okay, Taiwan is China's rogue colony. That's the way they look at it. And at some point, they're going to reunite Taiwan with China. You know, folks in Taiwan think they're their own country. Well, once they duke it out, the winner will be able to prevail on what they believe. Their ink on paper will stand. But I think China will take Taiwan with 0 rounds fired, very quietly. It'll be done before you know it. All that ink on paper and Taiwan laws and all that stuff will go away just like that. That's how important ink on paper is when you get invaded and you lose. You get taken over. Ink on paper don't mean nothing. Lawyers over there be studying a different set of laws. All right, so let me go around the horn. 146 thumbs up, 7 thumbs downs. I want to thank y'all very much for those thumbs ups and thumbs down. What's our time? Coming up on 9 o'clock. Little over 1 hour till game time for the U.S. Navy. Man, nobody's posting any news updates right now. They're getting everybody in place. They're getting everybody in place. I'm sure everybody's ready. Okay, here's something coming from Pope hits back at Trump again. We are peacemakers, not politicians. Okay, so Reuters is reporting, let's see, about a note to seafarers. CENTCOM says vessels in blockaded area are subject to interception and capture. Okay, the U.S. military is to enforce a blockade of all vessels, regardless of flag, in the Gulf of Oman and Arabian Sea east of the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM has said in a note to seafarers seen by the Reuters news agency. Any vessel entering or departing the blockaded area without authorization is subject to interception, diversion, and capture, the note warned. The blockade will not impede neutral transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz to or from non-Iranian destinations. Okay, looks like nothing new from CNN. Okay, speaking of China, China urges protection of citizens, seeks deeper energy ties with the UAE. Chinese Premier Li Qiang, if I said that right, has met in Beijing with Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and called for stronger energy cooperation with the UAE. So, Abu Dhabi's Crown Prince, according to this article, is in Beijing. China is willing to strengthen the foundation for energy cooperation with the UAE and explore cooperation potential in energy storage, hydrogen energy, new energy vehicles. So pretty interesting that he's over there, according to the article, in Beijing. Okay, still nothing new. I guess no news is good news. See what DJT. Man, look at all those ass. Okay, so he looks like he unpinned those tweets. So he's active. He had those things pinned. They're not pinned. So it looks like he might be getting ready to blast out some new stuff. Refresh on SyncCom here. Same deal. Nothing new there. Okay, so here's a paragraph. What is a naval blockade? This is, I don't think this is official terminology, but this is what they say. It's a military measure that stops ships from entering or leaving enemy ports or waters to cut off trade supplies or military access. It's considered a form of economic and strategic pressure short of full ground war, but it can dramatically disrupt commerce and the flow of goods. What does a blockade mean? The blockade marks a shift away from diplomacy toward a more coercive approach, warning it could deepen tensions in the Middle East. And Trump himself has said he doesn't care whether or not Iran goes back to the negotiating table. He don't care. So here's a timeline of naval blockades. 431 to 404 BC, Athens used its navy to blockade Spartan allies and control sea trade in the Aegean, showing early use of sea power to choke supplies. Napoleonic Wars, British blockade of France. They blockaded French ports for years, crippling Napoleon's trade and contributing to his defeat. American Civil War, Union blockade. seal Confederate ports, starving the South of weapons, goods, and export income. World War I, Allied blockade of Germany. Let's see, World War II, Cuban Missile Crisis, which again was called a quarantine. The U.S. avoided the word blockade, which is an act of war, and imposed a quarantine, used in a defensive sense, to stop Soviet missiles reaching Cuba. Iran-Iraq War, the tanker war. Both sides attacked oil tankers in the Gulf, effectively blockading energy flows without formal declarations. Gulf War, naval blockade, cut Iraq off from maritime trade after its invasion of Kuwait. Let's see, Yemen, naval restrictions and inspections around Yemen disrupted commercial shipping. All right, go back to your comments for a minute here. If you're just joining us, 9:02, 1 hour away. Less than 1 hour till the U.S. Navy begins a blockade of Iranian ports. Justin says, DJT just wants to be talked about on the news. He wants attention. He is always talking about TV ratings. That's what he cares about. He is old. Well, from our generation, that's the way we talk. It's about the TV ratings. You know, back in the day, wasn't all this data. It's about the ratings. Salmon Explorer says, agree with 100% of what Fatima said earlier about this serious situation. Yeah, it didn't take her long to change her attitude. You know, again, when all this first started, why the U.S., why they want to bomb Iran? Why the U.S. want to do this? And you try to start explaining things, and it don't make no sense to her. But after a month of listening to this stuff, and prices going up, she, you know, her patience is worn thin. Iran, too much blah, blah, blah. Everybody too much blah, blah, blah. I bomb them now. Patience ran out. Big Pumpkin says, drop the hammer. She was scared to say it the other day. She thought somebody was going to come put her in jail. I said, nobody's going to put you in jail. This is, you know, just weighing in on the current situation. You're not making any threats. She's saying if she was Trump, that's what she would do. Too much talk, too much blah, blah, blah. A little less talk, a lot more action. Just get it over with. Okay, so it looks like the strait right there, the bend in the strait. Again, the red arrows are tankers. And the green arrows are cargo ships. All right, got 102 folks here watching now. Thank y'all very much. How long has the stream been going on now? Look at my software here. Just go around the horn on the stats. 7 hours. Live for 7 hours. Got 153 thumbs ups, 7 thumbs down. Thank y'all very much. Cause I got 160 thumbs ups or down. Okay, we're less than 1 hour away before this blockade kicks off. And if you're just joining us, they're going to blockade Iranian ports starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Not going to blockade the strait. Doesn't apply to folks who want to go straight up to Kuwait. It's just Iranian ports. Nobody can leave. Nobody can enter. CENTCOM put out a tweet yesterday detailing the operation. And according to Reuters, they're starting to pass around messages to ships in the area, or Reuters just said they saw a note. I don't know if that was a official notice or what have you, but they're getting ready. Everybody's on station getting ready. It's game time. So the question is, what's going to happen now? Everybody's in place. All the players are in place. About 51 minutes till the game kicks off. Is it going to be a big nothing burger? Just quiet? Are there going to be some incidents right off the bat? Are there going to be fireworks right out of the gate? Or is it going to be a more calculated response by the Iranian side? I'm thinking pretty soon we'll see something from DJT, because he just unpinned those tweets. Means he's got his finger on the trigger. Probably crafting something up right now. 9 in the morning. He's getting something crafty. Oh, from the drama side, he posted a picture of Bruce Springsteen. Man, is that guy looking rough. I mean, I know we're all getting old. We're all going to look rough. But the boss was looking rough. He just posted that, what, yesterday? Or today? Okay, so still nothing new from the president. He's got something crafty though. It's coming soon. Got to be. Got something crafty he's gonna post between now and 10. Can't resist, I'm sure. Okay, again, this is the latest to come out of Al Jazeera. CENTCOM says vessels in blockaded areas subject to interception and capture. Also use the word diversion. Okay, 4 minutes ago, Iran denies charging toll for Indian tankers transiting the Strait of Hormuz. They did not pay tolls to Iran, Tehran's ambassador to New Delhi has stressed. In this difficult time, we have good relations. We believe Iran and India share common interests and a common fate. I'll tell you, a couple things we all probably didn't plan on. Number one, the debacle of 2020 and what followed that era. Nobody saw that coming. And did I think in a million years that in the year 2026 I would be sitting here staring at a shipping marine traffic tracker of the Strait of Hormuz? I did not expect this. But it's just not for entertainment. It's real life affecting all of us, trying to figure out what's going to happen. The two things if I had to predict what I would have been doing, even the year before, 2019, where do you see yourself in 2020? Where do you see yourself in 2026? I don't think I would have said a lockdown or staring at a ship tracking map of the Persian Gulf. I just don't think that would have ever come into my head. Okay, so Amazing Air Show video says it's amazing the other Mideast countries who have gotten bombed by Iran and are now having their oil blocked are not going after Iran themselves too with missiles. Yeah, again, if you're sitting there in the other countries and Iran starts launching it at American bases, you can pretty much just sit back, sort of remain neutral. That's between Iran and the U.S. over there on their base. You can sort of remain neutral. But when they started hitting the countries themselves, I don't think that was wise. Because now everybody is on the same sheet of music that you're evil and there needs to be an input to you. It needs to be resolved. They want some payback. It's it's natural. You kill people over here in our country, all this damage, they want them put out of business. Whereas at the beginning, if Iran had just hit the Americans, who cares? We Americans care, but they don't care. in that sense, right? Hey, that's between Iran and the Americans. If they want to bomb the Americans want to bomb them. That's their business. But when those jokers started bombing civilian targets and all of their neighbors, you didn't make any friends in the neighborhood. Now you're that neighbor. Any empathy that anybody had for you or felt sorry for you, or the U.S. shouldn't be fucking with you, this and that shit went right out the window when they started hitting their neighbors' civilian targets. Now everybody's like, just finish these assholes off or they can't do it again. See, Justin says it's more scary if a president doesn't have to obey laws. Laws are just written by the rich and the powerful, put ink on paper to control us poor people. Most laws don't apply to rich people, right? Mostly poor people go to prison, not rich people. Just more ink on paper to control us, control the poor, us poor folks. Okay, now, the time over there is getting into the evening, right? Was it 5 o'clock over there? It definitely looks like the zone right there is starting to thin out. While that's not the intended area, it's their ports. But it looks like they're thinning out. But is that a nightly occurrence? People don't want to be over there during the hours of darkness. Maybe that happens every night. See, Jim says laws don't matter. Look at Hillary. Perfect example. Laws are just meant to control us poor people. Yeah, I prefer a kingdom. That's the way I rule my kingdom. I'm the king. Everybody knows who to bless or blame. In the words of Mel Gibson, why would I trade one tyrant 2,000 miles away for 2,000 tyrants 1 mile away. $250 years later, what do we get? Let's see, Justin says countless executive orders to bypass Congress. He acts like a CEO or a king. He's a public servant. Well, without those executive orders, nothing happens. Or it takes years for something to happen. Those 2,000 people are just going to argue and argue and argue because all those people can't agree on anything. That's why I like a kingdom. It's just me. You know, I know how the government works, how it's supposed to work. More perfect form of government. But when you go to places and you see how certain people around the world do business, much simpler, and so you go back to the U.S. and say, is this really better? How many $1 trillion in debt? Can't balance a budget. You know, Congress is full of criminals. I mean, so I don't have the same view or opinions that I did, you know, growing up, listening to good government bullshit. You know what I mean? Okay. All right, here we go. Some updates from Al Jazeera. Is this coincidental timing? Iran releases assets of women's football captain. Iran's judiciary says it has released assets of a women's national football team captain after she withdrew an asylum claim made in Australia last month. She was among 6 players and 1 staff member who sought asylum after competing in the Women's Asian Cup held at the start of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. 5 of them, including Ganbari, later returned to Iran with the rest of the squad. They were welcomed back at a ceremony in central Tehran on March 19th. The assets of Zahra Ganbari, a footballer for the Iranian women's national team, which had been seized, were released by court decision. It added that the move followed a declaration of innocence following her change in behavior. The announcement came 2 days after Iranian media published a list of individuals described as traitors whose assets were frozen by court order. Ganbari was named on the list, although it remains unclear when the decision to freeze her assets was made. So 30 minutes before the blockade, they've unfrozen the women's football team captain's bank account. Okay, here you go. The U.S. is prepared to impose a naval blockade and sustain a naval blockade on Iran, but has not yet set out rules of engagement for dealing with any violations, a U.S. official has told Al Jazeera. The official said that the U.S. has sufficient forces and equipment to enforce a blockade, and that it would be maintained for however long it takes, in line with decisions made by Trump. But if they are getting this information from a U.S. source, they're saying they have not set out the rules of engagement. Again, I'm just reading the report. I tell you, if you want to know something in the Middle East, you stick with Al Jazeera. They got all the chismes, all the gossip. Damn. The Brother Glory, Chinese owner and crew. Okay, Russia says the Ukraine violated the Easter truce over 6,500 times. How can you even count that high over Easter? My goodness. Just say, hey, they violated the truce. Okay. Coming out of Al Jazeera, diplomatic push underway on Hormuz fertilizer proposal. The UN says a diplomatic push is underway to ensure safe passage for fertilizer shipments, with a source familiar with discussions emphasizing increasing urgency as shortages worsen. Extensive meetings have been held in New York over the past 2 weeks. The aim is to facilitate the safe transit of ships carrying fertilizer through the strait. So everybody, these reports coming in, it's like everybody's going on about their business, like the U.S. Navy is not about to begin this blockade. It's like business as usual. Everybody's talking to the Iranians. Still just talking like the U.S. military is not there. Okay, so the BBC saying Pope says he won't debate the war with Trump. Iran's parliament speaker says the country will not surrender under threats, while the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says military vessels approaching the strait will be dealt with severely. Still running that mouth like they're not scared. So less than 30 minutes till go time. Not that any of us can predict what's about to happen. And a lot of us are hoping that it's just a big nothing burger, that somehow or another the situation works itself out. But you know, the other night I was looking for a peace deal. I was being optimistic. The glass is half full. It didn't happen. Wasn't meant to happen. Got 425 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium somewhere out there. Needs to be some type of resolution to that. Yeah, you can watch the place with satellites till the end of time. Is that really resolution? Or is resolution going and securing it, whatever that looks like, where you don't have to watch the place with satellites for the next 50 years? Let's see, Schismosis, how are you? Okay, so talking about home ownership in America. Home ownership is a big scam by the government because you will always pay taxes on the property, and as soon as you stop paying, they will take your property for unpaid taxes. So do you really ever own nothing? Own something? Especially in America. See, Doug, how are you, my friend? Okay, Alyssa Lee says 30 minutes to a nothing burger. You know, trying to, talking things out and coming to some type of peaceful resolution. It's always the better course of action. It always is. A lot of people want to jump into war or a conflict until they've seen it or they've experienced it. And then you realize how important it is to try to talk things out before it comes to blows. But if you can't agree, it comes down to those three things of police work. You ask somebody to do something, you tell somebody to do something, they don't do it, you got to make somebody do something. Hopefully in this situation, something can be worked out, where everybody can go on living life. Maximus says a ceasefire is boring. That's true. People don't want to tune in to listen to a peace talks. They want to know about that for like 30 seconds. Oh, they're doing peace talks. What's the results? No peace. Okay, that's less than 30 seconds, keeping you glued to your screen I don't think anybody really would be glued to the screen. They just want to know the report. But this right here, which is 22 minutes out before it's game time, now there's building some anticipation, some excitement, so to speak. But hopefully it's another nothing burger. Because, I mean, the truth is, I mean, who knows how many missiles or drones they have left. But they can do a lot of havoc, wreak a lot of havoc. They start hitting these oil facilities, oil and gas facilities. It's going to take years to build that stuff back. Not just a few weeks, a few months. You're talking, they've got the potential to cause some real havoc. They're going to pay for it if they do that. But the world's going to suffer. It's like the dude said on Yellowstone. You know, man is, what did he say? What did he say? Man is the scariest animal in the jungle, or the meanest, the worst. What was his terms? Most dangerous. We humans are the most dangerous animal in the jungle. See, Big Grip, how you doing? I laugh, how are you? Look like I'm waiting for a pizza that's never going to be delivered. Man, now I'm going to dream about a pizza. Would be nice to have me a Paisano's pizza right now, sitting right here on the table. I don't got a pizza, but I got a bowl of soup. It's mungo soup. She puts the mungo, the cabbage, a little bit of chicken in there. It's actually pretty good. She does a good job on that. Let's see, Busa 101, how you doing? Let's refresh the tracker over here. Looks like this area here is getting cleared out, because we are 19 minutes until game time. But again, if you're just joining us, the blockade is not blocking the strait from the U.S. standpoint. The U.S. Navy is going to blockade Iranian ports. So if you want to drive through here from the U.S. standpoint and go to any of these countries, you're welcome to it. You just can't go up here on the top of the top side, the north side, the east side, however you want to look at the map. You can't go up here. And from the Iranian standpoint, you got to get our permission to come through there. What a mess. It's an absolute mess. But as I was looking at it earlier, it just pissed me off, because when I realized, you know what, the Iranians are no different than the Somalian pirates down there. Okay, ship sails by here, they get boarded by Somali pirates, give us $2 million to let us to turn the ship back over to its crew and let the ship go on its way. So the company has to pay these pirates $2 million, basically extortion, but it's hijacking. They're pirates. It's piracy. Hostage taking. What's the difference if you got to pay those fucking pirates down there, or come up here and pay these pirates when you drive by their country? They're nothing but thieves. They look at this like it's a bay. That's not a bay. There's other countries up there. You got no right. You're pissing me off. I'm not even over there. So the Iranians, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they're just nothing but criminals. They're just fucking criminals, just pirates, just thieves. That's all they are. It's my new opinion of them. Just thieves. Simple thieves. All about the money. Still nothing new from DJT. He unpinned the tweet. It looks like he's active. He's got his phone in his hand, or somebody's ready to push some information out there, but still no new news from DJT. And again, his True Social, the platform, sucks. Every now and then it says you're going too fast. You need to get a new website designer, man. Okay, 23 minutes ago, let's see, they're reporting Bahrain summons Iraqi diplomat over drone attacks. Let's see, to protest what it described as ongoing drone attacks launched from Iraqi territory against the kingdom and other GCC states. Bahrain delivered a formal note of protest and urged Iraq to address the threats urgently and responsibly, adding that the kingdom reserved the right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its security and stability. And yeah, it's Iraq, not Iran. Talking about Iraq. So, one of these ships does get hit. Who's it coming from? Coming from the guards, pissed off individuals, people over in Iraq. Okay, Al Jazeera is coming through with the updates. Nothing new from CNN. Let's drive over to Fox. Top story is still the feud between the Pope and Trump. About to have a blockade go down in 14 minutes. But arguing with the Pope takes precedence. Priorities, I guess. So this is from the Washington Post. Iran threatens to strike back against U.S. naval blockade. Peace talks broke down over Tehran's nuclear program, which has survived 2 decades of international diplomacy, seeking to curtail it in more than 5 weeks of bombing. They've been stalling on shit for decades, right? What makes us think they're going to come to the table anytime soon? Or we're going to come to the table anytime soon? They've been doing this for a long time. Just keep stalling, nothing really happens. "12 minutes till game time. Still nothing new from Trump. Okay, we'll zoom in just a little bit. There we go, right there. Again, the red arrows are the tankers. The green arrows are the cargo ships. And maybe there's just too much on the screen. I could filter out everybody but the big ships, but then I might miss something. So we'll just leave it up there for now. Check CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, if they put out anything new on their Twitter feed. Nothing new. Still U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports. 11 minutes till showtime. You know what? I'm Xing out of the CNN. They're not too big on updating the news. Must have a skeleton crew updating their website. Nobody working the night shift. Times must be hard over there. Remember back in the day when CNN was like, that was the go-to news? Way back in the day when it first started out. It's pretty funny on this one page. Like these articles, titles together. U.S. naval blockade of Iran, what it means. Gamble, showdown for control. Beyond the headlines, who controls Hormuz? You talk about everything right now going on is not exactly clear. It's about clear as mud. Yeah, I mean, I don't think none of us knows exactly what the hell's going on. There's so many pieces of this puzzle going so many different ways. It's very difficult to read. All right, I must be totally frank. We'll see you next time. Enjoy walking to Jollibee. Checking in from Cebu City. Let's see. Duker, how are you? Yeah, I go to Al Jazeera a lot. They just seem to be on the JOB, especially in the Middle East. They got the most sources. Got people boots on the ground paying the janitor or whoever to pass them some information. 8 minutes. 8 minutes till showtime. And again, I'm not hoping for any fireworks. Exactly the opposite. I'm hoping for some type of resolution that doesn't require destroying the region. So hopefully nothing happens. I'll run the stream for about an hour to see if anything happens. Nothing happens. I'm going to go lay down and get some rest. Okay, the U.S. plans to target Iranian oil in a move to pressure China. It's going to be difficult, but they believe they'll be in a position to start that operation within the next hour. The intention is to put pressure on China, which relies on about a third of its domestic oil output from what comes out of Iran. If the oil can't get to China, that puts pressure on China. And there's different stats rolling around, but the other stats are China buys 90% of Iran's oil, and that equates to like 15% of China's imports, seaborne imports. Do the Americans have enough ships to be able to do this? Do they have enough intel to make sure that nothing can slip through? Are they able to carry out an operation of this size in such a small area? It's a small area and puts U.S. ships at greater risk from any sort of land-based missile or perhaps even a swarm of drones. See nothing new from Central Command, CENTCOM. Not seeing anything new from DJT. Seems like all is quiet. It's quiet before the storm. As U.S. naval blockade of Iran set to begin, IDF says it's on high alert. Netanyahu says Iran's ceasefire could end at any moment. We back Trump's blockade. So again, if you're looking at my tracker or my countdown, at 8 days and 10 hours, that's how long this temporary ceasefire is supposed to last. But we're coming up on 4 minutes before this blockade kicks off. You know, okay, Jay Perry, we'll see you, man. Have a good one. We'll see you when you get back. See, Brad, how you doing? Hoss and Pepper, hope you're doing well while you're at work, my friend. Thanks for listening. Ernest says it's the final countdown. Well, so far, nothing. I would have thought Trump would be flooding the stream here, building anticipation up to this moment, but so far, nothing new. His last one was like 5 hours ago, where he shares that New York Post article. Three minutes. Iran is open to U.S. talks if no unlawful demands. Iran's ambassador to India. Everybody using the word lawful, unlawful, legal, illegal, war crime, act of war. Fucking ink on paper. It's ink on paper. until the shooting stops. When the dust settles and everything calms down, then people can pull their pen back out and go back to writing bullshit. IDF says they're on high alert, as they should be. Two minutes till game time. Check the White House's YouTube channel, see if they have anything scheduled. Only thing scheduled is tomorrow at 7:45 a.m. President Trump and the First Lady participate in a dinner with somebody, so they canceled the stream where he was going to talk to reporters on board Air Force One. They canceled that one. Apparently he didn't want to talk to the reporters. Okay, refresh the screen there. Does it look like this area here is cleared out? So did this guy right here just leave a port? What's going to be his fate? Does he get a pass because he left before the blockade? I don't know, because I don't know what the rules are. But it looks like speculation from Ron Burgundy. He's hightailing it out of there. Okay, boom, time's up. 10 p.m. by my clock. So it looks like the blockade is officially on. 10 p.m. here. It's 10 a.m. in Atlanta, D.C. Now, when it comes to Justin, when it comes to politicians and countries, ink on paper don't mean nothing. It don't mean much of nothing. Boom! Mets, Knicks, fan, let's go. Thank you very much, my friend. Whoever controls the energy sector is king. We have more oil than Saudi and Russia combined. Yeah, we want to be the last man standing with access to oil and a lot of it. We don't want to be the first person to run out. Be like Rommel. Okay, so officially, as of my clock, we're into... Okay, now is this site going to continue to work, or is somebody blocking the site now? Nope, it's still working. So the blockade is on. Let's go around the horn. Did DJT tweet some stuff out? Refresh the Truth Social. Nothing new. Nothing new. Nothing new on RT. Two updates here from Al Jazeera. Let's see, what do we know about the U.S. naval blockade? U.S. military will block all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports. Let's see, a U.S. official told Al Jazeera the military is prepared to impose and sustain a naval blockade, but has not set out rules of engagement for violations. U.S. forces and equipment are sufficient to enforce the move for as long as required. Iran's armed forces call the restrictions in international waters an illegal act amounting to piracy, says the pirates. The greedy pirates call the U.S. pirates. The IRGC has warned that any warships approaching the strait would breach the current ceasefire. Everybody in Europe has got an opinion, putting out statements. Britain does not support the blockade. And Ursula von der Leyen says restoring freedom is paramount. Waste of your breath. Okay, here's an advisory from the UK Maritime Trade Operations, UKMTO. Maritime access restrictions are being enforced, affecting Iranian ports and coastal areas. Covers the entirety of the Iranian coastline, including ports and energy infrastructure, across the Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, the Arabian Sea, east of the Strait of Hormuz. Transit through the strait to or from non-Iranian destination is not reported to be impeded, but vessels may face military presence, directed communications, or right of visit procedures during passage. It added that neutral vessels currently within Iranian ports have been granted a limited grace period to depart. Ships in the region were urged to maintain heightened situational awareness, ensure maximum bridge readiness, and exercise caution in communications. So from what they're hearing, if they're in Iranian ports, they got a limited grace time to get the hell out of there. I don't know why they wouldn't have already left. But they're giving them some type of additional grace period. Especially with the U.S. government, there's a waiver for everything. Okay, Social Security Ninja says deception. Very well could be. This could be a big nothing burger, just a big ruse to pull something else off. Only time will tell. I wish I was fishing right now. Marcos looks like he's going fishing. I wish I was fishing. Certainly do wish I was fishing right now. You know, folks, there's real good fishing over there. There's real good fishing in Abu Dhabi. Trust me, there's good fishing. Wish I was over there fishing in Abu Dhabi right now. All right, let me refresh the page here. Go to CENTCOM, see if there's anything new. Nothing new. What can you do? So far, so good. We're all still here. The world did not come to an end. We got nothing new from DJT. Okay. Fox News has changed their headline. U.S. naval blockade of Strait of Hormuz begins. Okay, so let's put that up on the screen. Let's see. They got a map of military assets in the region. So there you go. Fox News. As Trump cracks down on Iran after talks collapse. So let's just pull this graphic up here. Okay, they got this one pinned. Okay, so is that a recent map? Yeah, the location of U.S. ships around Iran as of Monday. So I don't know how well you can see that. Got a little pixelated when I made it bigger. Okay, so according to their map, let's see, the Frankie Peterson. Alright, that's a guided missile destroyer, right? So we got the Frankie Peterson and the USS Michael Murphy inside the Gulf. And folks, I don't pretend that this is accurate. Obviously, we don't know if that's accurate or not. But they come up with this from somewhere. So we'll look at this with say 20% accuracy. But there were previous articles that came out that said those two were up there doing and beginning laying the groundwork for mine clearing operations. So pretty openly, those two are supposedly in the Persian Gulf, right? Just outside in the Gulf of Oman, there's the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. But according to Fox News, that's their location as of Monday. And again, I'm not going to certify that with any degree of accuracy, but that's what they're reporting. Okay, from Al Jazeera, the U.S. blockade is met with some skepticism in Israel. Netanyahu is very keen to remind the Israeli public that he is in close coordination with the U.S. and that he is a close friend of the American president, who, according to the polls, is far more popular in Israel than Netanyahu. The U.S.'s announcement that its military would blockade the strait was welcomed by Netanyahu, but others in Israel have put that in doubt. Okay, so this is coming from the New York Post. blockade begins as Netanyahu warns the Iran ceasefire could turn on a dime at any moment. It's almost like that's what everybody's expecting. So not worth reading the article. A couple of sentences were devoted to the blockade. The rest of it was talking about Trump and the Pope arguing. Still nothing new from DJT. Here's just a quick title from the Washington Post. Trump's Jesus-like image of himself on social media sparks backlash from religious right. Evangelical and Catholic allies call the post blasphemous and urged its removal in a rare public rebuke from a base that has largely stood by the president. If you don't know what we're talking about, I put it up there earlier. He posts a picture. He posted two pictures. One of a picture of like a Trump Towers on the surface of the moon, and the other is a picture of him looking like Jesus healing somebody. And you know, that's what me and my buddy were talking about earlier. Why in the hell would he do that? It's just going to piss people off. Some people are going to really take offense to that. But as I said earlier, we ended up talking about this for 20 minutes. This is the second time I've talked about it tonight. The guy basically captured, at this point, 35 minutes of my day? There's only 24 hours in a day. I've been talking about his picture for 35 minutes of my already not enough time day. So why did he do it? Diversion off of other things. Stay focused on this that basically it's just a repost of a photo. He didn't even create it. He gets a lot of media attention. Not all is going to be positive. But like one of you fine folks said earlier, it's all about the attention. Pele says it looked like DJT was healing Epstein. Okay, you know what, I'll pull that up just, if you're just joining us. I mean, I don't think the Trump Towers on the moon should offend anybody too much. Just a picture of one of his buildings or hotels on the moon. I didn't get offended by this. There you go. So there's the picture on the moon. There we go. And then the picture that we're referencing that's going to upset everybody is this one right here. And again, one of you fine folks earlier said somebody else did it, he just reposted it. But that's what the article is referencing. Who's he healing? I don't know. Who's that supposed to be? Somebody just probably did that on some of that AI bullshit, probably. I don't know. I say that. I don't know. Maybe somebody spent some time creating that. So all the world leaders are going around releasing their statement, wasting time, wasting their breath, stating the obvious. The strait needs to be open. No shit. Okay, again, according to this one notice, neutral vessels currently within Iranian ports have been granted a little grace period to depart. They're not saying an exact amount of time. I think they're basically saying you better get your ass underway or you're going to be stuck there. And somewhere down, he posted a photo of Bruce Springsteen. Man, that dude looks rough. I know we're all going to look rough as we get old, but he does look rough. So folks, if you're just joining us, we're about 19 minutes into the blockade of Iran's ports by the United States Navy. You know, and the good question, is there enough assets to be able to pull off this mission? U.S. Navy says yes. But that's a pretty long coastline to say nobody can come or go. Okay, let's see. The EU chief opposes the blockade. Well, I oppose sending any United States tax money to NATO. Let's see. Qatar tells Iran that the waterways must not be used as leverage. Yeah, I think they already been relayed that message about 1 million times. Not too concerned. Iran says they're open to U.S. talks if no unlawful demands. Back to what my old lady said, too much blah blah blah. Let's see, Trump lashes out at Pope as Hormuz blockade threat rattles the markets. And Trump calls Pope Leo weak in a row over Iran war. How do you manage to get yourself into a damn argument with the Pope? You know what I mean? How's the Pope managed to get himself into an argument with DJT? I mean, imagine, you know, you're DJT. You're having dinner with DJT. Hey, how was your day? Yeah, it's pretty good. Got into a pissing contest with the Pope. That motherfucker, can't believe what he said. That's like a crazy conversation over supper, right? Been in a Twitter war with the Pope. Let's see, Singapore Dan, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, folks, if you're just joining us, basically, according to CENTCOM, they are blocking anyone from going to or leaving Iranian ports. They're not stopping neutral flow of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. It just pertains to Iranian ports. Nobody can come or go. Although this UK agency is reporting that they have told neutral parties that are in Iranian ports right now, there is a short grace period. In other words, if you want to leave, you better hurry up and get the hell out of there. So they're giving them some type of grace period, fire up the engines and sail on out of there. Okay, that speech by the First Lady, I guess I'm going to have to watch that video. I'm not sure what everybody's talking about. I've seen several comments. I have to watch that video, see what she's talking about. Folks, sitting here with my mouse making my rounds. Okay, here we go. Got something 3 minutes ago from DJT himself. I gotta get an account and log in where this thing will notify me. Put it up on the screen. Here we go. 10:23 p.m. Now that's my time, so this is a few minutes ago. Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated. 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning: if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea. It is quick and brutal. P.S. 98.2% of drugs coming into the U.S. by ocean or sea have stopped. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so that's the only one he's put out so far. Maybe he's in the process of flooding the stream, as they say. I learned that from you guys not too long ago. That's the latest information coming from President Donald J. Trump. See, the German chancellor says he was not surprised by the collapse of the peace talks. Said he had low expectations for the talks. I wasn't surprised by the decision. From the outset, I didn't get the impression that the talks were particularly well prepared. Okay, so if you're just joining me, I'll lay out. This is from Al Jazeera. Again, I've already went over this, but if you're just joining me, what we know about the U.S. naval blockade. U.S. military says it will block all maritime traffic entering and exiting starting at 1400 Greenwich Mean Time, which is now. U.S. official says that they are prepared to impose and sustain a naval blockade, but has not set out rules of engagement for violations. That kind of sounds strange. Okay, so nothing really new there. The blockade is underway, doesn't apply to the strait itself. It's just pertaining to Iranian ports. Nobody can come or go, but they're reportedly giving some type of grace period to the ships that are neutral and already in the port, in an Iranian port. But I think the message is you better get the hell out of there pretty quick or you'll be stuck there. Just making rounds, folks. Nothing new. Deadline has come. It's went. It's in effect. So far, all is quiet. Everybody's just trying to digest the last tweet, post, whatever the president put out. Okay, let's see again from what's the New York Post saying here? The blockade begins as Netanyahu warns the Iran ceasefire could implode at any moment. Everybody pretty much saying the same thing. Okay, it doesn't look like anything new from CENTCOM. All right, so nothing new on any of the. Just everybody trying to interpret his last post. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if it's Pill or Pele. Thank you very much. Okay, B-2 bomber is taking off live, according to David. Where are you getting that from, my friend? Scroll down. Maybe you said. Like looking at this marine traffic, I mean, is it no big scramble? I realize ships move slowly, but they did sort of clear out the chokehold right there. But I don't know. What was I expecting? All right, folks, I'm going to take a look at a couple comments. I'm going to take a short break. I'm almost out of coffee. See, Doc M, how are you, my friend? Reporting all quiet. That's good news. Glad to hear that. Let's see, Jack says, are you still of the opinion that this is chess he's playing? He's definitely playing a game of chess. Whether, everything goes 100% to plan, I mean, a plan never survives first contact. But yeah, he's a chess player. Let's quote The Art of War. The general who does many calculations in his tent before the battle, certain to win. The general who does but few calculations is going to lose. I'm not saying that everything is going to work out perfect with their strategy, but to say that they're not playing chess or didn't have some type of plan in place or calculations laid out, I don't think that would be fair to the guy. Plans don't always work out, but going into it without many calculations, looking 18 chess moves ahead, again, we don't understand all of their decisions. All warfare is based on deception. He's got everybody confused and guessing and not knowing what's going to come around the bend, which does several things. It allows him to control, or allows him to maintain our attention, control where we look, what we look at. And the guy posted this Jesus picture. I spent 30 minutes of my valuable time talking about this Jesus picture. Just sleight of hand. Meanwhile, he's doing something else. So yeah, playing a game of chess. Well, think about this. This dude's been talking about Iran for 30 years. Go back and watch those interviews way before he was in politics. He's been formulating a strategy in his head for decades. So this ain't something that at the last minute he gets pissed off, and because he's the president, he kicks this stuff off. This dude been thinking about this shit for decades. He was in there his first term. Got to take a look on the inside, see how everything was pull back the curtains, didn't get the second go round to follow through with something. So not only has the dude been talking about this exact subject for decades, saying what he would do and how he felt about it, you have 4 years to look on the inside, see what the capabilities were, see behind the scenes what reality was, and was probably going to kick this off as soon as he got reelected. But things didn't swing his way because he underestimated the river. He underestimated how gangster and how evil DC can be. So he sat there and thought about it for another long 4 years. And probably day one, they were talking about what they're going to do. So is he playing chess? This is a chess game he's been studying since he was a young dude. So yeah, this is a subject. It's been a long chess game, a long time coming. He's been wargaming this in his head. So is everything gonna go to his plan? Can't predict that. But he didn't go into this with few calculations on a moment's notice at last minute, not being educated and informed on what's going on. He didn't just do this fly by night. I don't know if it's a personal obsession, but you listen to those old interviews, the clips I heard, and from what I know, this dude's been thinking about this for decades. He didn't just get into office and somebody say, well, sir, we got this problem over in a country called Iran. Oh, yeah, go ahead and brief me on it and give me 3 courses of action. That wasn't how this broke down. So Justin says it hasn't gone to plan so far. Well, that's what and how it appears to us who are just from the outside looking in. But we're looking at it in a very short planning horizon. And again, this is something the dude's thought about for decades. He's probably, concerned about November. They have a plan for November. But it may not work out by November. They may take the heat. But no, I don't see them, DJT, walking into this on short notice. That's not what happened. Especially since he was already the president for 4 years, beginning 8 years ago. So how much planning and quarterbacking and meetings and discussions? My God, I bet people were tired of hearing about this shit. They were probably tired of hearing about it back his first go round. It's like, goddamn, dude, make a decision. I could be totally wrong, but I think that they did many calculations in their tents the night before that, the decades before. Do I think that Trump is crazy? No, I don't think he's crazy. Occasionally he does crazy things, what we would consider to be crazy things and not presidential. Some things don't make sense, others make perfect sense. But no, I don't think he's crazy. When you're trying to run a country, it's not always pretty. You're running a kingdom, a country, a business, any type of organization. It's not always pretty. You know, and a lot of presidents before have just stood up there and blurted out polished bullshit, reading the same old tired government line. And this dude is different in his style. So I don't think he's crazy. Let's see, Hawkin, how are you? Checking in from Akron, Ohio. Well, we look at things differently. Okay, I quote The Art of War a lot because if you take that overlay and you put it on, apply those principles to what the guy does, they're easily explained away. If you don't, and you take him word for word, literally what he says, one could easily draw the conclusion that he's crazy. Okay? And I see it here, doing what I do, is that some people will take you literally word for word. They have zero sense of humor. And if you try to say a joke or something, or talk colloquially, which means slang, redneck, ebonics, what have you, colloquial, local language. People can't understand you, and they'll jump on you. Even when I do movie quotes, it just goes right over certain people's heads. They don't realize that I'm joking. So if you take my words literally, word for word, sometimes I might sound crazy. So I think a lot of people are too uptight, and they're taking his word for word too literal, too seriously. When you need to take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. Take it with some humor. Just imagine maybe the dude had a couple Jack and Cokes. I say stupid shit too when I have a couple Jack and Cokes. Is it the end of the world? Well, other politicians in the past, they're not going to admit when they screw up or when they say something stupid. They try to cover it up, try to put on that polished appearance. And this dude's different. He don't give a fuck. You know, I relate to him because I don't give a fuck. Years ago, doing this game, I realized that I was making videos that were very polished and too correct. Nobody was watching. In the swimming pool one day, I said, you know what, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to do what I want to do. If people don't want to watch my show, I don't give a fuck. This is what I have to offer. And when I stopped caring about polishing everything and just being myself and talk the way I want to talk, make the jokes I want to talk, I started gaining an audience. So, you know, the guy's style is a lot different than what we're used to. So, no, I don't think he's crazy. Obviously, don't take everything he says serious. He's just speaking. He's from a different generation. Jack Blah says you're a YouTuber. What does that mean? I post shit on Rumble every now and then too. Does that make me a Rumbler? Because that sounds a lot better than YouTuber. Rumbler. I'm a filmmaker. People say you're a vlogger. What the fuck does that word mean? I didn't grow up around that word. I don't know what that means. I've been a filmmaker since the 80s. Just to clarify that. Okay, Christino says a president shouldn't be speaking like a madman. Well, I wasn't used to the stuff coming out of his mouth as well. What are we used to? We're used to nothing but spoon-fed, polished bullshit dude reading from a teleprompter. That's what we're used to. And all these past presidents, the minute they're not reading from a teleprompter, they always fucking can't talk, don't make no damn sense. This dude just talks like we're having a beer. What the hell's wrong with that? Why do we have to put on this bullshit face over here and be this person who's totally fake? Everybody knows we're totally fake. And then when you come home, you crack open a beer and cuss at the fucking TV. How many times over the years? I'm unsubscribing. I'm not talking because you said a curse word. Good. Don't let the door hit you in the fucking ass on the way out. Certain shows, I feel the need to use adult language, colloquial language. Okay, I don't know about these days because everybody's getting soft in the world. But you know what? Folks in the military used to, every other word out of their mouth was a cuss word. That's just normal language. What's the difference on a construction site? Does it make them bad people? No. It's just the way they talk. Certain forums. So he's from a different generation. People today are so damn sensitive about every little word. Every little thing, just people are so sensitive. I told the story last night or night before last. YouTube's got these hearts on your comments. If somebody leaves a comment, I read the comment, I hit that heart. Why? For me, it's a marker that says I read the comment. I click it, I read the comment. It lets you know, hey, the dude read your comment. Plus, it's branding. Every comment, when I hit that heart, now you're looking at my face. It's just more branding. That's how I interpret those hearts. Just to let you know, hey man, I read your comment. It doesn't mean I agree. To me, it doesn't mean I agree. I disagree. That's just what it means. I use it for like a bookmark, a check mark. Yeah, checked it off. I read this gentleman's comment. And how many times have I had people rip my ass, one in particular? I can't believe you liked somebody's comment about this, blah, blah, I'm reporting you. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't interpret that to mean that I love and agree with everything you say. I just use it as a fucking check mark so I can visually look and say, yep, I already read that comment. And look at my beautiful face. If there's 30 comments, now I got my beautiful face down there 30 times. It means nothing if I agree or disagree with what you said. But little things like that to today's generation will set somebody off. To a guy like me and older, it's like playing a video game. We can take it or leave it. Don't take it too serious. Because I pushed a fucking button and a heart came up. Get over it. We don't care. And Trump's the same way. Today's generations aren't used to that. When I say, hey, this ain't Burger King. Burger King. You don't get to have it your way. That offends the younger generations now who are used to having everything their way in the palm of their hand. So, nah, the dude's not crazy. Is he playing checkers? No, he's playing chess. Is all of his moves going to work out? Only time will tell. There you go. Well, there's nothing more exciting or entertaining or that will piss you off, get your blood pressure up, or make you feel good, make you feel shitty than the Trump reality show. It's the hottest thing going. If you're not covering Trump, you're losing views. I've said it many times. You ask people, look at their metrics after Trump took over. Everybody's views took a little hit because everybody's watching Trump. So the only way your views went up is if your ass is somehow or another covering the Trump show. And I'm not just talking about YouTube. I'm talking about the news media. Because you never know what's coming down the pipe with this guy. You never know. I mean, today the dude posts a picture of him as Jesus. I mean, knowing damn well he's gonna piss off half the Christians out there. Now he's in a fucking. Now y'all got me cussing too much again. I gotta tone that down. Somebody get offended. Damn Tucker Carlson. Hurt his delicate ears. And one day, he posted a picture of him as Jesus healing people, and he's in a Twitter war with the Pope. You can't make this shit up. What does the media do? You either get left out or you predominantly cover the DJT reality show. Anyhow. All right, let me refresh our map over here. If you're just joining me, we always go off topic, but the blockade is underway. U.S. Navy is blockading Iranian ports. People coming and going. Read reports that they're giving a little bit of grace period if you're stuck or if you're at the port. Basically, you should get out of there now or you might get stuck there if you're a neutral party. Okay, nothing new from U.S. Central Command. Just go around the horn here. Okay, let's see. U.S. blockade of Iranian ports takes effect. Spanish defense minister says Trump's planned blockade makes no sense, calling it part of a downward spiral. UK says it will not join the blockade, adding that it must not be subject to tolling. So, wasting your breath. You don't want to do anything about it, just running your mouth. Iran said it's weighing tolls on all vessels not just the oil shipments. Again, just more piracy. If they get away with charging people to drive by their coastline, then every coastline in the world would want to follow suit. So, greedy pirates. That's my new way of looking at the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Not about religion, they're just greedy pirates, just thieves. It's nothing real new. It's nothing a whole lot to report. Like my buddy's terminology, deadline's a big nothing burger, which I'm fine with. I'm not looking for fireworks. Iran's president condemns Trump's insult in remarks to Pope. Where the U.S. president falsely characterized the head of the Roman Catholic Church as supporting a nuclear-armed Iran. I condemn the insult to Your Excellency on behalf of the great nation of Iran and declare that the desecration of Jesus, the prophet of peace and brotherhood, is not acceptable to any free person. I wish you glory by Allah. This is the president of Iran said on X. So now everybody is getting in on the rift between DJT and the Pope. Okay, nothing real new there. Just not much to report. Okay, so nothing really new. Let's refresh our map here. But again, ships move very slowly, so I'm not sure, what the media was doing was just recording this map for a while, fast forwarding it so you can see how they're moving. I'll put that back up on the screen for a second. I'm going to go take just a short break. Okay, so to keep the conversation going, OSD going to take a 10-100. Some of y'all who've been with me for the last 8 hours, you know what a 10-100 is. If not, somebody put the movie up there. I'll be right back. Okay, folks, I'm back. It's centered here. Here we go. So what did I miss? Refresh our ship tracker there. So it looks like the main part of the strait, everybody's sort of cleared out. Okay, I'm back. Had to cut the microphone off for just a minute. Talk to Big Pumpkin. Trying to mess up my audio as usual. Always trying to mess up my audio here. Okay. Okay, no news is good news, I guess. I'll go through your comments because don't like nothing's happening on making the rounds. Yeah, why is Big Pumpkin still awake? Thought for sure she would be cutting some Z's, or she was. She just got up to take a break. I told her, baby, just go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. I'll be up there in about an hour. If I'm not up there in 1 hour, just wait longer. Just wait a little bit longer. Let's see, Jack says, Marco thinks the Emperor is clothed in a suit of armor. Sometimes talking crazy isn't a tactic, it's just crazy. We live in interesting times for sure. I will agree with you. Definitely interesting times. And you know, when Maria graduated or finished kindergarten, the principal gave that speech, and he said something to the effect of, you know, we're trying to guide these children in this ever-changing and often confusing world. I thought it was a good choice of words. You know, basically, what a better description. and I can't remember the exact adjective, this rapidly changing but he used the word confusing. This confusing world that they find themselves growing up in, where it wasn't as confusing for me as a child. You know, that's one thing. I try to keep things simple with these kids, you know, especially my daughter. You know, she just, like any other child, she wants to grab that iPad and you know, spend as much time as she can on the iPad. I'm very stingy with that time. I don't allow these kids to live on screens. They go outside and play. And I'm going to stick to that. You know, when she turns 18, she wants to get a damn iPhone and become a Facebook zombie. Well, that's up to her. But it won't be because I didn't, as a parent, set the right conditions. You know, I just did a video where this jury just awarded this chick millions of dollars because she was addicted to social media, and her mother was in on the suit. Like, at what point, woman, don't you realize that it's not Google or Twitter? It's not their fault. It was your fault as a parent that you didn't limit your child's time on the freaking internet. It's your fault, and you're up here testifying like you, the parent, are the victim as well. You're not a victim. You're the cause. So if it did cause your child some emotional distress, then we need to put your ass in jail for failing to be a proper parent. That's not the way society these days look at it. The mother's a victim too. She should get some money too. Yeah, no, I don't. Like, these kids get very limited screen time. Not enough time to where when I take it from them, they melt down. They don't get that much time. They don't get to the addiction part where I gotta fight them to get it out of their hand. It's an extreme privilege. Totally different here, where everybody around us, all their kids are just zombies. And you see it, try to take it from them. What pisses Fatima off, but she's laughing at the same time, she'll try to call her sister, and Upal will keep canceling the call. And she knows that Upal is watching a video. He won't even answer the phone. He knows how to cancel it. He knows it's her. He just cancels it. He won't even answer the phone. If he does answer the phone, because she'll call like 10 times, Auntie, I'm watching TV or whatever he says, right? I'm watching this show. He's like, no, go get your mother. And he'll end the call. See, my generation, we don't tolerate stuff like that. But he's no different than any other child around here. Here's the phone. Go over in the corner. I'm just not subscribing to that. Let's see, Vet Vlogs, how are you? Yeah, I need to get Big Pumpkin on here to do some political commentary. Yeah, electronic parenting. The digital babysitter. That's what they do. That's right. You were outside on the streets, outside playing. Street lights came on. Time to go home. It was a weekday. All right, folks. I'm gonna go around the horn a couple times. It's 11:25, and I think I'm gonna call this one Iraqi Good. Let's see if DJT's tweeted out anything new. Nope, same thing. Basically talking about warning. If any of these smaller fast attack ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated. Here's an article here. Strait or canal? Who can charge ships and who can't? Iran's Hormuz tensions raise questions over shipping rights. Why should they be able to charge anything because people drive by their coastline? Insanity. How did they get to this point? At stake is a long-standing legal distinction between natural straits and man-made canals, and whether countries can impose charges on ships simply for transit. If, again, Iran thinks that the Persian Gulf is a bay, the Bay of Iran. There's other countries around that body of water. A canal, unlike a strait, is an artificial waterway built and maintained by a country. Okay, makes sense to charge tolls. It wasn't free to dig that thing or maintain it. You want to go the short way, you want to go through the Panama Canal, you got to pay some fees. Reasonable. But this strait right here, if you want to call it that, you're just sailing past somebody else's coastline. What gives them the right to charge anybody? Canals require continuous investment, dredging, operational management. States are allowed to charge tolls for their use. They function much like infrastructure charges and are widely accepted in global shipping. No problems. A strait's a natural waterway, governed by international law. Transit passage must remain free. No general tolls allowed. Can Iran legally charge tolls under widely accepted interpretations of international maritime law? No, it cannot. They're pirates. No different than Somali pirates. They're just greedy pirates. You know, but I think that the longer this drags on, people are going to get more pissed at Iran than they are the United States for starting this mess. It's not going to be the other way around. So here you go. British Prime Minister Starmer said he will convene a summit of world leaders alongside French President Emmanuel Macron this week to push for the reopening of the strait. I don't think nobody really cares what y'all gonna do over there. What is your summit going to accomplish? Nothing. Except people listening to you run your mouth. He said the strait must reopen with no conditions and no tolls. So you're going to sit over there and run your mouth. You and the French president. What a waste of time. Okay. All right, let me go around the horn and I'm going to shut her down here. Let's refresh this tracker, see if there's anything updated. Okay, just looks like everybody's sort of cleared out there. But again, they're not, the U.S. Navy's not shutting down the strait. They're shutting down Iran's ports. Let's see, you get 182 thumbs up, 7 thumbs down. Thank y'all very much. Certainly appreciate that. It's like 2,725 comments here. Thank y'all for that as well. $78 folks still here. Folks, I want to thank y'all very much for tuning in. Been live for 9 hours and 36 minutes. Man, oh man. So you're talking about eating balut. Yeah, Fatima eat a balut. But no, Maria doesn't eat balut. See, Peace for Humanity says yes, Big Pumpkin should show up once in a while and let us hear what she thinks of this conflict. Yep. Jay Perry says, street lights on, you had best already be inside. That was back in the day. We were on the streets or doing something. If street lights came on, need to be at home. Nowadays, the kids are always at home, just staring at their cell phone. All right, folks. Well, I hope at least you were entertained. It's nice hanging out with everybody. Good conversation and discussion. Hopefully, this turned out to be a big nothing burger, as my buddy says. In a perfect world, we could work everything out with some type of discussion and dialogue and negotiations, not have to result to military force and violence, but it's not a perfect world we live in. Trump's got a point. Do we really want this country or any additional countries to have nuclear weapons? That's a big issue. There's only one reason that they've enriched that stuff to 60%. And they estimate it'll make 10 to 12 weapons. They don't want to give it up. They're offering, according to reports, in good faith to dilute it. They don't want to give it up. I think there's too many people in the nuclear club already. I think they're just pirates for charging anybody to pass by their coastline when there's other countries all around there. And from my perspective, it's the military running the country. Civilian side, the clerics, I don't think they're in charge. It's being run by this the guards. That aspect of their military. What's the solution? Guess we could debate that for another 8 hours. What's the solution? Where's the problem lie? And it just seems like the civilian government looking for some type of peaceful resolution where the military is not. The military's not listening to the civilians. Let's see, just scrolling through some of your comments here. Okay. All right, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and shut her down. Again, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks to everybody's opinion. Whether you agree with my assessment, strongly disagree, you're always welcome here. Please just come out with what you're thinking and say what's on your mind. So I'll probably try to go live tomorrow and just do an update on what has transpired. You know, it's 11:39 at night here, so I'm gonna just get some sleep, and hopefully not much happens. There's not much happening and no news. Well, no violence. And we can just hope for another day and try to work this out through negotiations and talking and cool heads, but that's a perfect world. So anyhow, I'm gonna go snuggle with Big Pumpkin. So I'll see you folks. You'll find folks out there on the next one. If you haven't done so, hit that like button. Helps out with them old Google squirrels. Got 7 thumbs downs and 182 thumbs ups, and I appreciate each and every one of them. So everybody, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day, wonderful evening, wherever you're at on this beautiful planet that we call the Earth. Make sure you hug your children, hug your old lady, hug your dog. You know, for me, I'm just thankful I got another day. Been blessed with another day on this beautiful planet that we call the Earth. But right now, it's time to go snuggle with Big Pumpkin. So I'll see you fine folks tomorrow. With that, I'll say peace out, my friends. I'm out of here.